Hello and welcome to Sugo Sportsland. You're joining us for round 3 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And it's race day as we look out over the spectacular backdrop to this circuit, which is set in the mountains of Miyagi Prefecture in the north of Japan, as well as the spectacular scenery. We've seen some spectacular on-track action so far this weekend. Friday, of course, was free practice day, and there was some spectacular action in all classes. The circuit is one of the stars here. It features 12 corners, including a chicane that leads on to the final straight, and it's got 70 meters Yeah, 70 meters of elevation changes. It has bank corners, it has blind crests. It's a hell of a circuit for riders here to get to grips with. And we saw yesterday some of the Japanese wildcards initially showing people around, and we saw some of the riders who've never been here before getting to grips with it. And here is today's schedule. As you can see, we'll be starting in just a few minutes with just 1 minute in fact, with the warm-up for underbones. Qualifying will be all the way through this morning, starting with the TVS Asia One Make Championship, and racing will start at 12:35 this afternoon. And you can see the schedule there. Stay with us throughout the day. We are live now on Facebook and YouTube, and we'll be live on telecast for the races this afternoon. We're just looking again at the track. That is the final chicane, and you can see even that is pretty complex as it goes uphill and then down, and after that goes up towards the highest point on the circuit. We're looking forward to another day of stunning action here. There's plenty to talk about this morning as we get into the warm-up for underbones. They will be on track in just about a minute from now, so stay with us. Any second now we will be go for the Underbone 150 warm-up. That's just a 10-minute session. And you'll hear the barking of those 150 single machines any second now. As once again we look at this spectacular circuit. You can hear the bikes coming out now. It's an unfamiliar sound to Sugo circuit. They don't have underbone racing in Japan, and this is not only the first time for ARRC to visit the circuit, but it's the first time that underbones have ever raced here as well. You see one of the first riders out on track. That's a local rider on his outlap there. That's Oi Oezu, who's riding for Team One for All. Team One for All. He's a regular in the championship. He's not a wild card. There are no wild cards in the underbone class because they don't have this kind of racing here. But Oi Oezu is a regular here. That other distinctive orange bike joining the track is his teammate. Orange bike with white-ish leathers and a white helmet. That's Pirapong. Louis Bunpeng, who went very well yesterday in free practice and qualifying. So this is just to make sure that whatever adjustments have been made overnight on the bikes are okay and bedded in, so that they will be good to go today. One or two crashes yesterday, so repairs particularly to one of the Uma bikes, which was the bike in fact of race winner this season, Afif Amran. Had a big crash at the end of qualifying yesterday. His bike performed somersaults in the gravel track that would have been rebuilt overnight. So this is an opportunity for Afif and the rest of the riders just to make sure their bikes are in good shape, because later we will be going to the Super Pole shootout for this class, in which the riders go out alone at 20-second intervals. Top 15 riders are involved in the shootout, and that will determine their grid. Starting positions for a race this afternoon. Race 1's are today, race 2 tomorrow, so plenty to see here. And we're getting some fantastic views of the circuit. Just to talk a little bit about the underbone class. Yesterday we saw a good performance from championship leader all the way through yesterday. He began well in the free practice sessions, brought it all together to record the fastest time in qualifying. He was #1 in qualifying. We're looking there at Giancarlo Maurizio, number 124 on the purple machine. he's been followed there by one of the Honda Vietnam machines. There's two Honda Vietnam riders here. Nguyen Duc Tan and Nguyen Antoine. Couldn't see the number there, so I'm not sure which one it was. The machine of Nguyen Duc Tan caught fire in pit lane yesterday during the qualifying session. And he finished outside of the top 15, as did his teammate Nguyen Duc Tan. So they will not take part in this morning's qualifying session, but they will take their grid positions according to where they finished in qualifying. So that's bike number 193 there, that's Nguyen Duc Tan. So Wairaji Trilaksana featured well. He is a convincing championship leader at this point, thanks to consistent performances this season. By consistent, I mean he started in round 1 at Buriram with 3rd position. In race 2 at Buriram, he finished second in race 1 at Sepang, and got a little bit caught up in the last corner shenanigans in race 2, but still came away with 9 points from that. That's put him on to 65 points, which is a 13-point lead after 2 rounds over Izzat Zaidi. Afif Amran, who we mentioned earlier, who pretty much totaled his bike towards the end of the session yesterday for Cardinals racing team. He's in 3rd position in the championship on 45 points. So Wairaji Trilaksana at the top of the championship table and at the top of yesterday's qualifying, looking very well set for this round 3. Sugo Sportsland. As we were saying in the introduction, the backdrop here is absolutely stunning. On the drive here with my colleagues from the TV crew, we were all just gawping out of the window. And this is the 3rd or 4th trip we've made to the circuit, gawping out of the window, taking photographs of our surroundings. It's absolutely spectacular. If you are anywhere within reach of this circuit, I do urge you to come along and join it, because the atmosphere here is electric this morning. You could feel it as soon as you got to the circuit. With the announcements, the bustle of race day, tension rising in the paddock. We are beautifully set up for a fantastic day of racing. You see 3 different machines running together there. This is a very short session. There are just 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes remaining. And at the top of the timesheets is Moribil Visoni. Moribil Visoni showed very well yesterday on his LFN Indonesia racing team Yamaha. He was 2nd in qualifying. And just to run down those qualifying positions to give you an idea of the form that we saw. So Hafid Pratamaditya was 3rd place in the Pits bike team, and 4th was Pirapong Louis Bunpeng for team One for All, going well here. And 5th was his Japanese teammate Oi Uezu. 6th was Kapita Krishna, former double ARRC Underbone champion, and after him was Hafisa Rofa, who won race 1 at Sepang in spectacular style and is looking very, very good here at Sugo. He was 7th. In 8th was John Emerson Inguito, the fastest Filipino rider in qualifying, and Afif Amran was placed 9th, so comfortably within the cut-off point for Super Pole, which we will be looking at this morning. Why do we have Super Pole in underbones and in none of the other classes? Well, as you can see, the bikes are running very close together. Slipstreaming is important on these small engine machines. You can see a good onboard shot there going up the back straight. Hard braking now for the right turn at the end. Slipstreaming is very important on these machines to give you a little bit of extra speed, a tow around the circuit. What Superpole does, it sets off the riders at 20-second intervals, which means that the rider is on their own. So the performance in Superpole is, theoretically at least, entirely down to the rider and the machine. And we're on board there with Gupita Krishna, double champion, as I mentioned, in the underbone class, and was looking good yesterday throughout free practice and qualifying. There we are, just cresting the home straight. Crest is just under that Dunlop bridge, as we're there with Wayuaji, another double champion, and Gupita Krishna. So there on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, are 4 underbone championships. As they go through, sticking together, they know each other extremely well. Neither of them in the last 1 or 2 seasons has really shown the form that took them to those championships, but this year is different, I think, for both of them. Most obviously for Wayuaji, the championship leader, but Gupita also looks in buoyant form. He looks confident. It's his second season with the 41S SM team. It's a Philippines-based team. He's, of course, an Indonesian rider, but they've gelled very well. As we go again, taking a close look at Wayuaji Trilaksana, and that is how the slipstreaming works, and that is why we have Superpole. Checkered flag is out now for the end of this session. And fastest, the local rider, Oezu, for team One for All. Second, Wayuaji Trilaksana, continuing that consistent form that keeps him at the top of this timing sheets, keeps him at the top of the results sheets too. Izzat Zaidi, his closest championship rival, third fastest in this session, and the rapid Murabil Vitoni, who we're looking forward to seeing what he can do in race 1 this afternoon, followed by in 5th place Hafisa Rofa. The times are, as you would expect, a second or 2 off what we saw at the best in qualifying. That's Wayuaji crossing the line, so he'll be slowing down on the next lap. And as you can see, the checkered flag marshal nicely decked out in a matching mask. Another rider we haven't mentioned yet is FIM Ran just jumped up to 6th as they cross the line for the final time in that warm-up session. Warm-up is really about making sure the bike is in shape for the race. So let's just take a look at those results. Number 1, Oezu, his best time, 1:48. Closely followed by Wayuaji Trilaksana. Izzat Zaidi in 3rd place, followed by Murabil Vitoni. 5th, the exciting Hafisa Rofa. 6th, Afif Amran, race winner already this season. And 7th, Dimas Juli Atmoko, lots of potential there. And 8th, Ahmad Fazli Sham, perennial favourite in the ARRC underbone class. And going on to the next page, 9th place, good result there for Hafid Pratamaditya. 10th, Nazarul Izzat. 11th, John Emson in Guita. 12th, Siafak Rosley. 13th, Gupita Krishna, 149.7 for him. Ayman Tyruddin for Cardinals in 14th. 15th, Giancarlo, and 16th, Nguyen Duc Tan. 17th, Pirapong Louis Bunpeng, in leisurely run out for him. 18th, Jordan Badaru. 19th, Nguyen Duc Tan, and 20th, April King Moscado, who, as you can see, did not come out for that session. Hopefully we will see him out later today. He's a big favourite in the Filipino racing community. We're going to take a short break now, and we'll be back for the first of 2 qualifying sessions for the TVS One Make Championship. We'll see you back here live at Sugo in just a few minutes. And we're back at Sugo Sportsland for qualifying. This is the first qualifying session of the day for this round 3 of the Asia Road Racing Championship. The bikes you can see coming out on track now on their outlap are the TVS One Make Championship machines. These are TVS Apache 310 RRs. Special machines homologated for this series. Asia Road Racing Championship, as some of you veteran followers will know, have played an important role really in ARRC, because they've given young riders the opportunity to compete at international level with support from manufacturers, and given them a chance to prove what they can do in when everything is even, when the machines are even. And we've seen many riders come through from One Make Championships. Just two off the top of my head. We used to have the Honda-supported Asia Dream Cup. One of the championship winners was Mccarren, who is racing here today in Super Sport 600. Another one racing in this championship, perhaps as one of the riders to follow, is Hiroki Ono, who went on to a GP career in 125s, and a very, very highly rated Japanese rider. So he's one of the stars of this show. Yesterday they had 2 free practice sessions. The fastest on combined times was Eva Rapon, who worked together with TVS to put this championship together. That followed a spectacular result by Eva Rapon back in, I think it was February 2019 at Turpan, when he entered one of these bikes in the AP250 class, stayed right on the pace, close to the front, and took a 4th place finish. The idea was born at that point that these bikes could compete at that level, and then it developed into an idea to have a One Make Championship. So we're absolutely delighted to have TVS here supporting this series and supporting the careers of young riders. One of them, Kewa Ahmed, there on the number 8 machine. He didn't show so well yesterday. Target times we're looking at in this class are around 142. Best time yesterday was by Warapong Malawan, who scored a best time of 142.664, and he was chased by the aforementioned Haruki Ono, who was just a couple of tenths behind him. Kewa Ahmed, I think, is capable of doing a little bit more than this. We hope to see him coming through as we just stay with him there on the screen in the orange helmet. Currently at the top of this, the timing screen is James Frederick Jacobs, Australian rider known as Freddie, so that's what I'm going to refer to him as for the rest of this session. He's put in a best lap so far of 145.6, but it's early days. This is a 20-minute session, and there are in fact just 4 minutes remaining, so let's see what happens. TVS One Make is split into 2 qualifying sessions. This is the first of them. Looking at the order now, Freddie at the top, followed by Agung Septian. Arshad Rusdi is 3rd, he's on a 146.8 so far. That's the Singaporean rider. Natapon is currently 4th, 147.7. Miu Nakahara, the only Japanese rider out on track at the moment. She's scored a best time so far of 126.9 to put herself into provisional 4th position. Four minutes left as these bikes complete this lap. You're looking at number 2 there, that is Agung Septian, who's just replaced Freddie at the top of the timesheets. by a considerable margin, almost 0.8 of a second. His best lap was 1:44.8. So moving down towards the target times that we saw yesterday in the 1:42s. That's number 4, that's Turpan, Thai rider coming through there. And that was Arsyad, number 3, number 5. That's Deepak Ravi Kumar, one of 3 Indian riders in this championship. And following him is another Indian rider, Jagan Kumar. He's one of the veterans here. So one of the experienced riders in the series, just experiencing a little off-road there, I think. One of the experienced riders in this series. That is number 9 there. Pushing hard, as you can see. James Frederick Jacobs, 15 years old, I'm sorry, from Australia. And a bit of a classic background to him as an Australian racer. As a youngster, as an even younger youngster, he cut his teeth in dirt track. Now he's moved into the ASBK, the Australian Superbike Series, which is a really strong one. He's racing in the Super Sport 300 class and is currently this season lying in 2nd in the standings. So good quality here. He's a tall rider, there's no fat on him, he's as lean as a butcher's dog, as we would say where I come from. And he's a really determined guy, totally devoted to racing. He's got a really supportive family around him, who I spoke to during the press conference on Thursday afternoon. But Agung sitting at the top. Freddie just closed the gap. He's just a 10th short of Agung at the moment. So the best time so far, 1:44.434 for Agung. Arsyad is the next one up, 1:45.4. So the time's a little bit spread out after the top 2. Let's see, they've got another lap or so to do. Let's see if there's anybody looking quick. Freddie's looking quick in sector 2, just looking at the screens here. So he might put himself into the number 1 slot, as we just stay for a moment with Arsyad Rusdi, the only Singaporean rider here. Quite unusual to see a Singaporean rider in this series, so it's great to have him here. Miu Nakahara still 4th. Freddie lighting up the 2nd and 3rd sectors, so if he can keep it together. So we just stay with Arsyad for a moment, but we're looking at a fast Freddie at the moment, so I think he might take the top slot next time he comes across the line. Yeah, and he's just done that. So best time now, 1:44.323 for James Frederick Jacobs. Freddie, good job by him. He was smooth and fast all the way through that. His sector times were sector 2, sector 3, best of the day. And back with Arsyad. Arsyad currently on 1:45.4. That puts him provisional 4th, just behind Miu Nakahara, and just ahead of Turpan. And then the 3 Indian riders are in 6, 7, 8. KY Ahmed, Deepak Ravi Kumar and Jagan Kumar. There we have Miu Nakahara. We've seen quite a lot of her in ARRC over the last few years, in the AP250 class and in Underbone, so it's great to see her out in this championship this year. She's here for the season. She's not coming in as a wild card here. We'll just take a look at her, keeping it smooth there through Miu Nakahara, I think, in the final parts of this lap. That's it. She heads up the hill under the Dunlop Bridge, cresting the home straight past the pits, which are on the right-hand side. And the checkered flag is out, so that's the end of this session. So provisional pole position, bearing in mind we have one more qualifying session to come, so the order will get shaken up without a doubt, but great job there by Freddie Jacobs. He has put in a best lap of 144.18, 0.3 clear of Agung Septian. Miu Nakahara next up, 144.969, and then Arset Risti Natapon. We will see the results come up in just a moment. Jagan Kumar, good final lap from him. He improved up to 6th. And the second 20-minute qualifying session will be coming up in about 9 minutes from now. And when the last rider has completed a lap, we'll just take a look to confirm those positions. But in the meantime, enjoy the view over the forest and the mountains here. It's really dense wooded forest here. It's worth taking a look around. So confirmation here. James Frederick Jacobs, Freddie on 144.117, puts him on provisional pole. Second, Agung Septian. Third, Miu Nakahara. Fourth, Arset Risti. Fifth, Natapon Kalmun. Sixth, Jagan Kumar. Seventh, KY Ahmed. And eighth, Deepak Ravi Kumar. That completes the order for qualifying 1A. We will show you a quick recap of that session and come back to you in 8 minutes from now at 9 AM Japanese time for the second qualifying session for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. We're here at Sugo Sportsland for round 3 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Welcome back, everyone. This is race day for round 3 of the 2022 FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This morning we've got qualifying, and the first qualifying is for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. And this is the second session featuring the riders that didn't come out, some of the fastest riders from yesterday. Fastest riders from the session that finished just 10 minutes ago. Those are James Freddie Jacobs, who was fastest, and Agung Septian, who were first and second. They are joining this session, which will see the grid positions determined for the race this afternoon. See some spectators coming out. There's a little moisture in the air, it has to be said. The forecast is saying 50% chance of rain later today. We're hoping, of course, that doesn't happen. And leading the way there is one of the fast riders from yesterday, Fugo Tanaka. That was number 17. You can just see leading that group there. This is their first flying lap for this brief session. So it's all out, warm-up lap, and then going for the top positions. So a good lap of 1:44 from Freddie Jacobs in the A session, in the first session. But now on track you've got Vorapong Malahan, who was fastest yesterday. And you've also got Hiroki Ono out there. And there he is, the number 18, who was second fastest. And those two are experienced, very, very fast riders. And they are in this championship, in this race, to help raise the level of the less experienced riders. Another Japanese rider here, Hayato Kobayashi, who finished 4th on combined free practice times yesterday. He was in the just about 1:44, which is what we saw from Freddie Jacobs in the first session. So now they are completing their first flying lap, and they are straight into the 44s. Meaning the riders across the line so far. Hiroki Ono into the 1:43s, as is Agun Septian. 1:43.212, best time so far for Hiroki Ono. The experienced and very, very rapid Japanese rider, Agun Septian, who has been looking good since this championship began at Sepang in round 2 of ARRC, but round 1 for this championship. And Vorapong is on 1:44.119 for his first flying lap. He was the fastest rider yesterday. Freddie Jacobs, 1:44.4, not quite as fast as his best time in the earlier session. And it looks like there's a little moisture out on the track there. You can see the white flag with the red cross being waved. It's a cautionary flag. Looking out on the sky, it's quite bright, so I'm guessing that's just like a very light mist kind of rain. Number 2 going through there, that's Agung Septian, who's been impressive, as I said. Currently lying second in this session. Somebody behind him just running a little wide. And here is a good shot there of the chicane, which leads to the final turn, which you take flat out, and then they punch up the hill. These bikes are powered by single-cylinder 310cc BMW engines, actually, and there's a battle at the top as Vorapong and Hiroki exchanged first positions, but Hiroki Ono was fastest by 0.7 of a second, and they are into the 142s. 142.157 for Hiroki Ono, 0.7 faster than Morapong, and Fugo Tanaka, who was quick yesterday, a 10th behind his compatriot, sorry, a 10th behind Morapong. They bumped Agon down to 4th position. 5th position, Dekichano Aldi, who scored 2 second places, first time out at Sepang. Again, you can just see that that rain flag being waved. It doesn't seem to be slowing down these two. It's Dekichano Aldi, the number 16, who went so well at Sepang to collect 2 second places. But I would say at a guess that that time by Hiroki Ono is going to take some beating. It was actually about half a second faster than the best free practice time yesterday, which went to Vorapong. They're going to cross the line again, so let's see if the order changes. Just 2 minutes 45 seconds remaining on the clock, so another couple of flying laps. Let's take a look. Any changes at the top? That's a better time for Fugo Tanaka. Vorapong still second, so he hasn't reached him yet, but those 3 riders in the 142s, Hiroki, Vorapong and Tanaka. Behind them still Agun Septian with a 143. That last lap for him was quite slow. Dekichano Aldi, who lies second in the championship after 1 round. And there you see Freddie Jacobs and Hayato Kobayashi. Freddie currently plays 7th in this session. He came through thanks to a good performance, the best performance in fact in the first session this morning. He hasn't, yes he has bettered that time. He's on 143.9, so good work from the Australian. That's him leading that group through the chicane and up the hill. He's got Kobayashi behind him. So over the crest you can see one of the, what I think will be one of the crucial characteristics of this track here, which is the long distance from the final chicane to the finish line. And as they cross the line, then that wasn't a better lap for Freddie or for Kobayashi. They've got time for 1 more anyway. This lap they're on, this can be a flyer, so if anybody's going to make a difference, they've got the chance now. Watcherin Timon we haven't mentioned yet. He's currently in 8th. A really good rider who's featured well in the Asia Talent Cup in recent days gone by. And there is Warapong Malahan, who is in 2nd. So he's setting himself up for a middle of the front row start this afternoon. 142.791. This will be his last chance to better that and push Hiroki Ono inside of him if he can. Let's see what he can do. And watching Warapong is always good. Technically, he's a really good rider. He's very fast. He's very precise. And he's got more so in recent years as he's taken more and more responsibility for rider training. It's obviously made him think really hard about his craft, and he seems to get better and better. And he's going to cross the line and stop the clock now at 1:42.995, so no improvement for him. So he will remain in 2nd place. So starting from pole position will be the much praised Hiroki Ono. He's on pole position. Middle of the front row will be Warapong. Fugo Tanaka will start from the outside of the front row. Leading the second row will be Agun Septian. The grid positions determined here. We'll just take a look at the official results. And every time I see that view, I wonder how much Dunlop might have paid to put that bridge there in that fantastic position. Here are the results. Hiroki Ono, fastest time with a 1:41.902. In the end, he improved his time, so fantastic performance from him. Warapong, second, 1:42.792, so a considerable gap there. Fugo Tanaka in third. Agun Septian will lead the second row, fifth. Dekichono Aldi, sixth. Watcherin Tuptimon, seventh. Hayato Kobayashi, and starting from 8th place on the grid will be Freddie Jacobs. And the rest of the order will be determined by the times that we saw in qualifying 1A. So we will show you a little recap shortly of that session. And so stay with us, take a look at the highlights of that session, and we'll be back in about 7 or 8 minutes with the AP 250, the Asia Production 250 qualifying session. We're here at Sugo Sportsland. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everyone. It's race day here at Sugo Sportsland, and you're joining us for round 3 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We're at this spectacular circuit, spectacular locations in the north of Japan, in Miyagi Prefecture. You will see, if you raise your eyes slightly from the bikes, just how beautiful the natural scenery is around here. This is the qualifying session. You can see here, you can see the riders working hard, so let's focus now on them. This is the qualifying session. It's a 30-minute qualifying session. We're 5 minutes in for the AP 250, and as I was saying, you can see how hard they were trying, and that was one of the Indian riders. Sethi Rajiv just ran off, but he kept it gassed, and he came back on without losing a position. He's tracking Senthil, his teammate. We just stay with them for a moment. There are a few wild cards in the mix here, but they didn't really upset the order too much yesterday. The reason for that is really because they don't have a comparable class here, or a class with comparable regulations. So the wild cards that are here are game, but they haven't really got their machines tuned to AP 250 specification. So one of them is chasing the 2 Indian riders up the hill. Setu and Setiv, they're just going to come across the line now, so let's check if they make an impact on the times. So Setu Rajiv into 10th that time around. Senthil, his younger teammate, is currently sitting in 8th. There's lots of time to go. What we saw yesterday was a battle between what you might consider, and what I certainly consider to be, the 2 main championship contenders. That's Reza Danica RNs, the Astra Honda rider, and the defending champion and championship leader, Andy Mohammed Fadley. Andy controlled the first 2 sessions. Reza finished with the best time of the day in session 3. So honours were pretty even in that, but that was a really quick time. We're looking there at number 188, that's the Thai rider. Piawat Patumios had a quiet day. He didn't show too well in the last round either, but he performed well yesterday afternoon in the 3rd session. It's a nice view now that the sun's come up here, and we are on board indeed with Piawat. Little technical problem, so back to the track, and you just saw going through Reza Danica RNs being tracked by his teammate. That was Adananta Putra. He has 2 teammates, Adananta and Hurjan Firdaus. Back with Piawat. Just looking at Piawat's sector times, he's currently lying 4th. This looks like a decent, he was quick through sector 3. Let's see what he can do. He's just been bumped from 4th to 5th by Andy Fadley. He's going to cross the line again now. And he's staying in, he's bumped out again into 6th. So the order with less than 10 minutes into this session is Reza Danica, assumed where he left off yesterday afternoon to take P1. Adananta Putra, his teammate, is in 2nd. Aiki Iyoshi, who went well, particularly well in the afternoon yesterday, 3rd and 4th. The other Astra Honda rider, Hurjan Firdaus. That is Adananta on your screen now, number 21. Just going through the right-hand, sweeping right-hand corner that leads onto the back straight. That's Hurjan just in front of him, and behind him, 188 Piawat. These running quite close together in times. Early days in this qualifying session, early minutes, I should say. Just reached the end of that straight. If we get an onboard shot from Piawat of that straight, you will get an idea of just how beautiful the setting here is at Sugo Sportsland. And looking, it's okay, so signal there from Adananta that he's going to pull into the pits at the end of this lap. There's one of the wild cards coming over there. That's number 70. Oh, no, sorry, number 73 is Ryunosuke Nakamura. Ryunosuke yesterday had a respectable day out. Let me tell you exactly what that meant. He finished in he was 13th yesterday. As I said, they don't have machines prepped and tuned up for this as a rule in Japan. And Nakamura being tracked there, and probably shortly will be passed by Aiki Iyoshi, who has the advantage of knowing his machine and knowing this Sugo circuit. And there he goes, pulls out. Andy Fadley taking a break. Quiet session so far from him, but you can bank that he will be coming back hard and fast sometime within the next 19 minutes. So Nakamura lets Aiki Iyoshi through and tries to get a toe, but he hasn't got the pace of Aiki Iyoshi. Aiki finished third yesterday with the best time of 1:42. The late 1:42s. That's one of the Indian riders just cruising there to go, no doubt, into the pits as Iyoshi changed his mind. Okay, so perhaps he just wanted a toe from the riders who know this circuit. None of the Indian riders in this class have been to Sugo before, and we're looking there at Andy Fadley. They are teammates, so just to avoid any confusion, that's Andy Fadley sitting in the pits there for the Motor Sniper Kawasaki team. And here we are in the Astra Honda pit with Reza Danica, who still leads this session with 1:42.008. That is faster than his best time yesterday, so that's a very handy marker that he's put down, sorry. But champion that he is, he won't be satisfied with that. He'll be looking for further improvements. And here we're in the Busu Honda pit looking at Hakimi, and another wildcard coming onto the screen. One of the great things about these wildcards is they have nice big numbers on contrasting backgrounds, and that you saw there was Takahide Tanaka. And interesting there, Nakamura's gone back in front of Aiki Iyoshi as Tanaka tries to track them, and there is Anggi Setiawan, the number 96 for Yamaha Indonesia, sitting impassively, waiting to leave the pits. And there you can see the exit to the chicane. Turn 12 is obviously taken flat out, because the whole idea after you get out of that chicane is to get up that hill and over the finish line as fast as possible. As I mentioned during the earlier qualifying session, Reza Danica now going out, and his Astra Honda teammates will follow suit. One of the distinguishing features of this circuit, which will come into play today, will be what difference that long drag from the chicane to the finish line will make to the finishing positions. Normally on modern circuits, we're used to seeing the finish line just a short sprint from the final turn. This is a spectacular, I've used that word a few too many times now probably, but it is a spectacular old school circuit with undulations, elevation change of 70 meters from the highest to lowest points. It's got positive camber, negative camber, bank turns. There's so much to find out about this circuit. Looking there at one of the riders who
found out about it the fastest yesterday because he did lead the first 2 free practice sessions. Andy Fadley, defending champion and championship leader, thanks to no fewer than 3 wins out of 4 races. The race he didn't win was race 1 in round 1 at Buriram, when he finished 3rd. So he has a very handy points total of 91. And Reza Danica is closest to him. Reza had a good start to the season, has also not finished off the podium, but his finishes haven't been quite as good as Fadley's. He's got 1 win. His 1 win was in race 1 in round 1. Go through this, it's quite a long pit exit here. That's Herjan Firdaus, the Astra Honda rider, following Andy Fadley. Both Indonesians, but in very different setups and on very different bikes. Kawasaki versus Honda. What does distinguish those 2 machines is that they are, for this 250 class, really powerful. Yamaha riders sometimes say they are at a power disadvantage, and the times would suggest there's some truth in that. Just looking down the timesheets from yesterday, the fastest Yamaha was 6th, and that was Rafi Turpan Sucipto. So the Astra Honda guys looking at their men out on track. We're over halfway through this session now, and it's still led by that really stunning time put down by Reza Danica in the early stages. Aiki Hiyoshi is 2nd, just 73 hundredths of a second behind him. And then it's Herjan Firdaus, just over a 10th off Reza's time. Sorry, that's Adananta, I beg your pardon, in 3rd. Herjan is 4th. So it's only at the moment Aiki Hiyoshi, placed 2nd, that is preventing a lockout of the front row by Astra Honda. That's the distinctive number 222 going through there. That is Ray Ratakori for the 1XOX TKKR team. He's a vastly experienced rider who can be expected to go well here. He did have a crash yesterday, but on combined times ended up 11th overall. As we go back to have another look at provisional pole sitter Reza Danica RNs. Back out on track and just being studied there by Andy Fadley, who's keeping his powder dry. Currently sitting 0.9 of a second off the provisional pole time set by Reza Danica. But he will have something to say about that within the next few minutes, without a doubt. Lovely shot there of Reza Danica, fast, smooth, determined, understated as an individual, but he really does do his talking on the track. That was the case yesterday when he gained the psychological advantage in the 3rd practice session by putting in the fastest time of the session and of the day. Goes sweeping into the final chicane, which you can see there. That's a good impression there. Goes uphill and then absolutely full gas up the hill. He just goes past a rider who's pulling into the pits. You can see the pit lane entrance is there. Across the line, what's he got this time? He has got 141.438. He's bettered his time and he's moved further ahead at the front. Sensational performance from Reza Danica, who didn't know this circuit before he got here, but my goodness, he knows it now. And the rider in 2nd place does know the circuit, but he is more than 7/10 behind Reza's time. What we're looking forward to is seeing what championship leader and defending champion Andy Mohammed Fadley can do about this Astra Honda right. There's Adananta. Adananta currently sitting in third, 0.777 behind his illustrious teammate. Reza Danica was the 2018 champion, and there is Andy Fadley. He knows he's got a job to do now, so he'll take an outlap and then he will pull the pin, as Andy Fadley knows how to do very well. Astra Honda looking on there, resplendent in their uniforms and protective headgear provided by KYT, which is, as you probably know, an Indonesian company. There goes Andy Fadley, trundling his way out of pit lane. What will happen in the next 9.5 minutes? Staying there with Adananta. Hugely capable rider. We haven't seen the best of him yet this season. He has had top 10 finishes, but he is definitely worth several podiums, and definitely capable of winning races too. And there we are, back with Piawat Patumios. He's currently sitting in 6th. Decent session so far from him. So just to run down the order a little bit, you know Reza Danica's got a big lead at the top, followed by Iki Iyoshi, then Adananta Putra, Hujan Firdaus. So that's 3 out of 4 Astra Hondas in the first 4. As we've got some riders crossing the line now, let's just see if there's any changes to the order. Ray Ratakuri moves up to 7th, displacing fellow Indonesian Anggi Setiawan. But we're just going to stay here for a moment with Piawat, and we're going on board with Piawat. Let's just see where he is at the moment. I think he's on about, difficult to tell. Only managed a couple of laps here, but okay, a little technical bug needs fixing there. There is Anggi Setiawan just going through, followed by followed by, that was Idlam Hakini Radwan, just behind him, the number 19. And you can see on the pit board there, Silent Boy. That's the moniker for Reza Danica Arens, because he doesn't make a song and dance about his achievements on track. But they're telling him to come into the pits. They figure that he's done enough. He will almost certainly start from the first row. I know anything can happen. I know Andy Mohammed Fadley wants to take part in this drama in the fight for pole position. He's coming up behind his teammate Aiki Iyoshi, who is currently sitting in 2nd place. There's one of the wild cards just in front of them who's doing a pretty good job. That's Nakamura. But let's keep our eyes on these two now. Iyoshi currently 2nd. Fadley currently 6th, and just been bumped down when Piawat crossed the line. Here goes Fadley, tracking his teammate. Let's take a look as they come into the late stages of this lap. Through the chicane, you can see Andy closing up there on Aiki Iyoshi. Then Kawasaki Power up the hill. That's Honda, I think they got there in front of them. So they cross the line. Let's see where Fadley stops the clock. He stops it at 41.688. That puts him into 2nd position. So he's just demoted Aiki Iyoshi, as has Adananta. He's pushed Aiki down to 4th place. So now we have Reza, Astra Honda, Andy Fadley, Motul Sniper Kawasaki, Adananta, Astra, Aiki Iyoshi, Kawasaki. And good boy that he is, Reza Danica is following orders and coming into the pits. That's Rafi Turpan Suchipto just going past him. His pit box is a little more distant. Is this a brief stop? Looking at the body language there, it may be that he will come out for another flying lap before the session's done. He's having a look, see how close Fadley has got. Well, the answer is he's got within 0.25 of a second, and he's still out there. He's got two bikes in front of him. One of them is Maiki Iyoshi's, the other one is the wild card of Nakamura, who I must say is going really well. Okay, these two are easing off. Fadley's going through, and Iyoshi gets on the gas too. Don't think this will have been a fast lap for Andy Fadley, but let's just check it as he crosses the line. That is 1:47. Yeah, that was a slow lap. So there is provisional pole sitter with 4 minutes left on the clock. Reza Danica RNs. He's got a 2500ths or 0.25 of a second advantage on his championship rival and championship leader Andy Fadley. Coming through here, Ray Ratakuri chasing one of the wild cards. And that wild card is Takahide Tanaka, also doing a decent job. And behind him, I think, is... yeah, that's Senthil for Honda Racing India. And here goes. Number 1, 2, 3. He's number 1. And he's going back out there. I think, is that without an answer? Let's take a look. No, that's with Hurjun. So the two Astras going out together. They often do this to help each other along. It's such a tightly run team, Astra Honda, such a high quality outfit, and they really do a fantastic job of bringing riders through. And the next session, we will talk about another Astra Honda rider who was wonderfully impressive yesterday, but let's stay with the 250s now. We have just over 2.5 minutes remaining. Reza Danica has a 0.25 of a second advantage at the top. Andy Fadley is out on track too. And there is Akid Aziz, former Underbone champion, class rookie this season. He had a pretty heavy crash yesterday, so it's good to see him out there now. He is currently lying 11th. Just taking a look down the order for some other interesting riders. I'm looking for Rafi Turpan. Rafi Turpan is currently in 10th place, 2.3 seconds off the pace. He's capable of more than that, that's for sure. He had took a second place in Buriram, first time out for his new LFN team. Let's stay with Andy Fadley and see what he has got. He will have time for one more lap after he completes this one. Smooth, don't let that deceive you. He wants to grab the psychological advantage of pole position as he sweeps wide and then tucks it into the chicane. It's tricky uphill chicane. You see some riders looking pretty awkward there, but not so for Andy Fadley as he punches that Kawasaki up towards the crest of the hill and down on this long run to the finish line, and he's going to stop the clock at 1:42.9. so good pace, but it's not changing the order. He's got time for one more flying lap. The checkered flag will come out in about 50 seconds from now. There is Reza Danica and Hurjun running together. I think this could be a job that Reza is doing to help Hurjan to a better time, and Ray Ratakuri is joining the party. All three Indonesians, so hopefully all is fair. So this could see an improvement for Ray Ratakuri, currently lying in 7th position, 1.6 seconds behind Ray's fastest time. And Hurjan has moved ahead of Reza Danica. Wide sweep out. Reza staying out of his way. This won't be a fast lap for Reza, but has it done the job for Hurjan? Tucks in under the bubble and makes his way up the hill. Ray Ratakuri tracking them. So Hurjan currently in 5th place. Does he change it? Yes, he does. He's moved up to 4th and within 0.7 of a second. So that was a significant improvement just before the checkered flag came out. And Reza Danica is sitting at the top. We've got Andy Fadley crossing the line now. No improvement for him. So he will start from the middle of the front row. Best of the wildcards there is Nakamura in 8th place, Angie Setiawan. High fives all round there for Astra Honda. And here are the results seen. Number 1, starting from pole position this afternoon, will be Reza Danica RNs with a convincing lap there of 141.438. Second, 25 hundredths of a second behind him, Andy Fadley. Third, Adinanta Putra. Fourth, Hurjanatna Firdaus. Fifth, Aiki Hiyoshi, Andy Fadley's teammate. Sixth, good performance from Piawat Patumyos. Seventh, Ray Ratakuri. And eighth, Ryanosuke Nakamura. Great performance from the fastest Japanese wildcard there, Nakamura. Starting from 9th will be Anggi Setiawan for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. 10th, Fitrian Sakete. 11th, Rafi Turpan Suchipto. 12th, Takahide Tanaka, another of the wildcards. Akira Ziz making his way in this class and doing well after a crash yesterday. 13th, 14th, Setarajiv. 15th, Sentil Chandrasekaran. 16th, Idlan Hakimi Raduan. And to complete, we've got Aldi Satya Mahendra. I don't think he was out, was he, in this session? He broke his hand yesterday. Oh, well, he was. Okay, so 17th, 18th, Yuito Nomura, 19th, Musakia Mohammed, and 20th, Cal Vietnam. I didn't see him on track either in that session, but that is the starting order this afternoon, and those results will be turned into the starting grid, which will be led by Reza Danica RNs. So stay with us. We will have a quick recap of that qualifying session, and then we will have an interview in pit lane with Reza Danica RNs. And this was early in the session, which was led away by Sentil Chandrasekaran. I'm sorry, I just got his name wrong again. I need to read it so that I can say it right. And a good early showing too from Piawat, who held that through the day. He was currently at that point in 4th place. But John was leading the order then, early in the session. But what we saw shortly after that was a real killer lap from Reza Danica RNs to put himself at the top. And it was looking almost as though Astra Honda. Oh, COVID has got into my mind. Aiki Yoshi, good session for him all the way through. Reza Danica sat at the top there and stayed there and would later improve his time. And you're looking there at the impressive Ryanosuke Nakamura, the wild card there. And this was Reza going out to improve on his pole position time, being tracked out of the pit there by Rafi Turpan, who wasn't able to put it together today. He came through, Reza Danica came through to better his time. Andy Fadley needed to do something about that. At that point, he was lying 5th. We knew he'd do something about it. He came out with about 9 minutes remaining on the clock and did what Andy Fadley does. Moved himself into 2nd place, 0.25 of a second behind Reza Danica. He wasn't able to better that. But Adinata, impressive performance from him. Adinata Putra, also for Astra Honda, came through in 3rd. Herjun came out later. There he is, helped by Reza Danica to improve his position to start from 4th. So just take another look there at the rapid. And a great shot there. You can see just how hard the bike's working. Effortless from Reza Danica if you just look at his body, but look at the bike and you can see what it's going through. We're going to go shortly to pit lane to talk to the aforementioned pole sitter. As we take a look there, you can see the weather.
Hey Reza, congratulations on the fastest time this weekend. Can you tell us how you did it?
Yeah, good feeling this morning during qualifying. Alhamdulillah, I have good lap time and take pole position. I will bring this good rhythm to the race and I will try to make double winner for this week. Okay.
This is your first time at Sugo?
Yeah, this is my first time. The beginning little bit difficult, but my team also all my mentor try to give me advice, make me improve every session. But finally already coming better, and I will try for the best.
Okay, something in Indonesian for your fans at home.
Untuk teman-teman, jangan lupa dukung saya dan tim Astra Honda Racing Team di balap kami di Sugo minggu ini. Pokoknya jangan lewatkan. Saya akan berusaha untuk mengibarkan bendera merah putih untuk Indonesia. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thanks to Pauline, and nice interview there with Reza Danica, who understated, but you can see that he's full of confidence. We're going to take a break now. We'll be back with the Supersport 600, and you're in for a treat. And before we go, we've got one more interview with Andy, so we're going to go back to Pauline in pit lane.
Okay, Andy, we're here. Well, guys, we're here with our championship leader, Andy Muhammad Fadley. Andy, not the pole position, but still front row. Congratulations. Tell us, how do you feel this weekend?
Yeah, thank you. This weekend is we are very struggle with the bike because the rule different. Point number 1 different 20 or 50 with number 6 is already cut till RPM. No, I'm already cut 1000 RPM, so we are struggle here, but for the rest one I will keep pushing for stay on the podium, whatever the situation. I will keep pushing and keep fighting for this run.
Is the RPM cut even more difficult because this track has a lot of gradient, a lot of uphill and downhill?
Yeah, of course, and the power engine also is very low every exit cornering.
But nevertheless, we are looking forward to see you defend your championship title. So can you say something to your fans in Indonesia?
Ya, halo untuk warga negara Indonesia atau seluruh fans saya dan keluarga saya. Tolong doakan saya untuk tetap bisa mengkeep poin saya di setelah seri Jepang ini. Terima kasih.
Thank
welcome back to race day at Sugo Sportsland. You are watching the Supersport 600 qualifying session. We're here for round 3 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Got qualifying this morning and race this afternoon. And you're looking, going up over the hill there is Kota Arakawa, who set this track and this category, the Supersport 600 category, alight yesterday, dominating every practice session. And he has begun this 30-minute session. We're just 6.5 minutes into it as he finished before. And the red flag is out, and Ibrahim Noureddin has crashed. There's obviously a blockage on the circuit, hopefully not any fluid. But the red flag is out, so this session will stop for now. That means that the riders will complete their laps slowly and come into pit lane and wait for pit lane to reopen. That's just over 6 minutes into the session. That's unfortunate. Okay, so you can see the riders coming back in there. Leading that little group there is Mukladar Sarapuch, who's here as a wild card, but very familiar to ARRC fans, followed by, that was Azroy coming through, followed by, I think that was Chip Mccarren. That's Fahmy, Fahmy, the team boss of SIC ZK, after his name racing. And that is in fact Macarena Tirapuvapat coming in. He made a bright start to that session. And there is he okay? Yeah, he's moving carefully, but okay. That is Ibrahim Noureddin. Now, he's okay, which is good. He'll go for a checkup as his team look on. That's Azroy number 20. They're coming into the Bunsu Honda pit, which, as you can see, is a long way up this pit lane, but of course close to the exit. And there is Kota Arakawa, the unsurpassable so far this weekend Japanese rider. He's 20 years old, and he is leading the All Japan ST 600 Championship. So very good pedigree for him. And another rider who has already won an ST 600 Championship that we'll be seeing on track in half an hour or so from now, depending on when this session restarts, is Haruki Naguchi, who was the 2021 champion, ST 600 champion. As we just look there at Kito Abe, who was second, also went very well yesterday. Just to give you an idea there, Kito Abe finished 4th yesterday. He had a best time, so the times that you want to look for here. He had a best time of 1:31.8. And we're back there with Helmi Asman. Helmi had a pretty quiet day yesterday. And let's see where he was today. 10th place. That was pretty much where he was most of the day yesterday in free practice. So a little quiet for the championship leader. We're hoping he can get the measure of this circuit and put himself into a position where he can defend his lead. But good results from the outset in this class from Helmi. There was Karol Idampawi, one of the 3 Bunsu Honda riders. Another rider who has a distinguished background racing in GPs and recovering from injury. It looks as though he's back this season. He put in some good performances so far this season. Paui looks as though he's back to form. Yesterday, very much finding his way around. He was in the 132s. So the weather forecast was saying that there was a 50% chance of rain today. As we look at one of the marshals enjoying the neighbouring forest. And there in the 1XOX TKKR pit. And talking to Kito Abe. Kito Abe, also 20 years old, I believe. He's not here as a wild card. He has actually joined the series now. So he will be a regular rider as from this weekend. And pit lane is now open, so a little bit of debris cleared up, not much of a delay, so we should stay on schedule. See a little bit of wind there blowing through the grandstands. That will be welcome for the spectators there, and I don't think it will be enough to trouble the riders. Kota just taking his time. So his best time in those very early laps of this 30-minute session was 1:30.7. That was slightly quicker than he managed yesterday. And there is Kito Abe, number 51. Looks like an amended 7, doesn't it? So Kito Abe also going really strongly. Currently second in the timings. And Mccarren at Turpan, Chip Mccarren, as he's known to his friends and fans, is currently third. He spent most of yesterday finding his way around and started to go fast in the final lap, and that was just a glimpse there of the number 100. That's Kombonaika Kiao, Thai privateer and rookie to this class. There we see Muqtada Saripurch. Good to see her back in the ARRC. She has a huge fan base after her many seasons and exploits and achievements in this series. She's currently racing in the All Japan Series in the ST600 class. She's made a good start there. Her manager tells me that she's showing all those familiar characteristics of grit, determination and speed to put herself amongst it. And the challenge that she's got this weekend, she knows the course because she competes here, but her real challenge is that she's changing from what she normally uses in the All Japan Championship, which is Bridgestone tyres, to Dunlop tyres. And that is a very significant difference. She was telling me yesterday the feeling is really entirely different as she described it. There you have Azroy leading Paui. Azroy currently 7th on a 1:32 something, and Paui currently on best time of 1:34, so plenty more to come from Paui. He was in the 32s yesterday, but this time he's tracking his teammate Azroy. Azroy now, I think, in his 3rd season with Bunsu Honda in this class. Interestingly, he started with underbones, as many of these Malaysian and Indonesian riders have done, and then instead of going into 250s, jumped straight into 600s and made a good job of it too. And there there is one of the wildcards there. That is number 26, Maeki Abe. One of two Abes out on track today. Kita Abe is the rider who will join the series regularly from now. That means that he will also participate in rounds 4 and 5 at Sepang and at Chang International Circuit in Thailand. But Maeki Abe is actually the nephew of Grand Prix legend Noriki Abe, or Norifumi as he was well known, and that nickname was of course taken by Valentino Rossi, no less, who called himself throughout his career Rossi Fumi. So good family chemistry there. Good genes for Maeki Abe. Let's see what he can do this weekend. But good to see him out on this course. He looks comfortable on the bike, fairly aggressive riding style there, getting a long way off the bike. This is the style, of course, that Marc Marquez brought to motorcycle racing. I don't think we used to get our elbows down before Marquez. And just to point out another important thing here, as we look at Abe's bike, you can see the green flash on his tyres, that on his rear tyre. That means that is a qualifying tyre. Now, the qualifying tyre should give him an advantage of maybe a second round here. As we just look at Mukladar going out, can't quite see from that shot whether she has got qualifying tyres on yet. But let's see. New for this season are qualifying tyres. As back in the Bunsu Honda pit. So Mukladar's going out. Let's see if we can see what tyres she's running. We're foiled there, but we are on board with Andy Farid Izdihar. If you're watching free practice yesterday, you will have heard me nominate him as my rider of the day, and the reason for that was that as a first-timer to this circuit, he stayed close to these incredibly fast Japanese wildcards in every session, and ended up second on combined times behind the so far invincible Kota Arakawa. He crashed in the final session just with a few minutes left on the clock, but he was unharmed. But he put in a lot of laps and performed brilliantly yesterday. I think we saw something about his character from the determination and the professionalism, the dedication that he showed to get to know this track and to teach himself how to get around here really fast. There's a fantastic shot as he goes down the back straight, mountains in the background. Now he's braking, but great to see that onboard footage to give you an idea of what this track looks like from the rider's eye. It is immensely challenging. It undulates. You can see that there's banking on the corner, and he's going through at the moment. There's a lot of banking on these corners. You've got downhill braking. You've got blind corners. You've got crests. Most notably, the one that Andy Farid will blast his way up to right now, being the crest on the start-finish straight. The elevation change here is no less than 70 meters. So that's something else for new riders to get used to. So there are a lot of differences between this. Andy Farid moved himself back up behind Kota Arakawa, half a second behind at this point, halfway at exactly the halfway point in this session. Now, tyre changes going on in the Bunsu Honda pit. You can be pretty sure that there will be green flashes on these tyres. We look there at Paui, Carol Paui, or known as Kip, or Super Kip to his friends and fans. Watching what's happening on track. And there is, I think, Kito Abe. Kito Abe just been bumped from second to third by Andy Farid Izdihar, or Andy Gilang as he is known to the many Indonesian fans currently watching, so shout out to you guys. As Kito Abe gets the chicane a little bit wrong there. It is awkward because it goes uphill, and so the changes in direction are, they feel quite awkward to do. And I say that with the experience of having gone around there slowly in a hire car with holding in one hand the video camera out of the window. But these riders are also making it look like it is a pretty challenging chicane to get through. Back on board with Kota Arakawa. He took a break there. Again, let's look at those rear tyres. No, he's not running qualifiers yet. So he's running medium tyres at the moment. Just checking those out. But we can have a look around there now. Grand Prix legend there in the foreground. As we look at towards Ratapong Willerot. He had a crash late yesterday and took a knock to, I can't remember which leg it was, but one of his legs. He was limping this morning, but hopefully he will be back on it now. He's currently in 8th place, 1.5 seconds off the provisional pole time set by this rider, Kota Arakawa. He comes into the chicane, his best time so far, 1:30.786. And as he launches himself up this long hill towards the finish line, let's see if he can better that over the crest. The 600s managed to keep the front down okay as they power over the crest, but that's a slight improvement there to 1:30.618. His best time yesterday was 1:30.9, so he's improved a lot, and remember, he is not on qualifying tyres. Mccarren currently in 2nd. Good to take a look at him. He's on 1:31.204. Had a little chat as we were walking through the paddock this morning, and he seemed quite buoyant. He came good late in the day yesterday and put in a good time to pick up 3rd best on combined times. Watch Kota there come up behind. Let's switch our attention to Mccarren Tirapuvapat, who is behind Kito Abe currently. Kito going pretty hard at the moment, and you can see that Mccarren has green flashes on his tyres, so he's on qualifying tyres. You could expect them, according to the Dunlop tyre engineers, to give him an advantage of around 1 second in lap time, so let's see how that works out in real life. Kito Abe is coming up to complete another lap. He's currently lying 4th, having been bumped down by Mccarren and Andy Farid. Crosses the line now and doesn't improve his position or his time. Onto another lap, and he's on qualifying tyres. So expect Kito Abe to really push this time around. You could probably get 3 quick laps on these qualifiers. They're quite, they've got quite a long life. 3 laps doesn't sound much, does it? Especially bearing in mind the what they cost. But to get 3 or even 4 laps out of a qualifying tyre is quite something. But they should be super sticky for certainly 2 and probably 3 laps. And as we look further down, Maiki Abe has come up to 5th. Kito really pushing there, and Chip Mccarren being chased there by Azroy Anua. The 2 Hondas there. Both superbly prepared with manufacturer support. Looks like Azroy is going to go past, and Mccarren is going to come into the pits. So that could be that he has done his time on the qualifiers. Ah, here is Azroy coming across now. Azroy is currently in 11th. Kita Abe pits now. So he's done what he can do on those qualifiers. Good performance from Kito Abe. His ARRC debut this weekend. He can be happy with that. Yes, he has experience of this circuit, but he's in very, very good company here and currently lying behind the distinguished names of Arakawa, Tirapuvapat, Andy Farid, and Kito Abe. There is the pit. We haven't seen too much of Andy Farid, but there's his bike, number 27. Number 16, just next to him is Irfan Ardiancia. We haven't seen much of him yet, but you can be pretty sure that those bikes have been fitted with qualifying tyres. Peter Abe taking a look at the timing screens before going back out again. There are 8 minutes left on the clock, so plenty of changes to come, we guess. Kito Abe, we're riding with him. He is on 130.6, still at the top. Let's just look for a moment at the Binsu Honda riders. The best of them is we've got Azroy Anua in 6th. Then we've got Karol Idampawi. Oh, I'm sorry, help me. And there's a crash there. Just the bike concealed by the barriers there. As we go back, this is the bike of Krichapon Kausontit for Thai Honda Racing. Having some adjustments done, and let's see which bike that is. That bike is number 23. I think that's Ramdan Rosalie. I think the bike down is Ramdan Rosalie. I'll wait to have that confirmed. There's another green machine. Joins the pit lane. There is Kondanai Kau, the Thai privateer, who has been... Yeah, it's confirmed that that was Ramdan Rosalie, had a crash. Ramdan, well known to ARRC fans, is back as a stand-in rider for Team 1XOX KKR this weekend. And looking a little bewildered. So perhaps he clouted the barriers there, but he's sitting up. He does look dazed though. So that could be. Green flags are out, so the danger is averted from that crash. But hopefully Ramdan is okay, as we're back now with Helmi Asman just going through there. Helmi, championship leader. Oh, sorry, this is Karol Idampawi. So, Karol still 1.8 off the best time. And just having a look round at the moment. Running right, the riders going through there are Kito Abe, I think followed by Krichapon. Couldn't see the numbers clearly as they went through. But we will see if the order changes. Sorry, that's Kota, provisional pole. And then you've got Mccarren, followed by his honorary teammate. They're not actually quite in the same team, but followed by Mukladar. So Mccarren currently in second, where he's been for a little while, just less than 0.6 of a second behind Arakawa. And Mukladar lying in 9th. She's 1.6 seconds off. And we're back now with Andy Farid, currently lying 3rd. Let's assume that he is on qualifying tyres and see where he stops the clock as he comes across the line this time. 1:31, so he's improved his time slightly, but he hasn't threatened Kota Arakawa. So the Astra Honda team look on impassively. Their rider is continuing to do a fantastic job. Yes, he is on qualifying tyres. You can see the green flashes there. And that's as he hits the end of the back straight. He's been tracked by his teammate there, Irfan Ardiancia. Sorry, they're on the back straight now, in fact. So Andy, within half a second of Kota Arakawa, which is quite an achievement, bearing in mind Arakawa's sheer speed and track knowledge. And that was the pattern that we saw yesterday. And good to see Mccarren putting more good laps in. His pace is really good. Experienced professional that he is, he took his time to learn the track before pulling the pin in the last session yesterday afternoon. Akito Abe, newcomer to the class, and there's another bike down. I think that is Kudkiao. Let's see. Andy Farid. Not quite, but he's showing that he's got really good pace. That was just slightly slower than his previous lap. But he's showing pace and consistency, as you would expect from a quality rider like Mr. Andy Wieland. Helmi Asman has made a nice improvement. He's up to 5th as we go, and there he is on screen on qualifiers. So the qualifiers are working their magic for Helmi. He's on another flying lap at the moment. Just in front of him there, I think he's got Kito Abe. Let's see. So this could be what we've been waiting for from Helmi Asman. So he comes up to complete another lap. He's going to fly through this one. So one more flyer coming from him. There's 1 minute and a half left on the clock. He stops the clock this time at stops the clock this time 1:31.9, so slightly slower than his previous lap on qualifiers. He's got one more as we look at Azroy Anua. Azroy currently placed 5th, provisional middle of the second row. There is Azroy, nice overhead shot of him. And Irfan Ardiancia, another crasher late in the session. He's okay. He's okay as he trudges off there. We didn't see where Irfan's bike landed, but we're back now with Azroy. There seems to be no obstruction on the track. Everybody's carrying on. I haven't seen any yellow flags. So Azroy comes through. He's on qualifiers. He's currently sitting in 5th place, one ahead of his teammate Helmi Asman. So Azroy comes across the line. If we're just waiting to see where he stops the clock, 1:31.659. That is his best lap, and that keeps him in 5th place. But as you can see, with the checkered flag out now, all these riders are on their last lap. No holds are being barred now, and no holds are ever barred by Muqtada, who's there chasing. I think that's number 26, but that lap is been aborted. They just got a bit too packed, and the checkered flag is out. So that's the session done for Nakarina Tirapuvapat and for Muqtada Sarapech. There we have the gentleman with the checkered flag. brings it home. That's a decent qualifying session for him. He will start from the outside of the first row. And the untouchable so far this weekend, Kota Arakawa. We'll see what he's like in race mode in just a few hours from now. Helmi Asman 6, so he'll be on the second row. Teammate to Arakawa, Motoharu Ito. Both of them riding for the Moto Bum team. Motoharu is in 7th, Maiki Abe is in 8th, Ratapong 9th, Mukladar 10th. And we will see those results confirmed in just a moment or two. As we again enjoy that special shot of the Dunlop Bridge and beyond. Nice breeze blowing through the trees, that will cool people down. So there it is confirmed. Kota Arakawa again leading the way, 130.618. Not too far behind him though, Andy Farid Izdihar. Third, Nakarina Tirapuva Pat, 131.191. Good performance from him. Leading the second row in 4th, Kito Abe 5th. Azroy Akim Anwar 6th. Helmi Asman, good qualifying performance from him. Motohara Ito is in 7th, and Maiki Abe for the WeBike team is in 8th position. So impressive stuff from Andy Farid and Nakarin to put themselves up at the front there. As we wait to see the second screen come up, Kito Abe in 4th. He's the newcomer to this class, so he's making a good debut. And 9th, Yamaha Thailand's Ratapong Willarot, slightly injured after a shunt yesterday. 10th, Mukladar Serapech, an ARRC favourite of course. 11th, Galang Hendra Pratama. 12th, Irfan Antiancia, who we saw crash late in that session. 13th, Cairo. 14th was Ibrahim Noureddin, who also crashed in that session. Ferozi Toratakula 15th, 16th Ramdan Rosli, 17th Krichapon, and 18th Kondanai Kurt Kiao, the Thai privateer, on a 135.6. And next we're going to take a look at the session highlights, and after that we will go for a pit lane interview. And as you can see, as the riders all came out in a bunch, it was an action-packed first few minutes, which featured a very fast early lap by Kota Arakawa, who continued where he left off late yesterday afternoon, putting in a 130.6 very early in the session. And he was followed by one of the most impressive wildcards. As we saw a crash there, that was Cairo. Sorry, that was Ibrahim Noureddin's crash, which brought out the red flag. When we restarted, we saw Andy Farid getting into his groove. He was impressive yesterday, and he was impressive throughout this restarted session too. He quickly got himself into second place, and within half a second of Kota, and we saw more impressive riding from Kito Abe, who at this stage was 4th. Here's a shot of Arakawa. We didn't see that much of him on screen because he was so far out ahead, but Andy Farid closed the gap, and so did Chip Nakarin. Both got within a second of him by the end. There he is crossing the line, and that was his pole time, 130.618, that he carried through to the end. It's Chip Nakarin jousting there with Kito Abe, 51 versus 41. But Nakarin soon came through to second and stayed in contention as he was running there. And here was another crash. This was the crash of Ramdan Rosli, who looked pretty dazed after that. This was Azroy Hakim Anwar, who had a decent session, fifth at this point, and then the checkered flag came out to confirm Kota up the front, the impressive Andy Fadley behind him, and Mccarren behind him. We're going to throw now to Pauline, who is in the pits for an interview with the pole man. So here we are with Pauline in pit lane. I think she's talking to Helmi Asman and to Kota Arakawa.
Hi, Helmi. Last weekend you made your 1000cc debut in the most prestigious endurance race in the world, the Suzuka 8 Hours. Tell us about that experience, first of all.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thanks to Honda Charlie Racing because give me big opportunity for this year. So in 8 hour Suzuka, I'm very because first time me ride 1000 bike. So for me it's very difficult because need more physical training and mental. But I'm very happy because I get the big experience. Yeah, you know, not everybody can get this opportunity, so I'm very happy for this opportunity.
Which is easier, 1000 bike or 600?
Yeah, first pre-practice last day, I am very little bit confused because 1000 bike is very big. So when I jump to 600 bike, so I need time, but not too much. Just practice one, just get the rhythm. So in FE2, FE3, I'm coming better.
But currently in the qualifying, you're 6th fastest. Can you give us your comments about that?
Yes, for this track it's very tricky because for me and maybe somebody also first time here. So, but yeah, because Japanese rider here is very fast, so I need more comfortable, more confident with the bike for enter corner also exit. So yes, finally I can get them. So, but still difficult. So I will fight with in race 1.
Okay, one more in Bahasa Melayu for the fans at home, please.
Okey, pertama kali saya nak ucapkan terima kasih pada semua yang support saya. So, apa pun doakan kejayaan saya di race 1 petang nanti. Terima kasih.
Okay, Arakawa 君おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
ARC では経験のどうですか？
2019年に鈴鹿で、出たことがあって、で鈴鹿ではあまり成績を残せなくて、でボロボロだったんですけど、今回は全日本の経験を経てこうしてまたチャレンジできることに感謝してます。で、全セッショントップで通過できて、ST 全日本のタイムにも近づけたので、良かったかなと思います。
Okay, thank you very much and good luck in the race. 頑張ります。
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you.
はい、
Greetings from Sugo Sportsland. We are well through the qualifying action for today. You're currently looking at the underbones out on track. This is a very special session because this is the Super Pole competition. So just to say something about that, if you're not familiar with Super Pole, it's an absolutely fascinating part of the ARRC program. They had their qualifying session yesterday afternoon, and the fastest 15 riders from them qualified for this Super Pole that you can see now. The riders set off with the slowest of the 15 going out first in and then the 14th fastest goes out 20 seconds after them, and then subsequent 20-second intervals until we get all the way through the field. So Jordan Bardaru, who you just saw on your screen, you're looking at Shafak Rosley, who was 14th in qualifying yesterday. Just started his flying lap now, about a third of the way through it. And behind him is Izzat. So they go off at 20-second intervals. So there's too much distance between them. They cannot help each other out. So this is just a pure test of rider and machine. And we'll work our way through those 15 until we get to the fastest rider yesterday, which was championship leader Waiwaji Triliksana. So first position, as it would inevitably be, currently occupied by Jordan Bardaru, number 50. So he set a time of 1:50.329. That's the target for the riders following. Shafak Rizli has passed it. He's got 1:49.6. So that is now the target time to beat. Nazrul Izzat coming across now. He's going to stop the clock at 1:50.5. So he's currently third. Now we continue, that's Izzat Zaidi. So he goes into provisional first with 1:48.131, and Ahmed Fazli Sham coming across the line, tucked in, that lanky frame tucked in behind the bubble, and he stops the clock at 1:48.5. So that puts him provisional second on the grid, but the target time is owned by Izzat Zaidi, 1:48.13. As the SIC team look on at the action, and there is Izzat Zaidi. He is on his slowing down lap now, I think. And the next rider out in the next group, because they're grouped into fives, will be Dimas Juli Abmoko for LFN HP 969 Indonesia Honda Racing. Izzat Zaidi there, currently lying second in the championship, 13 points behind the leader, Waiwaji Triliksana. He has one win. He won the first race of the season, race 1 at Buriram, which has helped to put him into that position. Apart from that, he has scored another 3 top 10 good scoring finishes. Multiple race winner, capable of winning a race any day you like. As we just look for the next riders to come out. As they come in. Yeah, so we just wait for the second group. The second group will consist of Dimas Juliat Moko, Ahmad Afif Amran, who totally wrecked his bike late in the qualifying session yesterday. So no doubt gave his mechanics a late night. Third out in that group will be John Emerson Inguito for the 4S1M Yamaha racing team. And the exciting Hafisa Rofa for 1XOX TKKR will go out fourth in that group and fifth will be in this second group will be double champion Gupita Krishna. As they can see, they congregate now at the pit exit. Dimas Julie, the first rider to go out. Dimas Julie, just to give an idea, so far this season, he is lying 8th in the championship. And he's had 2 4th places and another top 10 finish and a DNF. So he's sitting in 31 points, which is not such a bad position. There is John Emerson in Guito, who is the fastest of the 1, 2, 3, I think, Filipino riders in this series. And there is Hafiza Rofa, who took an absolutely thrilling win in Sepang. And there he is, the double underboat champion, Gupita Krishna, who seems to be hitting a good run of form. Let's see how he does it today as he clicks that Yamaha into gear and waits to go out. So looking there at Dimas Julie on his out lap. And from that corner there, you always know when you see that shot that they're onto the back straight. There's 2 long straights here. This is the shorter of the 2. The longest one, of course, being the home straight. So reminding himself of the way around. And okay, we just saw Zulfami in the pits lane, so he's going to talk to Pauline now and give us an update about Ibrahim Noureddin following his crash.
Okay, hi Barry. As you know, Ibrahim Noureddin took quite a tumble during the earlier session. Now we're here at SIC Racing with his team principal, Zulfami Khairuddin, for an update. Zulfami, tell us, how is Ibrahim?
Yeah, unfortunately, Ibrahim had a crash at turn 7. Now he's resting in the medical center. He's all right. He just hit his head quite strong, and the doctor advised me to rest him a bit in the medical center. So yeah, we will fix the bike, and hopefully Ibrahim can race.
Okay, great. Thank you, Bami. We hope that we will see him on the grid.
Thanks to Pauline, and appreciate the update about Ibrahim Noureddin. It's always concerning when we hear about a rider having a knock to the head, but hopefully he'll be feeling better after a rest in the medical centre. So we're back now, and Dimas Julie, who was the first rider out in this 5-man group, is on his flying lap. And decent first sector for Dimas Julie. And Afif Amran, as you might expect from a rider of his quality, also has been through the first sector quickly. And you can see 4 riders there are on their flying laps. Stay with Dimas Julie as he is in the 3rd sector. First 2 sectors were decent for him. There is Afif Amran, who was impressive yesterday, but did take quite a hard crash. He wasn't injured, but his bike somersaulted and rolled through the gravel trap. So Dimas is hauling that 150cc Yamaha up the hill. He'll pop up over the top, there he comes. And then down the other side of the hill to the finish line, stops the clock at 151.231. So that will keep him provisional 7th for now. Afif Amran has jumped up into 2nd place. Nice lap from him. As now Hafiza Rofa, John Emerson Nguito comes across the line. That puts him in provisional 5th. as we wait for Hafisa Rofa to come across the line. And he's done a 148.433. So that puts him provisionally in third place. And there we have Gupita Krishna coming across. 149.969, so Gupita in provisional sixth. So Izzat Zaidi still sitting in provisional pole position. Ahmad Afif Amran joined him in provisional second. Hafisa Rofa in provisional third. Hafisa's teammate, Ahmed Fazli Sham, currently leading the second row. And the next group out will be led by the Japanese regular rider here, Oi Uezu, for Team One for All, followed by his teammate, Pirapong Lui Bun Pen. So those two orange bikes coming out in the same group. And then in the middle of that group will be Hafid Pramaditya. And then Morobil Vitoni, who was really impressive yesterday, especially in qualifying. And finally, the fastest man from qualifying yesterday and the championship leader, Wayu Aji Trilaksana. So shortly we will see the bikes forming in pit lane, those 5 bikes. And just a review of the championship positions. Wayuaji Trilaksana, of course, by dint of his consistent finishing on the podium 3 times out of 4, picked up 9 points when he didn't make the podium, so that gives him 65 points and a 13-point lead over the current fastest man out there in this session is Izzat Zaidi. Afif Amran, who's second in this session, is currently third in the championship. 7 points down from Afif Amran. Sorry, 7 points down from Izzat. And Nazarul, who we saw out earlier and is currently lying 9th, is currently in 4th position in the championship. That is Oi Uezu, number 521, which will be the first of this group of 5 bikes to go out. And there he goes on his out lap. Shortly you'll see a very similar looking bike, ridden by a rider with a white helmet. There he is. That's the Thai rider, the only Thai rider in this category, Pirapong Lui Bun Peng. Very experienced, race winner in this class, race winner in many light motorcycle classes, meaning going up to about 400cc. And there is Hafid Pratamaditya, number 42, going out. Hafid is currently has no finishes in the season so far. Murabil Vitoni takes his Yamaha out, and finally there he is, championship leader, very much looking like the boss so far this weekend, Wayuaji. But we almost never see much reflection of qualifying positions in Superpole. Let's see if Wayuaji can do something about that and get close to or bump down his rival. That is Pirapong Lui Bun Peng for Team One for All. Both Yamahas, as seems to be the bike of choice in this category. It's the first of them out there. This team is owned and managed by none other than 125 GP legend Uichi Wee. Those of you of a certain age will remember him as one of the greatest 125 GP riders ever, from about 20 years ago, I would say. So there goes Oi Uezu beginning his flying lap. This is, of course, home circuit for him, although he is a regular ARRC rider. There are no wild cards in this class, because in Japan we don't have underbone racing. And that is Pirapong, also on a flyer. And Hafid starts his flying lap. And Murabil. Vitoni starts his flying lap. And about 20 seconds or about 10 seconds from now, Wayu Aji will start his flying lap. But it's really business time for the man on screen here, Oi Uezu, about a minute into his lap. And into the third sector. There he is, first two sectors, very quick. This looks like a promising lap so far. If he can get through sector 3 and sector 4 quickly, he could have something to say about this. He could have something to say about the starting order. So Oi Uezu coming through the chicane, and then head down, left hand off the bar, right hand with the throttle firmly on the stop. Oi Uezu comes up to the finish line, stops the clock at 1:47.261, and indeed he has taken provisional pole position with just 4 riders to follow him. Sensational lap though, there by Oi Uezu for Team One for All. Next is Pirapong Louis Bunpeng, who is 1.13 seconds, just short of him. So he's provisionally inside the second row and thick and fast now. Hafid Pratamaditya completes the lap in 1:48.2. So that puts him in provisional third. Murabil Vitoni crosses the line, 1:49.6, so not affecting the first row. And finally, we're watching Wayu Aji Trilaksana. He's put in some good sector times. What can he do about the riders who are in the provisional front row positions? He's going to stop the clock now at 1:48.594. That is good enough for 8th position. So, sensational lap there by Oi Uezu. A full 0.87 faster than Izzat Zaidi, who held that provisional pole position for a long time. So impressive stuff for him. So he's going to feel good about that lap. He's done it at home, his home race. He's done it for Team One for All, with whom he's been for a long time as he comes back into pit lane, and team boss Wichi Wee is going to be absolutely delighted with what his young protege has done. I do believe, on the topic of trivia, that Wichi Wee used to race with the father of Oi Uezu. There he is. Lots of well-deserved backslapping and high-fiving. Fantastic. Because it's not easy to go out on your own, no other riders around you, and put in such a perfect performance. And there you can see the Super Bowl results. That was Oi Uezu with a convincing pole position, 1:47.261. 0.8 of a second behind him was Izzat Zaidi. Third, Hafid Pratamaditya Nusandi. Fourth, Afif Amran, recovered well after his crash yesterday. Fifth, Pirapong Louis Bunpeng. Sixth, Hafisa Rofa. Seventh, Ahmad Fazli Shan. And eighth, Wayu Aji Trilaksana, the current championship leader. He was quickest in qualifying yesterday, Wayu Aji, but as we said, we often see the positions from Superpole bearing little relation to the original qualifying positions. And so we look at, in 9th place, Shafiq Rosli for Uma Racing in 9th, 10th, Murabil Vitoni, 11th, Gupita Krishna, 12th, John Emerson Guito, 13th, Jordan Bardaru for LFN HP 969 Indonesia, Nazarul Izzat Bahaduddin in 14th, and 15th is Dimas Juli Atmoko. The remaining riders, there's another 5, will take up their positions as determined by their qualifying positions yesterday. And again, we look at that fabulous shot of where we are. Looks like heaven, doesn't it? We're in heaven at a racetrack and in the mountains. And for me, at least, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't get a whole lot better than that. You can see some fluffy clouds around, the 50% chance of rain that the forecasters have been talking about. Doesn't look too likely. So now we are going to go back to Pauline in pit lane.
Hayato, congratulations. What is special about Sugo for this fantastic performance?
I'm very happy. I'm very happy. I do my best in finally.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe one thing in Japanese for your Japanese fans?
Yeah, Japanese. Yeah, it's very difficult course. I like course.
日本語。
日本語。Yeah, okay. 本当にうまくまとまった一周になりました。でもまだまだ詰めれるとこもあったので、その詰めれるとこは決勝に残して、しっかりと決勝優勝できるように組み立てて頑張っていきたいと思います。引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。
Okay, Barry, this is the very first time the Underbone 150 is racing at the Sugo International Circuit, and it looks like a very difficult one. So I'm here with the championship leader, Wayu Aji. Wayu, how will this track change the Underbone strategy?
Untuk strategi race 1 ini saya akan mencoba push dari awal karena memang sirkuitnya adalah ada naik turunnya. Jadi saya kira ini bisa kesempatan untuk bisa meninggalkan rombongan atau pecah rombongan. Jadi saya pikir saya akan tampil maksimal di round ini karena saya akan mempertahankan championship point.
So for the Underbone, which is the most challenging part of the circuit?
Maybe in last turn. Yeah.
The switchback at the last turn?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you, and I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks to Pauline for those interviews, and we're just going to look at the highlights of the session there. That was Jordan Bardaru, who was first out on the circuit in the Super Bowl competition. He went out, he was 15th fastest yesterday, so got himself out on track first for Super Bowl. Put in a pretty decent time, of course, to put himself in provisional pole. And then he was followed by Shafiq Rosley, who bettered his time. And so the times came tumbling down, and here was Izzat Zaidi in that first group, who scored 1:48.131. That put him on provisional pole. And this was Ahmad Fazli Sham, ARRC favourite, coming in, and we looked for the second group coming out. But here was Fazli Sham. So in this group, we Saw a good performance, particularly from Hafisa Rofa and from Afif Amran, who put themselves among the top positions. Hafisa Rofa crossing the line there, 148.433, to put himself in an eventual 6th position. And then out came the 5 fastest from yesterday, led by Oi Huezu. And he put together what turned out to be an absolutely perfect lap to record 147.26. A lead of 0.8 of a second, and we will be back shortly. Next up is ASB 1000. We're going to take a quick break as you just look through the pit area there. That was the BMW of Aslan Shah being warmed up. We'll be right back in a few minutes when the bikes come out on track. You're watching the Asia Road Racing Championship Round 3 live from Sugo Sportsland in Miyagi Prefecture, Japan.
Greetings once again from Sugo Sportsland, and sorry I'm late. We just had a few adjustments done to the commentary box ahead of our live telecast this afternoon. But we are back now and in the final qualifying session of the morning, and this, of course, as you can hear and as you can see, is for the Superbike class, the ASB 1000s, and showing early in this session. This is a 40-minute session. We're 9 minutes into it. Wildcard showing strongly to begin with Rei Toshima having put in a best lap of 1:28.6 to lead so far. And here, take a look here now at Haruki Naguchi. He's having some, he clearly has a problem with his left shoulder. We noticed yesterday, every time he went into the pits, that ice pack went onto his shoulder, and there he is now. So he's never going to tell us what the problem is or what kind of pain he's in, but we can only guess with the urgency with that pack that gets applied every time he comes into the pits. However, he was fastest man yesterday and overall, and he is currently lying third in the early stages of this session as one of those wild cards. That one was Kazuki Maeda went through, and there is Apiwat Wongtananon. Impressive session from him yesterday and going well so far early in this session. But he took free practice 1, free practice 2 to get to know the circuit, and then in practice 3 he pulled the pin and scored the second best time of the day behind Haruki Naguchi. On your screen now, Zakwan Zaidi. We haven't seen the best of Zakwan yet. He was around about 10th yesterday, and he's sitting 10th today currently in this qualifying session. Zakwan raced in the Suzuka 8-hour last weekend. It was quite an ordeal for him, and it was really only just a few days ago, 5 or 6 days ago. And it is an exhausting event that may be taking its toll on him. I've heard it speculated. But we're not seeing Zakwan, who is the current championship leader. We're not seeing quite the best of him so far this weekend. But this is qualifying, this is business time. And that lap was keeping him in 10th place. So just to give you your bearings, that lap was 1.3 seconds off the fastest. That's the bike of the current provisional pole sitter, Rei Toshima. Just taking a look there at his data. He's racing there, as you can see, for the JDS Dogfight Yamaha team. A nice dramatic name for that team. And another wild card, Otojiro Tanimoto, is in second place. There is Haruki Naguchi, fastest man yesterday, third fastest so far in this session, and second in the championship, just 4 points behind Zakwan Zaidi as they come to his home round. Now, notwithstanding any injury that might hamper him over race distance, you'd have to name Haruki Naguchi as the favourite for this weekend, meaning he should get a double win. And that was Apiwat Wongtananon taking a drink. And Kazma Daniel, who was impressive, he led the first 2 sessions yesterday and did some experimentation in the 3rd session. So he was really impressive yesterday. And really the best showing of the non-Japanese riders. The circuit was new to him, and he really did get to grips with it quickly. That's Gary Salim there in the red and green helmet, number 31. This is his first season on a superbike, and he's making his way, getting used to the power and the speed. You heard a little bit there from Helmi Asman earlier, if you're watching, as we just come into Yuki Ito's pit. I was going to say pit, but perhaps we come into Yuki Ito's helmet.
as he briefs his team. Yuki was on good form yesterday too, keeping himself in the top 3 or 4 of that session. And now there is Zakwan Zaidi behind his teammate Gary Salim. Zakwan Zaidi, multiple champion for ARRC and pretty much everywhere else he's been. Originally came through the Capri system, of course. Now both these riders are with Asia Dream Racing by Showa, Honda Asia Dream Racing by Showa. And there's another rider that impressed, at least early on yesterday. That's Shinichi Nakatomi. Easy to pick out these wild cards because they use kind of old school, bright colours. They're not factory sponsored, so they're very easy to pick out. None more so than this one with a big 85 on the front and the light blue. Zakwan into the pits now, followed by Gary Salim. So both the Honda Asia Dream racers taking a break. We are just coming up to 20 minutes into this session. So a lot can happen in the next 25 minutes. Haruki Naguchi still in 3rd position. Kazma Daniel 4th. Those 2 Japanese wildcards are still at the top, as Nakatomi comes up to complete another lap. He is in 6th with a best time 1:29.4. Yuki Ito, we were looking at earlier, his best time currently 1:39. And I will tell you shortly what his best time was yesterday. Anupab Samoon, currently lying in 9th, which is about where he finished free practice 3 yesterday on combined times. Combined times, Anupab's position was somewhat better than that. But I ran into him this morning, and he's actually suffering from quite a painful right arm. He's got arm pump in his right arm, which is of course the most important one for a motorcycle racer. As we're just looking at a slightly perplexed looking Zakwan Zaidi. But on Nakatomi's bike we're looking at here, you can see the green flashes on the green tyre, on the back tyre. That indicates that he is on qualifying tyres. So this should be a fast lap for him. 1:29.355. So that keeps him in 6th place, but he's got another flying lap to come. Zakwan just keeping an eye there on the timing screens, but Rei Toshima still ahead at the top by 3/10 from fellow Japanese and fellow wildcard Otajiro Tanimoto. A few spectators there enjoying the warm summer air and a nice little breeze that's blowing through the place. There's some light cloud cover here as we look there briefly at Kazma Daniel, who impressed so much yesterday. And there's another of the wild cards, that is Kosuke Akiyoshi. Currently, Kosuke currently in P7. Apiwat still looking impassive in his pit, but a lot will be going on up top for him at the moment. He was impressive yesterday. He's currently 0.6 off the provisional pole time. Will no doubt be going through his mind about what he can do about that. So we've got Rei Toshima, number 1, Otajiro Tanimoto, number 2, Haruki Naguchi, number 3, winner last time out in race 2 at Sepang. 4th is Kazma Daniel, and fifth is Apiwa Montananon, we were just looking at, and he'll be looking to improve that. And here Akiyoshi is going for it. Let's just take a little look at the rear tyre. Yep, he's also on qualifiers. The tyre technicians say these could be good for as much as 1 second a lap. First time in this series we've seen the Asia Road Racing Championship, we've seen qualifying tyres. They're used on the 600s as well as the 1000s. And another important distinguished member of this ASB 1000 cast is the defending champion, the 2019 champion, Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman. He had something of a mishap yesterday. This is his teammate coming out of the pits now, Adam Noureddin. Coming into the pits, I beg your pardon. Aslan lost his chain as his bike suspension compressed over the crest of the start-finish straight hill and spat the chain off. That whipped the side of his foot really hard, tore off some bodywork, and there again you see two ice packs now going onto that shoulder of Haruki Naguchi. Now let's go inside the dogfight, Speedheart dogfight, Yamaha garage. Those two riders, they are definitely living the dogfight dream. Kotajiro Tanimoto currently second, 0.3 off the provisional pole position. They're enjoying themselves, and riders who are enjoying themselves normally go fast. Let's take a look here. This is Aslan Shah nursing that injured left foot. He was in real pain yesterday. His left foot, his left foot must be really swollen, because it took such a hard knock through his boots, so it must have been quite a job to get his boots strapped up this morning for this session, but he is intending to race today, and so here he is in qualifying. The front wheel of that BMW pouring the air as it comes over the crest, and best time for Aslan so far is 1:33, so some way off the top. Let's see what he can do to overcome that injury, and also to overcome what has been a not really very well sorted BMW this season. I think there have been numerous problems with setup and parts and one thing and another, but we have certainly not seen the best of the 2019 champion. So I think that's just going through there. What was that? Yeah, that was number 35, Akiyoshi, on qualifiers. So he is currently in P8. That's a pretty respectable position for a wild card. Although he can see no fewer than 3 wild cards above him. The front row is currently locked out by wild cards. Kasuki Maeda has got in between Rei Toshima, who's the provisional pole sitter, and Tanimoto, the speed fight dogfight, Speedheart dogfight Yamaha team. And Haruki Naguchi currently in provisional 4th position. That's another lap complete for Aslan. There's an improvement. He's up to 1:31. That is 3.2 seconds off the front, but he did take a really nasty knock yesterday to his left foot. And with the direction changes here and the pressure that you have to put on your feet to turn these super bikes, that will be causing him some discomfort, to say the least. Especially in the well, actually both ways. You're still putting pressure one way or another through your ankles and into your feet. And I think that will be Kobayashi coming into the pits. Decent time for him, 29.461. The top 11 bikes are all within 129. And just parked ahead of him is Ojiro Tanemoto, who is on provisional outside of the front row. Back with Aslan Shah. We haven't seen this much of him all weekend. Before the chain came off, he was still having some struggles with the machine setup. But he is a strong competitor. He knows when to make the effort, when to grit his teeth through the pain. And here he comes again. And he's taken another second or so off his time. So it's definitely business time for Aslan Shah. He's still in last place, but the way he's reducing his times is impressive. As the Dogfight brothers get ready to go out again. But Rei Toshima still sitting comfortably at the top. Aslan pushing it now. You can see from the pinky purpley kind of strip on the rear tyre, he's got I think he's running a medium front, but that's definitely a soft rear tyre. There's Haruki Naguchi's Honda sitting in the pits. I would guess that Naguchi will come out and do 1 or 2 really fast laps and then go back in to save whatever that shoulder problem is. Out now are coming Apiwat Wongtananon and Anupam Samun for Yamaha Thailand. There's just under 15 minutes left on the clock. They are both on qualifying tyres. We're just looking there at the Honda of Pasawit Titiwararak, and who's sharing a garage there with Mukladar Serapech. Both of them have come through the Thai Honda system, although this season Mukladar is a regular in the All Japan Championship ST 600 class. Aslan's back in after doing several laps and improving his time. Let's just see how he's walking. That's actually not too bad. He couldn't put any weight on it yesterday, so he's been having some effective therapy. There is Haruki Naguchi. Good look at him, the 21-year-old 2021 All Japan Stock 600 champion. And there is Kazma Daniel, so impressive yesterday when it seemed that the wildcard riders were going to dominate proceedings. He got right amongst it and topped the first 2 practice sessions. And here he comes again. I didn't catch a glimpse of his tyres, but you'd suspect with 13 minutes left on the clock that they've got green stripes on them and are there for qualifying tyres. He's coming up alongside his fellow Malaysian and Fred Adenoridin. These two know each other well. Around the same age, come up through the same school. They've known each other since Capri days. And this is a quality lineup because behind them is Zakwan Zaidi, the championship leader. Haruki Naguchi getting ready to go out. He will be gritting his teeth and getting ready to, I predict, smash in 1 fast lap and then go back and save whatever the problem is with his shoulder. Of course, if you're going to have an injury as a motorcycle racer, it's better to have it on the left side than the right side. So we'll see how that affects him. He looks mobile enough. And here he goes. Distinctive bike that, the SDG Honda. Beautifully prepared, really good team around him. And he is a really strong, fiercely competitive rider who has just burst onto the scene this season, right from the first session of round 1 in Thailand. He had been there before in the Asian Talent Cup as an Asian Talent Cup rider, but Superbike, of course, is a different story. And he got himself right amongst the leaders, taking a 3rd and 4th place in that first round. First time out for ARRC, first time out on a Superbike. Here is Rei Toshima, number 67, just gone out of shot. He is still sitting on pole position by 0.2 of a second. Kazuki Maeda has closed the gap with him. And that is Otojiro Tanimoto on the number 26 machine. And behind them is Anupam Samoon, the Thai Yamaha rider, number 500, easy to spot. Also easy to make out from his aggressive riding style. He's not huge in stature, but he's really strong and muscles this Yamaha R1 around with very little respect for it at all, but to great effect. And as mentioned earlier, both him and Happywak, his teammate, are running qualifying tyres, so they are going to pull the pin now. Here they come through the chicane, which is effectively the final corner, because whatever machine you're on, when you go up, that last turn 12 is taken flat out. So pouring the air, Rei Toshima as he comes across the line. He improves his time again. That's a 1:28.6 to put himself clearer. Sorry, I beg your pardon. That's his best time. Last lap was 1:29, so he'll be winding up for a flyer this time around as we go on board with Kazma Daniel to get a look at a rider's eye view. Kazma, of course, also on qualifying tyres. There are 9.5 minutes left in this qualifying session. Kazma Daniel impressed everyone here yesterday with the way he got down to the task at an unfamiliar circuit and mastered it so quickly. That's often the mark of a really good rider. As we blast down the back straight there with Kazma, often the mark of a really good rider is their ability to learn new tracks quickly. And Kazma Daniel can certainly tick that box. This is a really, really tricky circuit. Old school. It's been here since 1975. And as you can see, it's got lots of undulations and just plunge downhill then. There is also banking on many of the turns. Even the chicane goes uphill. So Kazma launches himself up onto the home straight, under the Dunlop Bridge. Front comes up inevitably under all that power, and he does a 1:28.403 to take provisional pole position with 8 minutes remaining on the clock. Brilliant lap there from Kazma Daniel. Faster every sector, fastest time of the day through sector 2. So the qualifying tyres did their job well and truly on that occasion. Kazma in championship terms, he looks like capable of improving his position. He is currently in 5th on 48 points. There he goes, past the 2 Gen Blue Yamahas of... sorry, he goes past one of the Gen Blue Yamahas, his teammate, Yuki Ito. Yuki Ito, impressive yesterday, currently in 10th, about a second off his teammate's time. His younger teammate, but we did see some really good work from Yuki yesterday too. Yuki ended up 5th on combined times as we watch Kazma come up to complete another lap, flip-flopping through that chicane. Yuki will probably do another lap as here comes the fast, the aggressive He doesn't leave anything in the garage. That Honda twitching and squirming as he forces it around this Sugo circuit. As I said, he appears to be suffering from a left shoulder problem, so he won't want to be out for too many laps in qualifying. He'd rather get one fast time and park it up and get some therapy for this afternoon. And he is indeed now at the top of the timesheets with the best lap of 1:28.369. He's just gone slightly, a few hundredths faster than Kazma Daniel. He's still on it. And another crack at it this time around. That will probably be it in terms of his time on the qualifying tyres. 1:28.428, so not quite as good, but good pace there from the 21-year-old Japanese, who's currently lying second, 4 points behind Zakwan Zaidi in the championship. And speaking of Zakwan, he is up to third, so Zakwan has started to put it together late in this session. Zakwan's best time is just 0.2 off his championship rivals. And now everybody has pulled the pin. That was Gary Salim, you saw number 31. He's currently in 13th position. Aslan Shah still holding up the order, but Zakwan Zaidi, this is the best we've seen him this weekend. That will be it for Zakwan for this session, I guess, because that was on his qualifying tyres. They'll be well and truly cooked now. But after yesterday struggling to remain in the fastest 10, that's a very good performance for Zakwan, and that will build him up psychologically for race 1 in just a few hours from now. Honda Asia Dream Racing by Showa. A very together team. As I mentioned earlier, he was put through the Suzuka 8-hour ringer last weekend, which is always a hard experience, endurance racing. You don't normally come back to another major international competition within a few days, but that is what has been required of Zakwan Zaidi. And they will Kazma Daniel will be relaxed under that helmet. In comes Haruki Naguchi. That's 33 hundredths of a second he's got over Kazma, and that will be enough as he comes in. Kazma also in, 3 minutes remaining. So of the riders still on track, who could create a threat? Happy what Mccarren could. This Kazma, he can be pleased with that. Yeah, that's it. And there's Haruki Naguchi having that pack applied again. I don't know whether it's a hot one or a cold one. The Yamaha team can be happy with that. Hope the camera stays on this, because I'm really curious about what's happening with the neck and the left shoulder. Just hoping it's nothing serious and nothing that won't take too much off his edge. You can see some strapping there going down his left arm, about halfway down his bicep. So we know there's an issue there. The question is, how will it, or will it affect him over race distance? But at the moment, that's it. We've got Haruki, number 1, number 2, Kazma, number 3, Zakwan, number 4, Rei Toshima. There is just 0.24 of a second separating those fastest 4, and then there's another 2/10 back to Kazuki Maeda. Apiwak Mongtananon is on track and currently in the final sector. Zakwan back out on qualifier. They have one qualifier they can use, but he is hauling around his teammate, Gary Salim, and Kazma's going to go out for another look around. That's all it will be, because he won't get around in time to do another flying lap. But he can be happy with that. Perhaps there was just a little tweak or adjustment they've made that he wants to try out in these late stages, just over one lap. Happy has just started another lap. He is still in 6th position. His teammate Anupab still in 8th position. And Gary Salim, 13th. Currently following around Zakwan, who is on the provisional outside of the front row. Out of the riders currently out there, I believe only Apiwak can make an impact on the riders in the current front row positions. Honda Asia Dream Racing, watching their 2 riders out there. This looks like a helping hand from the senior rider there, Zakwan Zaidi. And why not? Gary Salim has taken a very mature approach to getting to grips with the superbike. He hasn't at any point underestimated the extra weight, the power, the effect of the electronics, and so on. It's a very different proposition from riding a 600. And indeed, I would argue that there are very few people in the world who can really get the best out of a superbike, and by that I mean probably just 100 or so people who can really get the best out of a superbike. But the checkered flag is out now, and that looks like a safe pole position for Zakwan. Yep, I think so. That was a slowing down lap, the last one we saw from Apiwat. So he will remain in 6th and therefore on the outside of the second row. And we will have those results confirmed shortly. As again, we look out over the mountains, it gives you a good perspective of what's here. The trees undoubtedly have a cooling effect, and because we're high up, there's a nice breeze to cool us down, but not strong enough to affect the riders. But that is a really good shot of the grid and the crest of the hill just before the riders go to the finish line. Unlike modern racetracks, so let's go back and confirm the results. Number 1, after one very fast lap, Haruki Naguchi, 128.37. Close behind him, Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin, 128.4, just a few hundredths adrift. Zakwan Zaidi with a really good late showing on qualifying tyres. Rei Toshima, best wildcard, 128.6. Kasuki Maeda was 5th. 6th, Apiwat Wongtananon. 7th, Otajiro Tanimoto for Speedheart Dogfight Racing Yamaha. And 8th, Anupab Samoon. In 9th place was Yuki Ito, followed in 10th by Shinichi Nakatomi. 11th, Adam Noradin. 12th, Kasuki Akiyoshi. 13th, Gary Salim. 14th, Pasawit Titiwararak. And 15th, the injured Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman. We're just waiting to hear whether there is somebody for us to speak to in pit lane. As we watch the marshals just taking care of the circuit, taking care of the track surface to make it clean, because when we come back to the track, it will be for race 1. And that is a really good view, a really good perspective of this circuit. We'll probably see the schedule for this afternoon coming up shortly. But there we're looking at the somewhat agonized Aslan Shah as we look at a summary rerun of the qualifying session. That was the early leader, Rei Toshima. Early leader, in fact, until quite late in the session. Great performance from him. Haruki Naguchi, who appears to be carrying a left shoulder or arm injury. He was second early on, then dropped down to third. Took a rest and then came out later on to shake up the order, and that was Tanimoto, Tajiro Tanimoto, who also featured well early in the session for the Speedheart Dogfight Yamaha team. There was the injured Aslan Shah. Improved his time progressively while he was out, but struggling with a really nasty foot injury following his chain coming off in a freak accident yesterday. There was one of the strongest riders, one of the most impressive riders so far this weekend, Kazma Daniel, Kazmayuddin, who put himself briefly into first before this man, Haruki Naguchi, currently lying second in the championship, put in, as we suspected he might, a blistering qualifying lap, a 128.37, just to best Kazma by 33 hundredths of a second. Zakwan Zaidi came good later in the session as well to come through in third place to show us what he was made of, and towards the end of the session he went around with his teammate Gary Salim, who ended up in 13th. This was Zakwan's flying lap to put him into third. Good performance from him, as a nice slow motion shot of the fast, aggressive Haruki Naguchi. We're waiting to hear if we have someone to talk to in pit lane after that dramatic qualifying session for the ASB 1000s. The next on-track action will be with the race 1. Okay, so that's us done for this morning, but we will be back very soon. In fact, in just about 15 minutes for the first race of the afternoon, which will be the TBS Asia One Make Championship at 12:20 here, local Japan time. We will see you back here very shortly. We're live at Sugo Sportsland, and this is round 3 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
A very warm welcome to the northeast coast of Japan. We are near Sendai at the Sugo Sportsland International Racing Circuit. It is a place of beauty, and Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell to bring you the very best of the action of round 3 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. Barry, you've had a chance to witness the track. It's a lovely track in the mountains. There is a potential for rain, but when it's dry like this, it's absolutely gorgeous.
It is a fabulous track, and the riders that have not been here before have really had their work cut out, particularly yesterday. Of course, the first sight of the track. It's got undulations, it's got banked corners, and the elevation change between the highest and lowest points is 70 meters.
29 degrees, it's sunny, very little wind, 75% humidity. The undulations are the big thing to notice about this circuit. You can just see this. This is the final corner into the closing straight, so you're going up into an unseen finishing line. It really is quite dramatic. As you can see, 14 corners. I love that little chicane just before the final turn in 2 long straights. Difficulties all over this circuit, Barry.
Yeah, there are challenges everywhere you look. Even that chicane is uphill. It's not an easy one to flip-flop through.
We've got 5 different championships running, 2 races for each of the championship. Qualification has already happened in all of them so far. We'll be kicking off with the TVS One Make Championship, which made its debut in the last round. They'll be first out today. These are largely 300cc bikes, and they've been pretty quick so far, Barry. They're matching the 250s as you'd expect because of the power, but it's been pretty decent so far in the qualifications that we've seen.
Yes, it has, and it's been helped by some of the Japanese riders that are here. Most notably, the one who we'll see on pole position shortly, Hiroki Ono, a rider you may remember from the Asia Dream Cut. He's also raced in Europe in Moto3. So a very accomplished racer, and he just pipped, actually more than pipped, by more than a second, Eivor Apong to take pole position in this morning's qualifying sessions. More of that later as they officially get green flagged off.
Really is exciting. It's the start of a really good weekend of races. As I said, we've got 1000cc, 600 super sports, 250 Asian production, as well as the underbone. Gosh, I'm looking forward to the underbone coming up the hill at the end of this. But we kick things off with this TVS championship. Vorapang Malawan is the man who is the championship leader. They've only had the 1 round so far. Malawan's picked up 41 points. Dekitiano Aldi, he's in P2 in the overall championships. Qualified 5th here. The wild cards, you mentioned Hiroki Ono and Fugo Tanaka, are P1 and P3 on the grid, so they could cause an upset or two in what is going to be a short three-round championship, Barry.
Yeah, it will. They showed the other riders the way around. You could see some of them learning, most notably Freddie Jacobs, the Australian. We'll have a look at him a bit later. He worked his way progressively through this. Really strong professional showing from him, but the Japanese were being constantly hounded by the new riders here, and with good reason.
Great support from the local prefecture, the Miyagi prefecture. Asia Road Racing Championships coming here for the very first time. This is the grid. You've got Ono and Voropango, who are the 2 top stars on 1 and 2. Tanaka on row 3.
And row 2 led by Agung Septian, Dekitiano Aldi, we were just talking about, second in the championship in 5th, and 6th. Watcher in Timon.
3rd row of the grid, we see Hayato Kobayashi alongside Jim Jacobs, and Miu Nakahara. That's a good result for Miu.
Yeah, good performance from her. In 10th, Arsia Drusti, the Singaporean. Natapon Kalmun in 11th. And Jagan Kumar, the best of the Indian riders, in 12th.
Yeah, the Indians have really suffered a little bit here in Japan. KY Ahmad in P13, Deepak, Ravi, Kumar. Those 3 are used to being at the top of the pile in the Indian Championship. You take them into the Asia circuits and suddenly they're a little bit further down. The wind is building up a little bit. We're high up on the top of the hill, so the wind can be a factor in this. You're seeing the flags just to the left waving, but that hidden or that unseen hill at the top coming down onto this finishing line, it's a spectacular finale under the Dunlop Bridge.
Yeah, if you look at the plan, it just looks like one long straight, but it goes up and then it goes down and then it starts coming back up again before you get into turn 1.
So we're just about to get underway. everybody through the formation lap. This will be a 10-lap race. It's not the longest circuit, but it's certainly a very, very challenging one. Keep an eye out for number 18, Hiroki Ono. As you say, the Asia Dream Cup champion from not long ago. We await for the lights top left. And when they go out, we will be underway. Indeed we are. Ono has got off to a solid start. Vorapong Malawan has gone along with him as they come into a sharp right-hander. Vorapong just has to give way to Hiroki Ono. Everyone's safely off the line, though, as they go down the hill. The camber on this is a bit of a challenge as well, Barry Russell.
Yeah, and then they go into this double right-hander. They're just flicking left now. It's the first of two left-handers.
Then they go up the hill for the very, very first time. Immediately you've got elevation challenges, when to throttle down, when to make that move, because they take that right-hander. At the moment it is Ono from Vorapong, and Tanaka's also made his way in the early stages. So everyone off pretty quickly. I'm trying to see if Jagan Kumar has been able to make any headway, and the answer, sadly for Indian fans, is no.
No, he didn't really show so well in pre-practice yesterday either. The question now is that, without a doubt, Hiroki Ono will be wanting to scamper away. Vorapong, another very experienced international rider, won't want that to happen. So I think this is what we'll be looking at over the next several corners and a couple of laps probably.
Vorapong number 7 is just tracking Hiroki Ono. Ono has just managed to get himself a bit of a lead, though, as he accelerates down the hill beyond them. Mccarren has made a good move. Mccarren's got himself up into P3, and Tanaki is there as well. How about Deki Tiano Aldi? He's making a move in that top 5 as well.
Yeah, Deki is third at the moment, and we know how good he is. So he's a threat, and if he gets too close to Vorapong, then they will hold each other up, possibly, and allow Ono to get away, and that is definitely Ono's plan.
Okay, through the end of first lap, Ono from Vorapong, from Deki in P3. Agam Setian has got ahead of Tanaka, Watcherin in P6. And the young Australian, Jim Jacobs, he's got himself up into P7, rock solid. Natapon has fallen by the wayside. Natapon way down, but Jagan Kumar down in P13. Not looking good for the Indian champion.
Yeah, and Ono making his escape. There is a sixth of a second as they cross the line at the end of lap 1. Vorapong will be wanting to do something about that, but he has got Deki Tiano snapping at his heels. So it's going all the way of Hiroki Ono at the moment.
It certainly is. Ono, though, is a wild card in for this event, so he could upset the overall championship standings. As it stands at the moment, Vorapong leads with 41 points from Deki Tiano. Fitri Ashraf, who's not racing here today, he's in P3 in the championship. Watcherin has only got 19 points, so even in this early stage, just round 2 or 3 in the championship, Vorapong and Deki Tiano have got a chance to really make a statement. But firstly, they've got to catch up with Hiroki Ono.
And that was Watcherin that muscled his way to the front of that chasing group of 3 riders as they come into the chicane for the second time.
It is a brutal chicane, isn't it? The way you're coming up the hill, you think you're on a nice long right-hander, and then you've got to double down for that quick chicane as they go up and over the hill once again into the start-finish straight. It will once again be Hiroki Ono who's got a lead, quite a considerable lead over Vorapong Malawan. Deki in 3, Tanaka 4, Watcher in 5, Agam Septian in 6. Arshad Rusty has got himself into 9, and KY Ahmad, the best of the Indian race, in P10.
Yep, and there was no improvement in the lead there for Hiroki Ono, so Vorapong's kept that under control for now. Question is, what can he do about it?
A little second group there, the battle for P4. The moment being led by Tanaka, the second of the wild cards. He had a qualification time of 1:42.881. That's the P2, chasing Ono. Ono is really making good use of the elevations here. He's using the hills to skate away, and he's got the right angle out of the corners to come and ride up the hills.
Yeah, he's a really accomplished rider, but so is Vorapong. Ono has the advantage of having been here before a lot, but Dekichiano looking comfortable-ish in P3, and the rider chasing him is Tanaka. Watcherin and Agung, also very quick riders in this class.
We are though seeing Hiroki Ono. Remember what a great season he had. We are fortunate to witness he had a fabulous season as a junior, showing that on the TVS1 make he can handle himself as well. He leads out to the chicane as they come up the hill for the third time. 10-lap race. Vorapong Maluin, championship leader, experienced racer as well. He's very much identified with this TVS project. He's in P2, leading Deki Tiano Aldi, the best of the youngsters, in P3, but it is still Ono who leads from Vorapong, and Deki Tanaka 4, Watcher in 5, Agung Septian in P6.
Yeah, and Ono doubled his lead on that lap. It's now standing at 1.3 seconds. That is probably out of Vorapong's reach. He won't give up, and he's not being held up by anyone around him because he's quite safe in that P2 at the moment. Dekichano's not threatening him, but the pace of Ono is quite something.
Jagan Kumar really struggling down in P14 at the moment, 15.5 seconds off the pace. The experienced Jagan Kumar, used to being up at the top of everything, but as you can see down there, 15 seconds off. Natapon has recovered from a dreadful start, but have a spare a thought for the Indian race. It's a long way to come from India, but Vorapong, he's sparing no thoughts for them. All his thoughts are on chasing Hiroki Ono on one side and looking after Deki Tiano Aldi on the other.
Yeah, Vorapong takes his responsibility as the coach and project leader for this very seriously, but this is different. This is racing.
Certainly is. I remember in the last round you wondered very briefly at the very start of race number 1 whether or not he might actually take pity on the racers behind him. The answer was very definitely no, although he's lost P2 there. Deki has gone through just before the chicane. Vorapong went a little bit wide, and Tanaka has taken the opportunity to pull up as well. So a rare mistake there for Vorapong. He was maybe listening to us pouring adulation onto him. Rides up the hill though. Is pushed out by Deki. Good racing from Deki. Nice competition coming in there. And Vorapong Malawan, well, he knows he's got a race on his hands here.
Yeah, Deki pushed Vorapong into 3rd place in the 2nd race at Sepang, in fact. So he's beaten him before, so he's not scared. And Tanaka, like you said, Des, he's joining the party, this fight for 2nd place.
Tanaka, bike number 17, the red and white helmet, just at the tail of that band of 3. It is Deki Tiano Aldi who is leading the way. We are on lap 4. There's the big lead, 2.385, barring a mistake from Hiroki Ono, and we haven't seen much evidence of that in the practices on the weekend or the racing that he's put in so far. This looks like it could well be at 25 points for Ono, as Vorapong makes a move to get back into P2 and is successful as he comes down the hill.
Nice racecraft there from Vorapong. Experience does count for something. He also thinks a lot about his racing. Part of his work now is training younger riders, and I think that's made him think harder about racecraft and riding style, body position, all of that good stuff. And he's putting it to good use now, although Dekichiano is showing him little respect. He wants to get back in front.
The Indonesian, this is where he made his move on the previous lap. This time the gate is very much closed by Vorapong Maluan. The tie leads the Indonesian ahead of the Japanese Fugo Tanaka. That's 2-3-4 as look ahead in the distance. Hiroki Ono comes through at the end of lap number 4. And his lead is a very healthy 2.5 seconds. He's increasing his lead lap on lap, Barry.
Yeah, and this battle for 2nd is currently being won by Vorapong. But let's see what Dekichiano has. Perhaps in the other sectors. Vorapong seems fast through the 1st sector. Let's see if they can close up. There's a gap back to Watcher in now.
Yeah, there certainly is. Best lap time so far, 1:42.339. Only 5 racers have got inside 1:43. Obviously, the leading 3, the leading 4 in that little group. But that lead is just expanding. Gorgeous circuit this, though. Really good test for the racers. but also scenic as well. If it ever gets a little bit boring, there's always something to look away for as Vorapang. He's now got himself away from Dekitiano Aldi. And Deki has now, instead of looking at P2, has got to look over his shoulder at the fear of losing P3 to Fugo Tanaka.
Yeah, he's really pushing it. He kicked up some dust, went off onto the grass briefly a couple of corners ago, so that's how hard he's pushing. But that did cost him a little time, and I'm sure there's only one thing on the mind of Vorapong Malahuan.
All the racers on identical bikes. You can tweak them a little bit, but not much, so it is all about rider capabilities.
Yeah, these were specially homologated for this championship. They're about 20 kilograms lighter thanks to carbon fiber bodywork and other bits, and they are more powerful than the standard Apache 310, but they are available in production form and available in the showroom. So the gap there closed a little bit there, I think, Des. It's now 2 seconds. And that's Tanaka going through. Tanaka is 2 seconds behind Vorapong, so they're stringing out a little bit. Dekitiano now relegated to P4, so perhaps a little problem for him at some stage, because he did look as though he fancied at least P2.
Yeah, you're quite right. Tanaka has gone past him, and Deki, there's nothing obviously wrong with the bike, but although they're light, they are actually still heavy machines to pull around, and this is a challenging course to pull these bikes around, because the camber is against you, the upward and downward gradient works against you as well. You do work that little bit harder on this circuit.
Yeah, it is a very physical circuit, no, without a doubt.
And the 30+ degrees as Ono leads by only 2 seconds. That lead is coming down, you know. As well, look at the battle for P3 here. Tanaka is still leading, and he's getting away from Deki. He's got nearly a full second on Deki. Ahead of them, though.
Yeah, let's look at the gap next time around, Des. It's 2 seconds last time around.
And it was 2.3 at its most violent. There, Ono goes through. We're still focusing here on P3. Tanaka, who qualified in P3. That gap is coming down.
Yeah,
1.5 seconds, Barry. Hey, we could still have a race here with 3 laps to go.
Yep, if he closes at that rate. I do suspect, though, that Hiroki Ono will have that in account. But let's see, fastest lap so far for Vorapong on that.
Inside 142, 141.965, and he made up a good 0.5 of a second, and visually you can see that he is really closing in. That is Vorapong in P2.
Yeah, you're having a sight here of 2 really accomplished riders. Hand raise there from Vorapong. I'm not sure what that meant, because there's nobody around him.
18 leads the way. Hiroki Ono, fastest in qualification, has had an almost faultless week here at Sugo Sportsland. It's the venue for the ARRC for the very first time. Delighted to be up in the northeast corner of, well, not far north, but northern corner of Japan. Beautiful conditions so far. Decent race. What have we got here? Again, I'm looking at the clock as he comes round the chicane. Does look as though he has just eked out a little bit more on that last lap. Let's see what the clock says for us, Barry.
Yeah, it does look like Ono has got the measure of Vorapong.
Up and over the hill. I love that shot. A hero shot, if ever there was one. The gap is 1.4, so it's about the same. 1/10 only taken off, and time is running out if Vorapong Malahuan is able to make a move and take his second win of the season. What's almost guaranteed is he'll pick up 20 points and he'll increase his lead at the top of the standings ahead of Deki Tiano. Deki is in P4 and is struggling just a little bit.
Yeah, so that will give him another 7 points indeed over...
Further down we saw there Miu Nakahara. Young lady in a little bit of pressure from Deepak, Ravi, Kumar and KY Ahmad there, the Indian racers doing their best to make life difficult for the local Japanese, but back up the front, Ono leads, and that gap is not visually closed down at all, is it, Barry?
I don't think so. I think Ono has got this. We're talking about the experience of Vorapong, but let's not forget the experience of Hiroki Ono and just what a talented, quick rider he is.
In the Miyagi Prefecture, the Sugo Sportsland. Cracking little venue and a nice little start to the weekend. The first of 2 races in the TVS One Make Series. And Hiroki Ono is a wild card today. Will be coming into the chicane for the penultimate time with a nice healthy lead. It was 1.49 seconds at the end of the previous lap, even if it's been closed down just a little bit, which may well be the case. It should be enough for him to be able to hold on. He was fastest in qualification. He led from the off, was never really in trouble once he established a 1 second lead. As he goes over the start-finish line for the penultimate time, he's increased that lead to 1.52 seconds. Ono looking good.
Yeah, all going to plan for Ono, and as we would have predicted, I can't see him making a mistake on this lap. I know about the commentator's curse, which you sometimes feed me, Des, but
he's been very solid though. He hasn't looked like he's going to make a mistake. There's been no wobbles. He's raced the track superbly. He's been right line behind them. Now then, is that Deki Tiano Aldi?
Let's just see if we see one of those riders dropping down the order.
So Ono still leads.
Is that the order's changing here?
The order is changing. We're looking on the main outlet for the statistics. Ono leads from Vorapang, from Tanaka. Deki is still on the circuit, still racing. Agung Septian, Watcherin. Kobayashi's got himself up into P7. This is P1 though. And it's been from start to finish a really, really solid performance from Hiroki Ono, the local Japanese, making the most of local knowledge. Vorapang Malawan, a lot of experience, but unable to really put a dent. They come into the chicane for the final time, and it will be a victory, and 25 points for Hiroki Ono. The Japanese has a look over his shoulder, knows that he can just glide up the hill. Maybe just teasing Vorapang a little bit, but the victory goes to Hiroki Ono from Japan, and he's taken it, by 1 second ahead of Vorapang Malam. Behind them though, the battle for P3 really is going up the hill. At the moment it's Tanaka who has got there. Tanaka in P3 at the moment, and it is indeed the number 14 of Tanaka who gets in ahead of Watcherin, Agen Septian and Kobayashi coming through in P6.
Yeah, and disappointing there for the championship number 2, Deki Tiano. So there he is, Hiroki Ono, untouchable indeed in that race. Shake hands with Vorapong. He's a gentleman, Vorapong, but he'll be hurting.
But he'll be leading the championship as well.
Yes, he will.
That means he's got a 3, a 2 and a 1 in his season so far, but the victory goes to the local Japanese, Hiroki Ono. Puts him on 25 points, which immediately puts him to potential championship contention. And although he's a wild card, he might consider, this might be worth going over to Buriram for the final round of the season, if he's still in it. Tanaka in P3. So Japan 1 and 3, Vorapong, the man, the Thai sandwich in the middle.
Yeah, and that's really good for Vorapong's championship as well. As we look again at that breeze coming through, here are the official results, Des.
Yeah, confirmation. Ono takes the 10-lap race, a second clear. Vorapang Malawan from Thailand. Fugo Tanaka in P3, nearly 7 seconds down. Watcherin just ahead of Septian and Kobayashi for P4. Jim Jacobs, he was only just out of the top 6 by 0.3 of a second. Arshad Rusty from Singapore in P8. Nakahara recovered from P10 to get ahead of Keiwa Ahmad and Deepak Ravikumar. Natapon had a problem, and it was Deki Tiano Aldi who crashed out. We saw it in the distance. His championship hopes have taken a massive blow. Jagan Kumar was never ever in the running, but Deki Tiano, what a blow that is to his title hopes.
It certainly is, yeah, because this
2 places taken up by the Japanese wildcards. Congratulations from the marshals. Love to see that in Japan.
They'll just wind themselves down. We'll have some Park Ferme interviews and podium. Barry Russell is doubling up, quadrupling up today. Be doing some interviews, but Pauline Cheng will be doing the interviews for the TVS One Make series, in which we'll test her Japanese skills. She has got some. We discovered them in the restaurant last night, and the crowd...
Didn't she do well?
Crowd, a smallish crowd, but as you can see, enjoying the cooling conditions and celebrating a Japanese win.
Yeah, dream start for the Japanese spectators, dream start for Hiroki Ono, and you could see that Borapong was pretty pleased with that, because that consolidates his championship lead.
Racers will be coming in. The Park Ferme is pretty close to the podium area. So we'll just wait for the highlight until we've had a chance. There is the Park Ferme. Borapong in a strange position in some ways, Borapong, isn't he? In that he is meant to be teaching these guys what to do, but he's also racing against them as well. So in many ways, if there's a wild card coming in like Hiroki, he'll be delighted to welcome them.
Yes, he will. He will. He does feel that the best thing he can do in terms of coaching is to race with them, give them real race experience. And you can see at the moment the Indian riders were not competitive in that, but that's why they're here.
Indeed, the whole purpose of it, there's the whole TVS sponsored series in India. Jagan Kumar at 41 is still the champion there, and they're looking to increase their profile, not only of the TVS One Make, but give their riders opportunities. KY Ahmad picking up 5 points for a P10. Deepak Ravi Kumar, P11. Jagam way down.
Yeah, as we look there, Hiroki Ono will... he was a lot younger last time we saw him in ARRC.
There's the view that we have. Absolutely gorgeous venue. We're perched towards the top of those mountains. That means that the weather can be very changed. We can see just the breeze. It can whip up pretty quickly here. There was a typhoon predicted for last night that thankfully never materialized, but they're never far away. And even though it's a gorgeous sunny day, the wind is a little bit blowy, and the chill factor can come up pretty quickly. We are up in the northern parts of Japan. Beautiful part of the country, but changeable weather conditions.
Yeah, and perhaps a touch warmer than it really should be, with the crazy climate stuff going on everywhere around the world.
Okay, now let's forget the weather forecast and let's go back to the racing. Pauline Cheng is in the Park Ferme.
Omedetou gozaimasu, Ono-kun. That was a perfect pole to finish race for you. At one point you were leading by 2 seconds, and then the gap came down. Was that intentional?
So race was I make a good start, but beginning of the race I get lap time, and also I consistent lap time. But end of the race, rear tire coming drop down, so I management. I see the gap behind, so just I keep concentration, and yeah, finally I'm victory. Is happy. Thank you very much for the TVS staff and everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ono.
Okay, Hiroki Ono enjoying that. Makes his way to the podium area now as we look at Vorapang Malawan as well. There indeed is the podium. We're all learning on day one. Been at Sugo before, trying to work our geography. Just waiting for the racers, the engineers, the TVS engineers, enjoying their moment in the spotlight. Great learning opportunity for the TVS engineers as well, Barry. I mean, they've got a lot of work to do. They've got, what was it, 16 starts, it was 14 starters, a lot of bikes to work upon.
Yeah, all of them have been set up originally by Vorapong. He had a week in India when he did that. I think he said he told me he set up 16 bikes. This podium is well organised. I like the sort of central entry. That's a little bit different, but it puts the spotlight on the riders as they enter, because they should enjoy these moments. These are some of the best moments of their lives for at least some of them.
Exactly, it's why you do it, isn't it? You want to race and you want to win.
Yeah, and the photos, they're important these days, are all important.
Pulled out in third place, Hugo Tanaka. Qualified in third place. Scurries himself onto the podium. Vorapang Malawan in P2. Championship leader. And Victor, energetically introduced onto the podium by Vorapang Malawan, is Hiroki Ono.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the Japanese national anthem.
Okay, now we will present the riders to the show to present the third prize.
So the presentation to be made after the Japanese national anthem. I suspect we'll hear that several times over this weekend. The local knowledge around the Sugo Super Sports circuit is Sugo Sportsland circuit. Really does seem to be helping. TVS Racing Consultant getting in on the act as well.
General Manager of TVS Racing.
Subramaniam from General Manager of TVS Racing makes the presentation to the race winner of race 1 of 10 that we've got for the weekend, 2 for the TVS one make. Nice clean start to get things underway. Confirmation, Ono from Japan taking it in P1. A full second clear of Vorapang Malawan, who never really got close enough to challenge Ono. And Tanaka, another wild card, as was Ono, making it a 1-3 for the Japanese here at Sugo. Highlights of race 1 of the TVS Asia One Make Championship. Hiroki Ono, bike number 18, on pole position, was nearly edged out in the first corner, but Barry Russell, that was as close as anyone got to stopping him getting a flag to finish victory.
Yeah, Vorapong knew that was his best chance of messing up Ono's plan, and Ono was ahead of him he just didn't get a look in.
Vorapong had a problem of his own though, because he came up against a very enthusiastic Deki Diano. Deki at one stage getting into P2 and looking very, very good on really bothering Vorapong's championship chances then, but then Deki would drop down a little bit and would later crash out, which really scuppers his chances in the overall championship.
Yeah, that was about half distance, and at this point Vorapong was making a game effort to catch the leader, but he just couldn't make it. Ono had the measure of him. There's Miu Nakahara just going out of shot in her battle. She ended up in 9th.
Yeah, that's the Battle of India as well, won by K. Ahmed ahead of Deepak, Ravi, Kumar, but the overall victory rather comfortably in the end. He was slowing down going up this final hill. He was almost taunting Vorapong to say, come on, you think you're the boss? I'm the boss, particularly on my home soil. The victory going to Hiroki Ono from Japan. Vorapong gracious in defeat, but the victory goes to the number 18, 25 points for him, and a winning start for Japan in race number 1 of the weekend.
Yeah, a little flamboyance post-race from Vorapong.
And there is Sugo ahead of the Underbone start. Barry Russell, I am really looking forward to the Underbone. The championship standings though, Vorapong Malwan, he's now on 61 points with Deki Tiano dropping out. He's got an 18-point lead, where at the midway point of the TVS Asia one-make championship, Fadley Ashraf isn't here. Watcherin only able to close the gap to Fadley Ashraf to 4. Agung Septian on 27. Jim Jacobs on 26. And Ono with 1 win and 1 victory in 1 race, he moves up into the top 7. Best of the Indian racers, KY Ahmad with 24 points down in P8. All the races on identical machines. Next up, we really have the fun aspect, the Underbone 150s. That is coming next from Sugo. You're watching the Asia Road Racing Championships from the Sugo Sportsland in the prefecture of Miyagi in the north of Japan. We will be back with you in just a few minutes' time. A very warm welcome to the Sugo Sportsland circuit, the international racing circuit. We are in the Miyagi Prefecture in the northeastern part of Japan. As you saw, some beautiful scenes and succulent foods that we've already had the benefit of tasting. But we're here for the racing, and the racing next up brings you the Underbone 150cc Championships. Barry Russell was in the commentary box earlier on, and the Super Bowl was spectacular, Barry Russell.
Yes, it was, and this was the first rider out who qualified 15th yesterday. Of course, this is a 15 rider shootout for the top 15 finishers. He was the first one out. They go out in groups of 5, 3 groups of 5, starting with the slowest from yesterday, qualifying, and ending with the fastest. So you can see here, Jordan clocked to 150. That was bettered immediately by Shafiq Rosley with a 149.
It really is. It's a unique version. The riders go out 20 seconds apart, so there's no pulling. It's going to be very different in the race, where there's going to be 20 riders abreast coming into the final corner. And that chicane coming into the final corner is going to be absolutely great fun. This is how they go out. They go out in groups of 3. Afif Amran there, the 1XOX racer of Hafiza Rofa. Hafiza put in a decent time. He got himself into P6. But the best ride of the day came once again from a local Japanese, Uezo, who you know a lot about the history of Uezo. He'll come up on screen in just a moment, but he actually blasted the time, 147.26, a full second clear of Izzat Zaidi Salan in P2.
Yeah, it was Izzat held the pole position for a long time, as we see Uezo coming out there now. The 521 on that very distinct orange Team 1 for All bike, the Yamaha. And look how he tucks in his left arm as he goes up, trying to minimize wind resistance. Every trick in the book.
And it really worked, because he was, well, 0.87. It wasn't a full second, but it may well have been, because he got no help, and no wonder he was really congratulated by his team when he got back to the Parc Fermé. So Uezo will be the man on pole position. This is the circuit. Now then, for the bigger bikes, it's a challenge. For the underbones, Barry, with all the undulations, this is going to be chaotic.
Yeah, it's a terrific challenge, and well, you can see some idea of the undulations there. But for me, the big difference is if you look at turn 12, 13, which is that uphill chicane. From there, they go through turn 14 flat out, and there's a very, very long drag to the finish line. And normally, we're used to seeing a very short run to the finish line. So there will be slipstreaming, dodging and weaving, and all kinds of activity and shenanigans, no doubt.
Shenanigans, definitely. And Underbone at the best of times is chaotic on this circuit, with that chicane coming so close to the end. And then the hill leading upwards. I can imagine the poor racer who is dragging everybody else up the hill will just be overtaken by a phalanx of racers behind him. This is the man, though, who is in pole position, Ayoezi. He's had a decent season, probably hasn't got the results that he's deserved so far. He got a P6 and then a couple of 4 points, which really hasn't helped him. Alongside him is Izzat Zaidi, second place in the championship with 1 victory to his name already this season, Barry.
Yep, he showed very well indeed. He was one of the first group away, so one of the slowest qualifiers from yesterday, ended up in the middle of the front row.
Good result for Hafid in P3, posting a time of 148.2 on the nose from the pit bike team on the Yamaha. Just having a look at his season. Hafid has had a DNS and 3 did not finishers. So Hafid will be looking to go 1 better. This is a really, really talented racer from Malaysia, Ahmed Afif Amran, who's doing well in the Capri Series back in Malaysia. Look out for him.
Yeah, totaled his bike at the end of qualifying yesterday, but great work by the Cardinals team to put it back together. Here is Pirapong Lui Bumpeng, Hoi Uezu's teammate for Team One for All.
Not quite as colourful in the attire, but equally he can be seen, Pirapong Lui Bumpeng. And you hold a candle for the Thai-based riders, so you'll be keeping an eye out for Pirapong, I'm sure.
Yeah, inevitably. Got to know those guys well over a period of years.
Here's a Fizaro for another who competes on the Cup Series. He has had a decent season so far. Missed the first 2 races because of quarantine issues. Won race 3 and was in the pack in race 4. But again, worth keeping an eye out for him. Ahmed Fazli Sham, a veteran. I'm always amazed by his physique, how such a lanky guy can perform so well on these underbones.
Yeah, he's really pioneered how to fold yourself onto a bike. His style is copied by the shorter riders, who obviously it's easier for them. But even though he's now in his late 30s, I believe, he's still nice and supple and able to fold himself onto that Yamaha.
Absolutely. We've got the 30-second warning before the formation lap. This is going to be a 10-lap race once again. It's a 3.62 kilometre circuit. It's nice and bright out there at the moment as we get underway. One of the Team One for All guys was a little bit slow. I think it was Pirapong slow. Lucky everybody is taking it nice and easy in these early stages. And let's go through the 20 starters in the position that they will be on the grid. And row number 1, Uezo for Team One for All on pole. Ahead of it is Zaidi alongside Hafid from Indonesia in P3.
And leading the second row, Afif Amram, who had that hard crash yesterday in qualifying. He's next to Pirapong Lui Bumpeng and Avisa Rofa next to him.
The veteran Ahmed Fazli Sham, number 46, alongside Wayu Aji Trilaksana, down in P8, and Shafiq Grozzi. Look out for Shafiq, he's well capable of coming up through the pack to picking up wins in P9.
And another capable rider, I think, in P10, Mirabil Vitoni. Good bit of creation, a double champion in 11th position and 12th, the fastest of the Filipinos, John Emerson in Guito.
We saw Jordan Badaru, who started the season well, the youngster in P13, the Indonesian. He's alongside Nazrul Izzat from Malaysia and Giancarlo Maurizio, the second of the Filipino racers, who's on P15 of the grid.
And in 16th, we've got Ayman Tairudin, the second of the Cardinals Racing riders, and then the 2 Vietnamese, Nguyen Duc Tan and Nguyen An Tan, in 17th and 18th.
Looking to improve on their season's best performance. April King Moscado, who was imperious in the Philippines Championship last season, has found it a little bit more difficult on the ARRC, and he's alongside Dimas Juli Atmoko. Dimas Juli is another who started the season well. He picked up 2 4th places in round 1 in Buriram, but has not been able to capitalise on that ever since. But Team One for All look to be the team to look out for, Barry Russell.
Yes, they do. They've got 2 riders quite close to the front, but we do know, Des, that when the red light goes out, a rider can come from the 4th or 5th row.
And that chicane, I predict mayhem. If not on lap 1, almost guaranteed by lap 10.
They'll go through there carefully on lap 1. I predict lap 10. Who knows what could happen?
You need a prediction on underbow.
That's the only one I'm going to make, Des.
So Uma Racing, Yamaha, in their distinctive purple and black. So first, and they'll have a bit of a wait, I think, will Uezo.
It's interesting how riders approach this. Some of the pole position sitters commonly, I think, hang back so that they can join later, but he will need to sit there for a minute or so.
Yeah, that's going to be a long old wait for him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Play on the guy. He's looking back anxiously, and nobody's in a hurry to help him on that front row of the grid.
No. No, if you're going to pull alongside him, you'll probably see what's happened ahead of you and take your time.
We've got an onboard camera with Gupita Krejna, who is down in 11th place, but we know not to write off Gupita. We're in race number 5 of 10 of the season. Okay, we are just about ready. Look to the top left of your screen. 10 laps in the Underbone 150. Those red lights are out. We are underway. On board Gupita Krejna. Krishna. There you can see the chaos that they sometimes have to deal with, but everyone has gone away nice and carefully. Ueso, though, has been swallowed up by the pack, and it is Zaidi is the man who leads going into the first corner as they sweep down the hill. The easy-to-see Ueso then tries to make his way into the front, and he successfully does.
Yeah, that was a very brief moment behind Izat Zaidi, but very early days. Ueso looking to make his mark. Look, he's gapped a little bit. I don't think the following peloton is going to take that lying down.
No, they're not, but he certainly seems to have the line quite well. Ahmed Afif Amran is trying to make a move from P4 into P3. Tahirudin a little bit further down, but Ueso has got off to a flying start. He was a full second clear of everybody else, though. It was, well, 0.87 seconds clear. Exaggerate massively. So he certainly knows his way around that circuit. It's just if the others can keep up with him in the early stages, Barry.
Yep, and I think they will. Izat Zaidi, quality rider. Just taking a slightly different line to Ueso around that previous turn.
Fizarofa's got up into a challenging position as well. The green liveries of the 1XOX team.
Yeah, all three of those 1XOX team riders are in contact with the front group. I think the third of them actually is Wayuaji.
What I'm interested to see, well, I'm interested to see them all as you say, they ease themselves around the chicane first time round. Peter Kreshna again just shows us how chaotic it can be, and then they come up the hill, over the brow of the hill, and that will be the end of lap number 1. It is a short but chaotic first lap in which Ueso, who started at the front, lost it very temporarily. He has the lead from Izat Zaidi. Ahmed Fazli Sham up there, Pirapong, Ahmed Afif Amran, Hafiz Arofa, and Hafid in P7 with Ayuaji Trilaxana down in P8, but very, very tight.
And interesting that Ueso managed to hold that lead from the chicane exit to the finish line. I have my doubts whether that would happen if you come out of the chicane on the final lap, but let's see. That was an interesting dry run.
Well, once again, he's been swallowed up, and the veteran Ahmed Fazli Sham is the man who is leading the way, or was leading the way. We looked away for a second, and of course, he's swallowed up and moves back down to P4. Ahmed Afif Amran going ahead of him into P3, and that is Pirapong just behind them. The team, one for all, easy to pick out on the orange front of their bike. They're in P2 and P5.
Fazli Sham still staying in there, and nicely positioned also Hafiz Arofa and Wayuaji Trilaxana for
Ahmed Afif Amran, the latest to take the lead. He's the 4th man we've had in the lead already. We're only on lap 2 of 10. There's 2 groups though. We've got a group of, a group of 10, and then a problem beyond them, and there's a bit of a gap. I'm trying to work out who's in that group from Murrayville downwards. They're losing touch with the leading 10.
Yeah, that front group nicely packed with...
Make it 12. John Emerson and Guti, the last of them. It's Wazy now in P5 though. There's the procession up the hill. You can imagine as they go over the brow of the hill, it's a sprint to the line. Ahmed Afif Amran was leading the way, and now he's then just swallowed up as they come through. There are 8 laps to go. Ahmed Fazli Sham is the man who has the lead. Izat Zaidi in P2. Ahmed Afif Amran still there in P3. Look out for Afif. He's really is learning his trade.
Yes, he is. And Ueso now down to about 6th place. Well, last time he was on the screen anyway, he was in 6th.
We saw this with Ueso as well in Buriram, if you remember. He was outstanding in qualification. Had at one stage seemed to have a big lead, and then got swallowed up by the rest of the pack. So he'll be hoping the history doesn't repeat itself here.
And hey, presto, where is he? He's still in the same position. Yeah, and a little gap there.
There is. The front 4 are pulling away. Pirapong Luboypeng, the other Team One for All racer, he's got himself up into that leading group. Ahmed Afif Amran, bike number 50. He's in the lead. Pirapong tries to look through.
Yeah, Afif Amran looking really good for my money so far in this race. Looking nice and cool.
As we say, it can get so chaotic. Izat Zaidi has been with the leading group right the way through. Ahmed Fazli Sham is also keeping his position in the front 3. And these three Malaysians are just beginning to pull away a little bit from Pirapong Luboympeng. Further down, Gupita Krishna. Gupita is down in P12, so he's at the very tail of the second group of racers, where you can see he's on the tail there of Uezo.
Yeah, it's always hard to tell which Gupita is going to show up, and that's unusual thing to say about a two-times champion.
Ahmed Afif Amran led up the hill, and once again finds that lead evaporating as they come over the brow of the hill. They just slingshot off him. And that race to the line at the end of lap number 10 is going to really, really be a lot of fun.
Yeah, so Pirapong is the one to hit the front now as they swing into the first of the left-handers.
Izzat Zaidi following him. He's been pretty astute so far, Izzat Zaidi. He had a win in race number 1 of the season, the Pittsbike JRT one-way racer.
Yeah, he is a really good racer, is that. We've seen this so many times, and the 1XOX bikes, they are running 3 in line at the moment.
A triumvirate of 1XOX. And there was a danger that this was going to be 2 groups, but they're pulling together a little bit now, and so, yeah, we're going to get typical underbone finale here, where coming into the final lap, we're going to have a riot of colour, and may the bravest man win.
Yeah, you're going to have to be smart as well. Wayuaji is keen to get onto the back of this group. So one of the riders behind was making some adjustments to his bike, I saw, which is an interesting thing to do when you're racing in a group of 12 bikes.
Ahmed Afif Amran still leads from Izzat Zaidi, still ahead of Ahmed Fadley Sham. This chicane, everybody being very respectable just at the moment.
Wayu actually exited 5th there, sorry Des.
So Pirapong moves up into P3. Once again, Ahmed Afif Amran has been leading each time. Gupita Krishna seems to be trailing Uezo. And that's interesting, you get the pull up the slope. And Gupita Krishna is able to capitalise on that and go past Uezo. That's in the second group of racers there. 6 laps to go, 4 laps completed. So we're approaching midway through.
And I think that group of 3 might bunch up with the riders in front, but there you see Izzat Zaidi taking the lead from Ahmed Amran.
Yeah. They race so often together on the Cup race circuits. In fact, they were racing just last week, but it was nothing like this circuit here. At Turpan last week, here it's Sugo. And all the elevations, it must take a toll on you physically, because you're constantly working against the bike. Even the light underbone bikes, you're constantly working against them.
Yep, and that's can't quite see the numbers. That's Hafiza Rofa and Wayuaji just trailing those front 2.
You're quite right. Hafiza Rofa and the 3 in green make an ominous move ahead of Pirapong Luboympeng. Also in there, Gupita and Uezo. Are they in that group, or are they just behind? Earlier on, no, they've just been dropped a little bit away to, and Gupita Krishna.
Yeah, after that really good start, Uezo needs to do something, because he's not in touch with his group. His teammate, however, is exiting that chicane in 6th or 7th.
Fastest lap of the race just been set by Murabo Vitoni at 1:46.666. As he comes up the hill, he's in P11, so we'll need a few more of them. He can make up half a second a lap over the next couple of laps, then he can get back in contention. But it's Ahmed Fadley Sham who leads over the line. Fadley Sham and Izzat Zaidi, Afif Amran, Wayuaji Trilaxana, you mentioned Hafiza Rofa. John Emerson has made his way through there as well. We've not mentioned the Filipino, John Emerson Aguito, but he's got himself up into the top 6 at the midway point.
He's been consistently the fastest of the Filipino riders here. He was in the press conference on Thursday too, and acquitted himself pretty well, but I'm not so surprised to see him up here. The mystery from the Filipino point of view is what's happened to April King Moscada.
Indeed, standout. Top in underbone domestically. Gupita Krishna still hanging in at the tail end. He's P8 at the moment. What is the gap? But it's so close, down to P9. Pirapong 8/10 down. Gupita and Ueso, they need to make a move, you think, otherwise 8 and 9 could be isolated. This is the battle for P1. Ahmed Afif Amran is chasing. Which of the 1XOX races is that? It's not Ahmed Fadley Sham.
That's the evergreen Fadley Sham, I think it is.
It is indeed.
Yeah.
Fadley Sham has the lead. Little buzz as it goes past us in the commentary box. You can hear those little engines working to the absolute maximum. Ahmed Fadley Sham takes a nice tight line, but Ahmed Afif Amran, again, he's dead keen to take the lead going up the hill, Ahmed Afif Amran, but each time he just gets swallowed up by the pack behind him. Can he hold on to it? Cardinals Racing looking on.
Because they have got some way, even after they crest the hill, they have got a little way to jockey to the line.
And Afif is just overtaken, not by 1 or 2, but by 4. As John Emerson Agito is still in there. Gupita Krishna's got himself now up into P6. And that is the back wheel of Ahmed Afif Amran. Gupita Krishna is there. He's a wily old character, Gupita. There's a reason why you're champion in this sport.
That is absolutely right. It's not all about qualifying, as we see every time. And this is classic Underburn. The circuit's very different, but we're seeing a classic kind of race form, which we love.
Ahmed Fazli still leads the way. Izzat Zaidi in that group. Wayo Aji Trilaksana also in there. We keep on going to the fuzziness of Gupita Krishna. Oh, is that Ahmed Afif?
It is.
It is. Ahmed Afif Amran is out. Oh, that is a real shame. No, it's not. It's Tahiruddin, Ayman Tahiruddin. Because there is Afif, the distinctive lime green wheels.
Yeah, we saw the number 5, but there was another 5 next to it, not the 50. So he's still very much in the hunt.
Ahmed Fazli Sham leads the way. Izzat Zaidi, the reprieved Ahmed Afif Amran in P3. Those three have been right at the very front for most of this race. Ahmed Afif takes an unusual route through the chicane, but it's an effective one. Again, he's looking, this time he's looking for a toe. I wonder if this time he wants the slingshot himself.
Yeah, he went outside to inside to outside again. I think that might have been a rehearsal.
And Tahiruddin looks a little bit disconsolate, but he'll have fingers crossed that his teammate will be able to do something, but his teammate wasn't able to slingshot through. Ahmed Fazli Sham, the wily old character, he's leading with 3 laps to go. Izzat Zaidi then takes him. Gupita Krishna in P4. Wayu Aji Trilaksana still suddenly come into the race. So this is building up very nicely, Barry Russell.
Yeah, a little bit of elbows there, I think, with Afif Amran. No malice in it, but they've just got very close, Wayu and Afif.
They speed up the hill. Just got to make sure everything is right. Izzat Zaidi is in there, but look at that. Gupita Krishna, bike number 23, got himself into P3.
Yeah, he's been looking happy this weekend. His times have been a little bit up and down, but he's in good spirits, Gupita. And right behind him, he's got fellow Indonesian champion Wayu Aji.
Gupita Krishna, number 23 in P3. Izzat Zaidi ahead of him. Ahmed Afif Amran is the man who is in the lead. Looking good, Ahmed Afif Amran, the Malaysian.
Yeah, let's see if he goes into the chicane first this time around, which line he takes, because that was a really interesting one last time.
The Cardinals racing team will definitely have thought this through. They've had enough time. Now he's got a healthy lead this time, Ahmed Afif, so he's not giving a toe. Izzat Zaidi is there. Is he trying to make a run for it? Surely not on this circuit, not with these hills, because you just get swallowed up. And look at that, there they go. They're closing, going in on him.
Yeah.
So that rehearsal didn't work either.
No, and you can just imagine, can't you, the feeling of getting that 150cc to haul you up that hill, throttle flat open, the sound of 10 bikes right behind you. It's going to be very frustrating.
John Emerson Ngito, don't count him out. Don't count out Pirapong Boonlert. We've got 2 laps to go. This is in that category of too close to call. So many are putting themselves in a position where they might win it. And that's the really good thing. We've seen the likes of Gupita and Wayu Aji just work their way into this leading pack of 8, 9 racers. Hafiza Rofa out of it, Murabil out of it.
Yeah, Fadley at the front, Wayu in P4.
Ahmed Fazli Sham, trapped by Izzat Zaidi. Coming down what seems to be a number of hills on this circuit. Now then, making a big move. Look at this, 27. Shafiq Rosley's suddenly got into the leading group. Inside 1 second from P1 down to P8. It is going to be the shootout that we anticipated and hoped for coming into the final lap. Ahmed Fazli Sham is the man who leads. Wayuaji Trilaksana looks to get into P2. Izzat Zaidi closes him down, and Izzat closes that door very nicely. Now it's getting bunched up in that chicane. This is where the contact can be expected.
Yeah, Wayuaji, I think he had contact on both sides as he went through there. That was tough.
So this is the final chance for rehearsal, chaps, because next time you are approaching the finishing line for good. Ahmed Fazli Sham, he might think that he's just got enough, but you saw there that Izzat Zaidi was closing him down. Izzat Zaidi at times who took the lead. Ahmed Fazli Sham behind him. Wayu Aji Trilaksana for the 1XOX TKR racing team. 2 of the top 3 in that group. Piraponglu Boingpeng, he's down in 4. 5 is Ahmed Afif Amran. We've got 3 kilometers to race, and this certainly is as open as we hope for.
It is. You can take Underbones anywhere and get fantastic racing. They've been to Australia, now they've been to this brand new circuit to them in Sugo.
Have a look at this. In front is Ahmed Fazli Sham. Wayu Aji Trilaksana is the second of the green-clad. Ahmed Afif Amran trying to work himself as they come down the back straight. This will be the test. Get yourself into a good position coming into the final corner and then into the chicane and then up the hill. Izzat Zaidi is just easing Ahmed Fazli Sham out. Fazli, though, he holds on to that line. Ahmed Fazli Sham with Ahmed Afif Amran going around the outside. This is the right-hander as they come through. Fabulous racing from the Underbone contingent.
And look who it is at the front now.
Ahmed Fazli Sham still leading. Oh, so Wayu Trilaksana, my apologies. No wonder you gave me a stare there. Wayuaji Trilaksana as they come into the chicane. Ahmed Afif Amran tries to go on the inside. Wayuaji, now then he's got a bit of a lead. Wayuaji Trilaksana hasn't been in the lead before now. He's got a healthy lead coming up the hill. And Wayuaji Trilaksana, the championship leader, looks like he's going to take a victory. Comes over the brow of the hill, and Wayuaji Trilaksana takes the victory. From Pirapong and Ingito, Ahmed Fazli Sham, Hafiza Rofa, Afif Amran in P6, Gupita Kreshna in 7, Izzat Zaidi 8, but wow, what a final lap from Wayuaji Trilaksana.
Quality, what a move that was. You wouldn't have thought it was possible. Look how pumped he is. You might well beat your chest. You deserve that. That's his first win of the season. He's had 2 seconds already, but what a fantastic result. Pirapong Louis Bumpeng led the rest of them, and as you said, Des, John Emerson and Guito came through well. Fazli Sham ended up 4th.
So there's a final result under investigation. Photo finish can't be for P1 because Wayuaji was so far clear, but P2 and P2 right the way down. It could be anybody's race. So the race director said that the result is under investigation. I didn't see anything wrong with anything that Wayuaji did. Did you, Barry?
No, I didn't.
I don't think that's where the problem might be.
I must admit, I was watching that move of the way that Wayuaji was getting ahead during that final chicane. I didn't see what the others were doing because I had a feeling he was going to get the jump somehow. What a fantastic move.
It certainly was. That was every bit as thrilling as we hope for. The Underbone never fails to deliver, does it?
Never at all, no.
Fans excited, but Wayuaji Trilaksana That will massively, massively increase his lead at the top of the overall championship standings, because none of his leading rivals were able to really take advantage. Izzat Zaidi finished for him a disappointing 8th. Ahmed Afif Amran, having been leading, finished 6th. And it's going to be a huge lead in the championship standings for Wayu Aji Trilaksana. Man and Beast watching and enjoying race number 1 of the weekend. The wind is just beginning to whip up a little bit on the hilltops of the Sugo Sportsland. These guys might need a little bit more than a t-shirt later on today, but they're enjoying it, and certainly enjoying it. The 1XOX TKR racing team. Fabulous performance from Wayu Aji Trilaksana. He bided his time right the way through. He wasn't involved in the leading group of 10 in the first 5 laps as Pinapong Luboypeng. He also gets congratulations for P2 for Team One for All. But there's the man who deserves all of the credit. The 3 in green who were making their way as much as they could in the leading group, and it was Wayu Aji Trilaksana who had the ace in the pack. There'll also be celebrations in Philippines for John Emerson Ingito. Back-to-back P3s for him in the championship, but the main celebrations for Wayu Aji, he's worked that one out absolutely superbly. Well done to Ahmed Fadley Sham as well, who's got himself a P3. Still, the result is under investigation, so we're waiting final confirmation for that, but no doubting who the winner is. Wayu Aji. So that's now a P1, 2 P2s, a P3, and a P7 in 5 races so far this season. Real consistency. Ahmed Afif Amran picking up 10 points. That hurts his championship challenge. Izzat Zaidi picking up 8 points. He's on 59, but it's a huge lead. 31 points at the top of the overall championship standings for Wayu Aji Trilaksana. Round 4 still to come in Sepang. Round 5 in Buram. A second race still to come tomorrow. And Barry Russell down in the Parc Fermé, looking to get the interviews done with certainly the winner, hopefully the top 3. He's made his way from the commentary box. We're paying him overtime to do the interviews down in Parc Fermé. Let's go down indeed to Barry Russell.
And we're in Parc Fermé with the Underbone race winner. What a sensational win it was. We're with Wayu Aji Trilaksana. Wayu Aji, I watched you really carefully going through that final chicane. Tell us how you did that.
Yeah, this is fantastic for me because I'm first time in Sugo International Circuit, and then I'm come back to first podium, maybe from 2020, and yeah, I want to thanks to my team because I have a good communication and support, positive energy, and then yeah. Thank you very much for all support me.
That looked like a well-executed plan. Your teammates, 1XOX teammates, also did very well. You moved progressively into the position for the final lap. Was that a plan for the whole race?
I don't know. I just focus for me. In race 1, I tell to my mechanic, and then I push every lap. Yeah.
And a message to your fans in Indonesia?
Ya, terima kasih untuk semua yang sudah doakan saya. Hari ini saya berikan kado untuk Indonesia saya 17 Agustus. Semoga ini menjadi sejarah untuk kita semua. Amin. Thanks.
Very, very happy Hayato Kobayashi, explaining exactly what he did. I think there was an awful lot more skill in it than he suggested in his interview there. Bided his time absolutely wonderfully. As we look down the final straight, coming up that hill, it is blind for all the racers, and they've just got to make it as fast as they can to that finishing line. But Hayato Kobayashi, who might have thought that he would have been under pressure, there would have been a whole glut of racers behind him, had made such a great move going into that chicane that he made the victory in the end. Quite not a comfortable one, but certainly won by more distance than he might have imagined. Terrific win for him, first win of the season. 5 races so far in the Underbone Championship, 5 separate victors. As we prepare for the presentation, Barry once again will be the man performing the duties.
Where do we stay?
The guests of honor make their way out. They'll be the gentlemen handing out the prizes. FIM Asia Road Racing Championship Round 3 from Sugo in Japan. It's our debut here. Fantastic to be here. And so far the racing has lived up to it, and we're only 2/5 of the way through day 1. Still to come, the AP 250, the Supersport 600, and the Superbikes, where the Japanese contingent has been boosted by a number of wildcard races.
150 class, what a fantastic race it was. We have the first 3 riders with us today, so please give them a warm reception.
ただいまより2022 FIM アジアロードレース選手権第3戦ジャパンアンダーボーン150
The XOX team, they were celebrating very, very early, as soon as they saw his work on the chicane. And in many ways, Afif Amran, he caused problems behind him, because Afif tried to make a move on the chicane, and that seemed to block everybody else behind them. And it cleared the way for Hayato Kobayashi. Third place, though, for the Philippines, John Emerson Ingito. Back-to-back P3s for the Yamaha Philippines racer. P2 confirmed for Pitapong Luboingpeng, a team 1 for all, but there is your very, very happy victor. The Indonesian national anthem will be played and will be sung with some gusto by Hayato Kobayashi.
KKR. Please come to the podium. And now we'll have the national anthem. So please stand for the national anthem of Indonesia.
Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
Presenting the
On now to the official presentation. Stefan Carapier, the FIM Asia president. Handing out the victory awards to the top three. Special hug for Philippines. John Emerson Ingito. He hands out the helmet. Big smile. Also a big smile for Pirapong Luboympeng. Pirapong, a P4 last time out, a P2 here. Starting the season with a DNF. So he's growing into the campaign. But Wayu Aji Trilaksana, he has exploded. Really opened up the overall championship standings. We're still awaiting the official result. There's still one or two little moments. As we're beginning to see just one or two spots of rain there. Tetsuo Suzuki, the president of the Motorcycle Federation of Japan, the MFJ, he's the man who's handing out the prizes. And indeed, we have got some rain, which could really cause one or two problems. Makes life very interesting, particularly on this circuit. The Underbone guys, they can relax a little bit though. The podium, 3, Emerson Agito for Yamaha Racing Team. 2, Pirapong Luboympeng for Team One for All, and Wayu Aji Trilaksana in P1. Oof. Highlights of the Underbone 150cc in the sunshine at the Sugo Sportsland in Miyagi Prefecture. Race number 5 of the season, round 3 taking place, and the early work was done by the pole setter Uezo, the Japanese, on his home circuit. But he was soon swallowed up and ended up going up backwards and finished eventually in 12th position. Ahmed Afif Amran and Izzat Zaidi, they took up the leadership with Ahmed Fadley Sham. And for several laps, it was looking very, very good for a Malaysian trio. Pirapong Luboympeng also easing his way in there. He's in the orange bike with the in the white racing suit. He established himself in the lead with 7 laps to go. And now Uezo is being dropped, but we're just beginning to see a little bit of work from Gupita Krishna. Now Wayu Aji Trilaksana, the KG veteran Indonesian racers. At the front, Ahmed Fazli Sham was trying to work out the best way to take the chicane and the hill up to the finish line. Ahmed Afif Amran on several occasions led on the way through, but his teammate Tahirudin had to drop out, sadly for him. Gupita Krishna making his way through with 3 laps to go. Excuse me. But Wayu Aji Trilaksana still not making a move, not yet anyway. Ahmed Fazli Sham leading the way, and then on to the final lap when it came down to the, as we expected, the final chicane. Wayu Aji Trilaksana is in the lead, and then he just accelerates away from everybody. Ahmed Afif Amran had no real response, and as they went up the hill, kind of slingshotted his way up the hill, did Wayu Aji Trilaksana. So the victory by the end was really quite comprehensive. Photo finish for P2, where Pirapong took it ahead of John Emerson in Quito. But it was a fabulous piece of skill on the chicane for Wayu Aji Trilaksana that earned him the victory. Okay, unofficially, we can't officially give you the points totals, but unofficially, Wayu Aji is top of the pile on 90 points. Izzat Zaidi is in second on 59. Ahmed Afif Amran third on 55. Go on to the ARC.com website for final confirmation on that. We can see there's a little bit of rain coming in. That will make life very interesting for the 3 remaining races. Coming up after the break, the Asia Production 250cc. You're watching the Asia Road Racing Championships from Sugo in Japan. very warm welcome back to Sugo in the northeast of Japan. We are live for round 3 of the Asia Road Racing Championships. As you can see, rain has hit Sugo. That makes life very, very difficult for both the riders and the engineers as they have to negotiate the tyres and the tactics, and they have to be really circumspect. We did anticipate some rain, but it came on us very, very quickly. However, the racing must go on. Next up, we've got the AP, the Asia Production 250cc. Let's just have a quick look back at how qualification went in the sunshine of this morning. In the qualification, well, Reza Danica was the man who would eventually end up on top of the pile. But there were some early bright moments coming from some of the wildcards. 3 Japanese wildcard racers, Ryosuke Nakamura, Yuito Nomura and Takahide Tanaka, all in the early stages putting in some decent lap times. Erjan Adner Ferdaus, though, was the man who put in the first lap top, and then Reza Danica, he started to put in some very, very good times. He moved into P1 at a time of 1:42.088. Adananta Putra, who needs to get some results, we feel, to really prove that he's a decent racer. He had 2 DNFs in round number 1, a 4th and a 5th last time out. Also looking good was Aiki Aoshi, who rides for the Kawasaki team. Then we have the Hondas making their move as well. Reza Danica Ahrens, the main man. He needs to be careful of Andy Mohamed Fadley, who's leading the overall championship. In fact, Reza Danica needs a good round here in Sugo, because after this we're beyond the halfway point of the series, and he's got a 14-point deficit. Andy Mohamed Fadley by 108 is the man who's on 3 consecutive wins at the moment. The Indonesian leading the way. Reza Danica eventually put in a time of 1:41.43, and he got close, but not quite close enough. For 1:46.686 for Andy Mohamed Fadley. Sorry, 1:41.686, eventually giving him a P2. Good day for Indonesia generally. They filled the first 4 positions on the grid. Adananta and Erjan Adner completing 3 and 4, but Reza Danica coming up fastest in qualification, a lap of 1:43.437. He'll be on pole position ahead of Andy Mohamed Fadley. Okay, let's have a look at the overall championship standings at the moment. Fadley has a 14-point lead from Reza Danica. They're 1 and 2 on the grid here. Aoshi, who is the teammate of Andy Mohamed Fadley, is in 3rd place. Aoshi's on P5 on the grid for today. Rafi Turpan and Aldi Satya, the youngster, they are in P4 and 5. Piawaf, the best of the tyres, in 6. But as you can see, this is a championship dominated by Indonesia, as Ray Ratukori and Andy Setiawan are completing the top 8. There's also Erjan and Adananta, who hasn't had the results his performances seem to have deserved so far this season. He could come in and cause a problem further down. Idlan Hakimi is a young racer who's doing his best to try and work his way through this championship. But the rain is here around this circuit. Barry Russell is back inside, not braving the rain. Barry, it got a little bit heavy out there for you.
Well, I was ready to go for the grid interviews, but I think the guys are worried about their equipment.
I think the guys are worried about the electrics on your belt here, because we don't want to frazzle Barry Russell, but the rain makes this undulating course full of cambers and full of tricky turns particularly hazardous.
And we've had no experience this weekend, and therefore most of these riders with any wet conditions at this track, so we don't know how it performs.
But has it stopped? Was it just a brief shower?
It was a brief shower. It's just raining very lightly now.
Okay, so that might really, it works the mind. The racers have got to just get the rain out of their system. They know that they're going to have to be a little bit circumspect, but not too circumspect, because you can easily give away track positions. There was Reza Danica. This is the championship leader, Andy Mohamed Fadley. Perhaps an opportunity for him to steal a march over Reza Danica with these change conditions?
I think it could be, yeah. I think these conditions will probably, they'll both go well, but I think they could favour Andy slightly more than Razor, but let's see.
He's on the Kawasaki. He wasn't far down, he was only 0.3 of a second down on the time of Reza Danica. And this is Adelanta Puccia. Now, I've mentioned a couple of times that his performances are really not being represented, are they? Because he's a better racer than a man who's only got 24 points. He had a P4 and a P5 last time out, but 2 DNFs on race round 1 in Buriram.
He's definitely worth more than that, Des. I totally agree. There is somebody trudging off the circuit there.
That is Angie Setiawan.
Oh, so a crash on the sighting lap.
Wow, that shows you that you can only assume that the weather has had a real influence on that. So Angie Setiawan, who had qualified in 9th position, is probably out of the race. Herjan Atna, there are plenty of other Indonesians though. Herjan Atna Firdaus on the Honda. Herjan Atna is he's picked up 2 6th place finishers this season. He's on 26 points. And alongside Herjan, Ayoshi. Now Ayoshi is a potential wild card. He will know this circuit better than most, even though he's been on the ARLC.
Yes, he does. You'd have to fancy him too. Let's see, the race makes everyone a wild card, really, Des.
Certainly does. Rain just has that effect. And this, oh, I wish we'd stay on her. That could have been 10 minutes worth of entertainment in its own right, that young lady putting on the weather map. But here is Ayoshi. He's on P5 on the grid. Next to Piawat, the young Thai. Wet weather gear is on. You can fully understand it because it was a pretty torrential. It is still raining, but it's light. But the light rain will just make the surface really greasy.
Yeah, standing next to him is none other than Ratapat Willarot, former GP racer of great note.
His brother is racing today.
Oh, yes, he is.
Later on. So there's the first 3 rows that we've gone through. Then we've got Ray Ratukore on P7. And just look at the clouds in the distance, because I knew that the weather could just close in very, very quickly. Here's Ray Ratukore for the 1XOX TKR racing team. Again, he's one who maybe doesn't get the points on the board that we think he really should do. A decent 5th and a 4th earlier on in the campaign. A disappointing time last time out at Sepang. That was in May.
His experience could come through here, Des. Here's a wild card.
So Nakamura, a wild card. Now, you has had a chance to watch them all. None of the wild cards look like they're likely to be at the top end of the table, or the top end of the grid here.
I wouldn't have thought so on a dry track.
Yes, great answer.
Now we have a wet track, so maybe they will. And that rider was one of the better ones. But of course they don't race AP250s here, so it's difficult for them to adapt the bikes and get used to them in such a short space of time. That's the A Racer team coming off there. They supply the control ECU for these bikes to keep everything nice and level. If anybody gets too much of an advantage, they get their revs dialed down. And I do believe that Andy Fadley is carrying a rev penalty at the moment.
I would imagine that's the problem for succeeding. It's a good problem, and you understand exactly why they did it. Smiling in the rain.
Yeah.
Quite right. It's been good racing so far, and rain can do 2 things. It can make it absolutely thrilling or a lottery. Let's hope for the former, not the latter.
Yes, indeed. The raindrops there on the camera, but I think it finished raining when I came back in a few minutes ago. I keep looking at the screen and thinking that I can see rain, but I think that's just nerves. There's a missing grid position there for Anggi Setiawan.
Yes, Anggi Setiawan, who slid out on the, well, not even the formation lap, on the coming out lap. Just to show you how bad it was. So, in terms of tyre wear, we'll be given the same set of tyres to work with.
Well, it's Dunlop wet, well, they're kind of like intermediate tyres. They're not like wet tyres that we see in the Super Sport and Superbike classes.
We haven't actually seen out on the track exactly how wet it is. because we haven't done a formation lap yet, and some parts on this circuit, it can be very dry at one side and wet at the other side because of the undulations that we have, but it looks pretty wet as they move their way into the first corner. They come down this hill. Let's just go through the riders as Reza Danica on pole position, second in the championship. Andy Mohamed Fadley second on the grid, but first in the championship. Adananta Putra on the front row with them.
Looking at the second row, Hurjan Adna and Aiki Yoshi and Piawak Patumios.
Ray Ratukore, the wildcard Nakamura and Andy Setiawan on the third row.
Fourth row, Fitrian Taketi, Rafi Turpan Chipto and Takahide Tanaka.
Tanaka again is a wild card. We've got on the fifth row Akid Aziz from Malaysia. I must confess I thought he'd be able to make more of a dent in the championship. Setu Rajiv from India and Senthil also from India. They complete the fifth row.
And then we've got Idlan Hakimi Radwan. Aldi Satya Mahendra, I think he's up, but he's got a fractured left hand. And Yuichi Nomura in 18th place.
And on the seventh row of the grid, Muzakio Mohammed, who's approaching the veteran stage now in Malaysia. And Cao Vietnam, who keeps appearing and keeps improving week on week, or event on event. Cao Vietnam, he has picked up points in all 4 races so far this season, and is in the top 10 in the overall championship standings. So he'll be frustrated to be so far back on the grid. But his lap time was 0.3 of a second down on Muzakia. Won only 3 races outside 140.
Yeah, there were problems for Cao Vietnam. His bike barbecued itself yesterday, so had to be rebuilt. And you have to say, looking at the back of the grid as well, I was surprised to see Aldi Satya Mahendra out there, because he did fracture his left hand in a crash, in fact, with Cao Vietnam, that resulted in Cao's bike bursting into flames.
Aldi Satya is a youngster who is stepping up into the AP 250s. So we look into the Honda garage.
Yeah,
Astra Honda garage, I should say. Astra Honda, the home for Reza Danica and for Hurjan Adna Firdaus, and also Adananta Putra. So they've got 2 of the best 3 riders on the grid at the moment.
That's one of the most experienced. We just saw taking his grid position, Rafi Turpan Chipto. The team is new to him, the LFN team, but given him that distinctive black and gold.
Yeah, great
livery.
colours, aren't they?
Yeah.
Black and gold, love them. Right, let's see what the rain will do. It is a 12-lap race. Reza Danica Arans from Indonesia, next to the Kawasaki, the green Kawasaki of Andy Mohamed Fadley. And yes, I understand the feeling. The rain does look like it's picked up once again.
As, yeah.
That's on the start line, on the top left of your screen. The red light will go on, and when it goes off, we will be underway. Asia Production 250cc race number 1. Andy Mohamed Fadley off to a decent start, sandwiched between the 2 Astra Hondas. Ayoshi makes a move as well, but coming first into that first corner, round from P3, was Adananta Putra. So good job from Adananta. And everyone's just a little bit circumspect, as you quite understand. They're not quite sure how wet it will be underneath. There's a little wobble there from Reza Danica. And Andy Mohamed Fadley is there. What happened? What happened to Ayoshi? Oh, we've got a faller already.
And that is one of the Astras, I think.
It is one of the Astra Hondas.
Let's just take a look. Safety car just...
123
yeah,
is Reza Danica Arans.
Oh, well, that is...
spun out. So the pole sitter and the man in second place in the championship, he really did look nervous on the wet bike. And another one has gone. Another one of... that's Hurjan Adna Firdaus. Hurjan Adna is a victim of the wet weather. Desperately trying to work out the problems on his bike, but that is catastrophe for Astra Honda.
And what did we say, Des, or about the what might happen in the rain with wild cards? We have.
Oh, and a third has gone, and again it's red and white, so there just seems to be no grip.
You can see now against that
That's
background.
Adananta. All three Astra Honda racers are down and out. No wonder they are looking devastated in the pit lane. Oh, dear me. So, for the others, stay on the bike.
Isn't that interesting? I think they're the only three bikes down, but
Number
there
4
is Senthil.
Senthil Chandrasekaran. Well, you've just got to be as circumspect can be. Coming through is one of the wild cards, Ryosuke, who leads the way from Rapid Turpan. Takehide is the third one through, so 2 wild cards. Pirwat, Ray Ratakori, Aldi Satya up from P17 has got himself into P6, and Cal Vietnam's up there as well. So what has happened to the Kawasaki's of Ayoshi and Andy Mohammed Fadley? I didn't see them spin out.
Well, we're looking.
Well, there they are.
Yeah, they're in 12th and 13th and 14th.
So just stay on that bike, Andy Mohammed Fadley, must surely be the order.
They're not leading the bikes over at all, are they?
Clearly there is no grip whatsoever.
Yeah. Looks like they're riding as though they're waiting for a red flag, to be honest, Des.
It certainly does, doesn't it? There were so many wet weather casualties. Andy Mohammed Fadley, in his garage, they look on. But yes, they are them. That's like me. That's how I ride.
Yeah. It must be really treacherous, and the rain is pretty hard now. That's Herjan back in the pits there.
So Herjan is desperately just trying to sort out. There will have been damage. Trying to sort out the gear mechanism.
But if the red flag does come out, then they want to get that bike fixed fast.
So Herjan at one of 3 casualties. It's going to be a busy old time as we're seeing
Big tumble
another.
for
That's
Cal
one of the
Vietnam.
wild cards.
That's Cal Vietnam.
Well, Cal Vietnam, he's out. Working desperately hard as the marshals come on. Try to help him pick up the bike, but there's a lot of gravel and dirt there. And all the while, Ryosuke Nakamura is now through lap 2. And Rapid Turpan is the man who's gone with him.
Yeah, Rapid Turpan, one of the more experienced riders. Aldi Satcher, who's carrying a fractured left hand after a nasty crash yesterday with Cal Vietnam. He's benefiting from the wet conditions because it's easier, there's less pressure required, less strength required riding a bike in the wet. You have to be much more, as you say, Des, circumspect with how you move the bike around, and so it's going to be easier for him to get a good result.
Takehide Tanaka's there, get those wheels off and what they're putting on wet weather tyres, of course. Making as many changes as they can, but the race is going on.
Yeah, these two look like they've found a way around this track in the wet that the others have not.
Careful what we say, Barry. I mean, we've seen so many racers go out. Senthil is out. Adananta, he slid off. Razor Danica was the first to slide off. Did Razor go into the pits? I didn't see him in the pits there. Herjan, we did see his bike getting some change. Cal Vietnam, he slid off as well. We're still in the Astra Honda garage.
Yeah, those two at the front have got wet tyres on. I just had a close look. That's the difference. They started with wet tyres. The others thought, because the rain stopped, the track was going to dry.
Intermediates, yes, that's the gamble. The gamble failed. So Rapid Turpan is maybe looking to take advantage. It won't be the fastest race that we've ever seen. In fact, the fastest lap so far is 1:59.2, which is a full 20 seconds down on qualification time. You fully understand that.
And it's inevitably going to affect the schedule for the following races. Because, of course, we still have 600s and thousands to go.
They will be looking at the weather and looking up at the skies. And that's the other Indonesian bike into the pits as well. Wet weather tyres very, very much on.
Yeah, if you start with wet weather tyres and you have a drying track, then you're going to have no chance at all. So it's just a view that you take, and it seems like Rainosuke, I beg his pardon, made a good choice, and so did Tanaka.
Still had interesting, and some parts of this track are dry. That's not exactly dry, but that looks rideable. Other parts really do look like they're absorbing an awful lot of water.
The Kiddas is there on wet tyres too, so this is a chance for him to get a better result.
He's in P9 just at the moment, Akid Aziz. Bike number 13, started in P13. Akid has got a good reputation back in Malaysia. His best position so far a P8 as Herjan prepares to come out, but he's 3 laps down, Herjan.
Yeah, that can be no more of a hope than a preparation for a wet race if it rains tomorrow.
Front 2. Yonsuke Nakamura still leading the way. Raphael Turpan Susito looking for a rare old victory. He had a P2, did Rafi in round 1 in Buriram. Also had a P4 in Buriram. He started off the season absolutely on fire. Andy Mohammed Fadley, P13 for Fadley.
Yeah.
He and Ayoshi, they are not taking any risk. Surely they've got to come in and change tyres, but it's such a laborious process on the bikes.
Yeah, and they're just gambling that they're going to end up in better positions by staying out than coming in and changing. But it's really, literally like riding on ice.
This is it's one where you flip a coin, isn't it? And you say, if it comes down heads, we go with wet weather tyres and hope for the best. If it comes down tails, well,
as you've said, this is unpredictable weather area here in the mountains.
Rafi Turpan was out there. Is that his teammate? Yes, he's not riding with the same alacrity as Rafi Turpan was. In fact, he's about to be lapped by his teammate. While the Kawasaki's are gingerly making their way around the green and increasingly lush looking surroundings of the Sugo Sportsland.
There's a reason why it's so green around here, Des.
You just discovered it. It's still leading the way, riding well, Unsuke Nakamura. And Rafi Turpan is there. Now then, Reza Danica has made his way back into the pits. Is this him coming out to recommence? Indeed. It's him going in, isn't it?
No, that's on the way.
That is on the way.
He's got wets on, and I think that's a sensible move, because if it rains tomorrow, he will at least have had some experience of riding in wet conditions here. And with the riders falling, he might even pick up a point or two.
Exactly that.
Even if he's
so long as he now finishes the race, yes. Front 2 leading the way. Becomes a little bit of a procession behind them. Takahide and Aldi Satya with broken wrist, as you keep saying. Is it left or right?
Left, luckily.
That's Aldi Satya goes up over the hill. The lead is still with Nakamura. He's got a lead of 0.2 over Rafid Takahide, and Aldi Satya. Piawat is staying in there as well. Satu Rajiv has also got himself involved. Satu Rajiv is looking for a good result here.
This will be a best result for him if he can stick with it.
Absolutely.
Ray Ratakuri a long way down behind him, so you'd suspect that Ronaldo Rakaturi is probably on dry tyres too.
5 laps to go in the midst of all of that. Sorry, 7 laps to go, 5 laps completed. Being completed at tortuously slow pace. Andy Mohammed Fadley 1 lap down in P13. Aoki Ayoshi as well. Now, do they just stay out? There they are. There's the championship leader, Andy Mohammed Fadley. But if he stays just doing that kind of pace, Barry Russell, he might pick up a point or 2 or 3, but there's also a danger he could be caught up by those on wet weather tyres.
He could be that this is just a view that they're taking. He's got 2 or 3 points in the bag at the moment, but there goes... who was that?
Well, it wasn't one of the Kawasaki's. That's it. Oh, another one went as well.
Yeah, I think that's... is that Rajiv? Situ Rajiv?
That would be a big shame for him because he was racing pretty well. He was in P6 and we've just been suggesting that maybe he had the best opportunity. Rafi Turpan out. Back on the circuit though, but very much dirtier and wetter. So Rafi Turpan, who was in P2, and that just shows you how increasingly treacherous it is out there. Where was he? He was on the back end of the circuit as well. So there is our clear leader, bike number 73, clear leader. Everybody else in that shot is being overtaken, including bike number 57, Aldi Satya. So did Aldi Satya drop out? No, Aldi Satya is the new leader. So Nakamura slid out as well. So clearly out of shot, we had both Rafi Turpan and Nakamura spinning out because Aldi Satya is the new race leader ahead of Takahide. Well, that changed.
And Ryunosuke Nakamura has remounted. Or did he crash or does he just drop back? It's not clear, is it?
It's not clear, but Rafi Turpan certainly crashed because you'll see by the colour of his racing suit.
And injuries aside, Des, let's remind ourselves that Aldi Satya 3 years ago at Suzuka
in the wet
at the age of 13.
Yes, famously.
Yeah.
26 is Takahide. He's now in P2. Takahide Tanaka, a wild card. So that will upset Oh, Aldi Satya is out at the top end of your screen. Oh, poor kid.
He won't be able to pick that up with a broken left hand.
In the race lead, and you can feel his frustration.
Yeah.
And that bike looks like it's finished, and Aldi's day is done. And that means we have a new race leader, who is Takahide Tanaka. And all of this is great news for Andy Mohammed Fadley and Aoshi, who are gingerly working their way around this circuit. Is it drying? It doesn't look like it. There's still spray being thrown up on the back wheel of the race leader, Tanaka.
Yeah.
Now then, that is Herjan Adna. So the Astra Honda racers are back in play. He's about to be overtaken by the race leader, Takahide.
Yeah, we can see the timing screens here are getting confused as well.
Not
they left
surprising.
Yeah.
Racer Danica's in an opportunity to pick up some points, and bizarrely, if a couple of others crash out, even though he's 4 laps down, if he's still on the circuit, he can put a claim for points, can't he?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So Racer Danica and Herjan currently out of the points in P16 and P17 as we focus on the race leader, who continues to be, well, we've got 2 wild cards in P1 and P2, Takahide and Nakamura. So they kind of know the terrain, literally.
Yeah.
Who we brave enough to go on board with. Takahide still leads the way. I'm really interested to see how Cao Vietnam is back on his bike as well. He's picked himself up. Muzuki Mohammed has got a chance. Akid Aziz has got a chance to pick up some points here. Rafi Turpan, he's back on his bike as well, so he's up in P4.
Yeah, we do see this in races. Riders can crash, and if they can get back up quickly, they can still get themselves into a decent position. Speaking of which, Aldi Satya looks as though he's got himself back on. He's listed here as 10th, so after that moment of despair, I think he realised he could run back to his bike and continue. But
just imagine the jarring of pain though as he tried to pick up that bike with that left wrist, and wrist yesterday.
Yeah.
I shouldn't do this.
Yeah, exactly.
But okay, so here's Aoshi, and inside of them is another of the wild cards. That's Yuto Nomura. Andy Mohammed Fadley, current position for Andy Mohammed Fadley, P13, which is worth 3 points. It looks like
he's got...
They're still on the same tyres, they're still just easing their way around the course, maybe hoping that it dries over the next 4 laps.
Yeah, I think the wild card has got wets on. It was difficult to see with the way the light was shining on the tyres then.
Well, these are the bows and arrows of racing in a season. You have these situations as we're on board with Piawat. He's giving us an idea. It doesn't look wet there. It really can be misleading. You can see the tracks the Piawat spike is leaving behind him. Where is Piawat? He's in P3.
Yeah, he's in P3, so he must have started on wets.
Yeah. He's got a P2 to his name so far this season, Piawat. This will help him reduce the gap in the battle for P3 in the overall championship standings. Ravi Turpan is ahead of him. You've just got to take advantage when these conditions appear, Barry, and you've just got to make the best of them. I know it doesn't represent the season as a whole, but it can demolish your season if you were to crash out. Or you can just rescue something from it.
Yeah, you just need to keep the bike upright, which is, of course, is what championship leader Andy Fadley's doing. Looks like Aldi, I'm a little suspicious of the timing screens, but Aldi, he's still listed as out, but in 14th. I'm not convinced by that. And is that Rafi?
Rafi Turpan down for the second time and back on for the third time.
So he's a tough lad.
With some damage.
Yeah, a little bit hanging off. That's the little bar that, yeah.
Here's our race second place. Nakamura, P2 at the moment. They're probably loving these conditions, saying all those fancy dance from the ARRC. This is our territory. This is how you race.
Welcome to Sugo.
Welcome to Sugo, indeed. A bit of sun there. So it's still Nakamura leading the way. Piawat in P3. Really is, well, we asked it, we wondered whether it would be exciting or a lottery. It has turned into a bit of a lottery. But the timing of the rain was the thing that really put the teams into such a difficult situation just before they were going out. So do they make the decision? Oh, as we have another slider.
That's Urgent.
Oh.
That's Urgent down again.
And that surely is his race done. He looks back and wonders, what happened to my back end there?
Yeah, and the track on this, that run into the chicane doesn't look too wet, does it? Anyway, here comes the race leader, Takahide.
Started off in P12. And splendid isolation comes up over the brow of the hill. Once he crosses the start-finish line, it'll be 2 laps for him to complete.
Tricky afternoon for these guys and their teams and the people scheduling the event as well, because this is slow.
Nakamura 6 seconds down. We're still waiting for Piawat to complete his 10th lap. 15 seconds down, he does so. So Piawat in P3. Beyond him, you've got Ray Ratakore, although, yeah, Ray Ratakore still waiting to come in. He's over a lap down, so he's over 30 seconds down. Setu Rajiv slipped off his bike and got back up. So Ray Ratakore is 33 seconds off. Piawat, we're on board with Piawat here. 15 seconds down. Of those in the championship standings, Piawat is the one who could benefit most, because he can pick up maybe 16 points here, which could move him into a clear 3rd place.
It's good for him. He needed a little boost to his season. Not the best way to have it in the rain, but he was looking okay in practice and qualifying.
You look at the clouds ahead, they were fluffy. They turned rainy very, very quickly, and just see there's a little bit of dark cloud there. That you've got to be really careful of. It's amazing how quickly you become a weatherman in this part of the world. Piawat focuses on just keeping that front wheel nice and steady, making sure there's plenty of weight on the back wheel so it doesn't slide away.
That's all he needs to do. I think
perhaps in 2019 he won the Suzuka 4-hour race, which they race on 600s with Mccarren as his running mate, and that was a really wet race. So I think hopefully touch whatever this is.
It's for Micah.
For Micah, that he will keep it upright for the rest of the race. A lot of water and actually came too.
So there's your race leader. He is going past bike number 19, who is Idlan Hakimi. So he's lapped there, Idlan Hakimi, but Idlan, young Malaysian, he's doing exactly the same, just staying out on the circuit, making sure that he can pick up some points. You never know. At the end of a 10-race season, every point that you pick up can be valuable.
Definitely. And Reza Danaka's mission, that's clearly the same for him too. He's currently in 14th place, just behind the man leading the championship, Andy Fadley. And those two are going around very slowly. I mean, even all these guys, they're having a chat. well done. I wish I'd put on dry, wet tyres at the start of the race.
That was a good idea. Wish you told me. And then again, when he made that decision, because there were so few of them who did it, he was in the minority. So don't always follow the crowd.
No, the rain really was easing off at that moment.
26, Takahide leads. Coming into, well, this is his final lap. Then it's the lottery of just following the racers behind and finding out who's done what, who's managed to pick up a point here and there. I'm sure he'll take the win, but I wonder how much he'll enjoy the win, knowing that it's the conditions that have contributed so much to it. You just look at the gaps down to Rapid and Akid. We're just getting some information of the problems that Kawasaki and Astra Honda had. They all decided to gamble on the dry tyres. The wet weather tyre, though, was the one that got there. The tortoise beats the hare quite easily. And it's Takahide who takes the victory. He will celebrate just with a little nod of the head. He made the wise decision, or his team made the wise decision, so the wild card takes it in first place. And second place, Nakamura, another wild card. And then the point scorers, as 2 laps down are the 2 Kawasaki's. So they'll just keep on going. And we are on board Piawat as he comes up over the brow of the hill, and he will pick up 16 points here for his second podium of the season. And then we'll have a longish wait as the 2 Japanese wildcard racers enjoy the applause of the crowd. They made wise decisions. They started on wet tyres. That is a little bit of local knowledge for you, Barry Russell.
It is, absolutely. Weather is unpredictable here. They went the right way, and I think I've got time for a leisurely stroll across the Parc Fermé, Des.
I think you may well do. Barry will be conducting interviews and trying to make some sense of it. Just find out exactly what the decision-making process was, because for the dry weather guys, it proved to be wrong. But, well, you don't know at the time, do you? So, an interesting, fascinating race in which Akid Aziz has come through in P6. Rafi Turpan, who twice went off, comes on in P7. Great result for Sedu Rajiv. He's got himself 11 points for P5, his best ever result on the ARC. Namora has come through in P12. Muzakir Mohammed he's come through in P9. Namora in P8. Idlan Hakimi is still on his final lap. Cal Vietnam is still on his final lap. Andy Mohammed Fadley has got 2 laps still to go. And Reza Danica, if he stays on his bike, will pick up at least 2 points. But he'll still drop a little bit further behind Andy Mohammed Fadley. The rain ruined the race, but never mind. You've got to take the good with the smooth, the rain with the sun in a season of road racing. Here is the final result. Takahide Tanaka takes the victory. Nakamura in P2, 6 seconds down. Piawat 24 seconds down in P3 for Honda Racing Thailand. Ray Ratakore, 1XOX TKR Racing in P4. Sedu Rajiv, well done to the Indian racer on the Honda, nearly a minute down, but P5 him. Akid Aziz, Rafi, Turpan, they had a little sprint to the line for the P6 race. Yuito Nomura was also in that little group of three. He came in P8. Muzakir Mohammed, 1XOX TKR Racing, 117 in P9. Idlan Hakimi, 1 lap down. Cal Vietnam, a lap down. Fadley and Ayoshi, 12th and 13th, 2 laps down. Reza Danica, 3 laps down. Got back out onto his bike, having slipped out on lap number 1. Got back to the pits, got the wet weather tyres on, and just trundled his way around the circuit to make sure he picked up a point, if at all possible. Aldi Satya, broken hand and all, 15th. Herjan Atna, well, dreadful day for Herjan. He couldn't stay on the bike. 16th, but 6 laps down. And non-finishers, Sendil, Adananta, Andy Setiawan, and Fitrianta Kete. Really, really difficult conditions in the wet at Sugo. So celebrations for Piawat. And we will get some reaction from the Parc Fermé in just a minute. But an unusual circumstance, unusual race. The wet weather can make things terrifically exciting, or as they did here, make it a bit of a lottery. And as soon as the dry weather boys slip and slid their way off the circuit on race number 1, that's when we realized it was going to be lottery rather than fabulous for this particular race. Nonetheless, it's what road racing is all about. You take the rough with the smooth. For the wild card, that's a good day at the office. For everybody else, a learning situation about tomorrow and how changeable, how rapidly changeable the wet conditions came in. And whether or not you're circumspect tomorrow, or you gamble once again with the dry weather tyres. Just looking outside, and the rain seems to have completely stopped, so hopefully it is just this one race that has been seriously affected. And the 600 Super Sports and the 1000cc Superbikes will have more time to manage their decisions, because that fundamentally is what it's all about. In the background, the two-wheel motor racing people, Ron Hogg. We're just waiting. Barry Russell is down there, just waiting for the interview. We'll catch up. It put us a little bit behind schedule. But I think as soon as we saw the rain come down, we're expected to be behind schedule anyway. That is the joy, in many ways, of motorsports. It's not utterly predictable. Okay, hopefully we can now get some interviews. And let's head down to the Parc Fermé. And our intrepid co-commentator and interviewer, Barry Russell, is talking to, I think, the race winner, Takahide.
Here with race winner. Thank you, Des, and I'm here with race winner Takahide Tanaka. Takahide, congratulations. What made you decide to start the race with wet tires?
もう僕もう何十年もすぐ走ってるんで、もうちょっと濡れたらもう雨だって、もうすぐレインに変えました。
I've been running here at Sugo for many years, more than how many years I don't know, but so he's used to it. And so when it rains, we need rain tires here, so that's why he decided to go on the wet.
Fantastic. And how do you feel winning the ARRC, an international race here at your home circuit?
アジアロードの国際レースでここスゴで優勝してどんな気分ですか？
いやもう最高です。
Fantastic.
こんな嬉しいことはない。
This is the best thing happened. This is fantastic. This is the best thing happened to me.
Congratulations, finally, Takehide. What would you like to say to your Japanese friends and fans?
日本のチーム、ファンや友人の方に一言。
いや、50のおっさんがこんなレースに出て勝てるなんて思ってなくて、本当に応援してるみんなのおかげです。本当にありがとうございました。明日も頑張ります。
I'm 50 years old, very, very old, and still racing. And here, winning here at Sugo, my home race, home track, and with all the support from the friends and family, and this is very, very happy.
It's absolutely fantastic. Congratulations. Thanks. Back to you, Des.
Wow. What a reaction from Takehide Tanaka, the race winner in a rain-affected 250cc race in which he's beaten some really big names, Andy Mohammed Fadley. As you can see, 50 years young, and the passion, the tears, they were genuine tears of sheer delight. He's stuck in the business for a long time, but most revealingly, Sugo is his home track, so he knew about the rain. Here are the championship standings as they are. So, Andy Mohammed Fadley picked up 4 points, moves on to 95 points, and would you believe, increases lead over Reza Danica Aarons, who picked up 2 points. Iyoshi on 58 points. He closed the gap on Reza Danica Aarons in the championship. Rafi Turpan moves up. That's a good performance from Rafi. 13 points for him. Piawat, his second podium on 54 points. Then Ray Ratakore, Aldi Satya Mahendra, who despite his broken wrist and falling off, did pick up some points. Cal Vietnam also picked himself up after falling off. Now straight on to Barry and the presentation.
And a big hand for our winner today, Takehide Tanaka. そして優勝を手にしましたのは田中孝弘選手。
What a rousing reception for the local racer. There were tears before in the interview. I'd imagine there will be more tears when the national anthem is played for him. Takehide Tanaka, winner of the AP 250 Race 1 at Sugo. Well, he doesn't quite fit our Asia road racing narrative. We were wondering whether it be Reza Danica or Andy Mohammed Fadley, but it's a wonderful personal story in its own right. Wildcard Takehide Tanaka, aged 50, has won this race. Masanori Enomoto, the MD of Idemitsu Lubricant Asia Pacific, will be handing out the awards. Piawat Patumnios in the overall championship will benefit there because he'll pick up 16 points. Takehide Tanaka, 25. And Nakamura, another local, or another with local knowledge, picking up 20. Also mentioned to Setu Rajiv, he's another who conducted his way through the rain and managed to pick up 11 points, a career best. Stefan Grappier, the FIM Asia president, all smiles as usual. And full of congratulations to a man closer to his own age than most of the riders normally are. Team Award, Team TEC2 plus YSS NTR Japan. Unexpected bonus for those guys, but they will certainly take it, having negotiated the rain and everything that the weather could throw at them. So, Takahide Tanaka, wildcard in P1, Nakamura in P2 for Endless Team Shanti, both on the Hondas. Piawat Patumias from Thailand for Honda Racing Thailand in P3. And that is the scene ahead of the two final races of the day. We hope that the rain stays off. You look at the circuit, it is drying, but there's certainly a decision for the race engineers and the riders to make before the next race coming up, which is the 600 Super Sports. It's been a fascinating day so far, and we're only 3/5 of the way through. This is the Asia Road Racing Championship coming to you from the Sugo Sportsland in Northeast Japan. Best of the highlights from the race that saw a rain-affected first lap. My word, was it rain-affected. Astra Honda Racing, Reza Danica Aaron's first to fall out. He would get back up to pick up a couple of points. Also out, Herjam. That was really spectacular. Cal Vietnam disappearing. What it meant was that those who had taken the decision to go on wet tyres were able to lead the way. Rafi Topan Susito tried to stick with them, but he would also succumb to the vagaries of the conditions here at Sugo. And it was those who chose the wet weather tyres who were able to stick it out most. Ryosuke Nakamura, number 73, he was there. Aldi Setia Mahendra took the lead for a little while back, number 57, but then Aldi Setia, he would also crash out. They were spinning out at all kinds of areas. Cal Vietnam going down, Hendra going down. This is the race leader, Aldi Setia Mahendra. He thought, the youngster, the teenager, thought that perhaps he would be able to hold on and get himself a victory here, but in the end, the frustration when he would actually be another casualty. And that left the way open for the 50-year-old. This is Takahide, as others are spinning out. That was Herjan for the third and final time. Nakamura coming through in P2 for Endless Team Shanti. Local knowledge proving to be absolutely essential. Once the rain came down, Takahide's wet weather decision would prove to be a good one. Piawat coming home in P3 for a good result for him, but there were tears from the winner, Takahide, as on his home circuit he was able to come home. He doesn't look like he's celebrating too much there, but there were tears in the post-race interview, and the pride from him on display was there for all to see. So a wildcard winner in the wet at Sugo. And we've got to work for Andy Mohammed Fadley and Reza Danica. They'll be hoping for no wet weather tomorrow. As you can see, it's kind of clearing up as we head into the next race, which is the Super Sports 600. Cannot guarantee what will be going on next, though. One thing I can guarantee, though, it'll be exciting. This is the Asia Road Racing Championships from Sugo in Northeast Japan. very warm welcome back to Sugo in Japan. We are in the Miyagi Prefecture, and it is round 3 of the Asia Road Racing Championships. We have just had a rain-affected AP 250 race, but as you can see, the skies have cleared a little bit, and the circuit looks like it's dried out, although there will be still some wet patches. Something to concern the competitors ahead of the 600cc championship. Let's have a look first, though, at how qualification went in the sunshine earlier on today. When it came to the qualification, conditions were really, really very good for the 600cc. And Kota Arakawa for the Motobun Honda team. He has got local knowledge, and very, very early on he led the way. Kito Abe was another who is joining the series for the rest of the season. Japanese knowledge very much there. Muklada Sarapwek, a big welcome back to Muklada. She's racing in the All Japan Championships, but we did have a nasty, nasty moment for Ibrahim Noureddin, who went out at some pace at corner number 7. Andy Farid Itzaha for Astra Honda Racing. He put in a very good lap and managed to secure P2 with a 1:43.393. Kito Abe was again one of the wild cards, who also produced a very decent time. In fact, Kito is joining the 1XOX TJR racing team for the rest of the season, so it's his first appearance of the season. He would come through in P4 on his Yamaha, a time of 1:42.291. But Kota Arakawa, he is the man who is leading the way. He had a really, really quick qualification time. His best speed, 143.8 miles per hour, 130.618 the lap time, which was 0.3 of a second clear of Andy Farid Istihar. This was Chip Nakarin. Chip is had a good season so far in the overall championship standing. He's down in P5, but he's had 1 podium, 1 4th place finish. Wasn't able to really produce the goods today. There were more incidents going on. Azrai Hakim Amwa, he got himself up into P5 with a 1:31.659 for the Bunchu Honda racing team. But today was all about Kota Arakawa. Unless we have weather like in the AP 250s, it really will be difficult to see anybody doing anything to stop Kota Arakawa for the Motobun Honda team on the Honda. He is by far and away the best there. Now then, we saw an accident for Ibrahim Noureddin. This is his bike. He was sent to hospital where he's been asked to stay in just for a little while. So I don't think Ibrahim is going to be out on the circuit. It was quite a bang. He was okay. He was talking to his team officials, but Ibrahim had a nasty old bang on corner number 7. So there is the circuit. It's 14 circuits. We're in Miyagi in Japan. It's a clockwise 14 turn, 9 right, 5 left-hand turns. It's a short circuit at 3.621 kilometers. That means that the races, there are longer lap times. And let's head down towards the grids. Barry Russell, who's been co-commentating with me, he is down there talking to some of the contestants. I'm sure the weather is high on the agenda.
Thank you, Des. We're here on the grid, and we're going to talk to the 3 fastest from this morning's qualifying session. One of them is just having some selfies taken, no less than the pole sitter. Kota, could you have a word? You set the pace all weekend. Now, this is a wet track. How do you think you will go on the wet track this afternoon?
ドライ、はいnext ドライコンディション、ドライタイヤ go.
So I think that translates in pretty much any language. Kota, good luck for the race.
Thank you.
And we're going to talk now with... So far, an impressive weekend. Andy, you've been really impressive the last two days here. You got yourself amongst the locals. What's your plan for the race, and how do you think it will go now that we have a wet track?
Yeah, actually I was thinking it was a rain race, but finally I see in the outlap was some point was dry, so I think almost all the team decide to go with the dry tire. I just want to try my best, don't rush too much, and we will see.
Okay, good luck. Thank you, Andy. Okay, and let's just skip to the outside. We do have a bit of a wet weather specialist here on the outside. Mccarren, good performance in qualifying. That was in the dry. We know you go well in the wet also. What do you think about this race?
Yeah, I think this the condition very difficult to know. I must to learn the track because some sector have wet on the track. So I think I will do better.
And do you think the wet track will be good for you, or will it be more difficult?
I don't know. I just enjoy the riding.
Okay, Chip, good luck. Have a great race. Thank you. So, Chip was being a little bit modest there. He is rather good in the wet. We're going to go back to Des in the studio.
Thanks very much, Barry. Yes, it certainly looks like it's not as wet as before, and fascinating that Andy Farid has decided to go on the dry weather tyres. If I was anybody, I would ask the winner of the 250ccs about the local weather conditions, because the rain ahead of the 250cc really did sweep in very, very quickly. But for now, it's looking pretty dry. The sun was out, which got rid of a little bit of the moisture off the circuit, but it is telling that we are talking about the weather and the conditions more than anything at the start of this race. The race that we are going to have will be a 15-lap race for the Supersport 600. Helmi Asman is the overall championship leader, and Helmi is in P6 at the moment. Helmi has won 2 of the 4 races so far and had a podium in the other. And we are on the grid, just getting some of the feeling of what is going on, what the preparations are, how relaxed people are. Kito Abe, who's joining the 1XO TKKR racing team for the rest of the season, so he will be hoping that he can work on his P4, put that into points and get himself maybe not up to the top of the standings, because 83 points for Helmi Asman is quite considerable, but certainly maybe get him into the midpoint. Azrae Hakim Anwar, he missed the first round because of quarantine, picked up a P3 and a P8 in Sepang. He's 5th on the grid. P6 to the championship leader, Helmi Asman, looking to pick up his 3rd win. Distinctive green. The Motobon team. This is once one of the wild cards, Motoharu Ito, who lapped 131.745. Again, local knowledge, as we discovered, can make all the difference. Not just in terms of how the track behaves itself and where the cambers are and where the difficulties are. For the WeBike team, Maiki Abe, he is a wild card. No relation, I don't think, for the other Abe. Maiki qualifying in row 8. Ratapong Willerot, the Thai, who's a former champion on the Yamaha. He's had a difficult season so far, Ratapong. Best position, a P6. Now then, on slick tyres. bike number 89, Karel Idampawi, Kip as he's commonly known. And I think he needs to take one or two gambles if he's to get himself back into any kind of championship contention. He's off the back of a couple of podiums. A second and a third at Sepang last time out, 2 fifth places earlier on, but this is a bigger field. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 additional Japanese racers for today. 4 of them wild cards, 1 of them joining the championship permanently, Kito Abe. So it's a lot more competitive, perhaps, this group in the pits. That's a problem. That is Helmi Asman's bike. That is the championship leader's bike, and they will be working very, very hard. And there's a lot of concern going around now. Are they changing? Surely not this late. They're changing the tyres, are they? Helmi Asman, championship leader. Oh no, it's a clutch problem. So a real crisis for Helmi Asman as the formation lap starts. Helmi, the championship leader, is left in the pits, desperate to try and get things sorted out. Here are the starters. Kota Arakawa is the pole sitter for Motorbom Honda alongside Andy Farad Izdahar on the dry tyres. Chip Nakarin on P3. We've got Kito Abe, Ajay Hakim Anwar, and hopefully Helmi Asman on the second row. Ito, Maiki Abe and Ratapong Willarot on the third row for Yamaha Thailand. Muklada Sarapwech, we've not mentioned Muklada. Welcome back to Muklada as a wildcard for Stemo SI Racing with Thai Honda. Galang Hendra Pratama and Irfan Ardiansa, they are on 10th and 12th, the fourth row of the grid. Then you've got Karel Idampawi, he's going on slicks. Fairozi Tortakakila for the Yamaha alongside Ramdan Rosli of Malaysia. And Klitschapon and Kondanai, they are the remaining. So Helmi, he's got the bike going once again, but he's going to have to be starting from the pit lane. He'll be relieved that he's got that opportunity, but it was a late scare for Helmi Asman, the championship leader. And Barry Russell, who's just back from interviewing. I'm assuming you weren't aware of any problem for Helmi, and because as you were walking away, he was suddenly pushed into the pit lane.
Yeah, in fact, the last thing I did before I left the grid was go to wish him luck. And everything was fine at that point.
Wow, wow. So the moral of the story is, don't let Barry Russell wish you luck.
Yeah, sorry, Helmi.
However, he will have a chance to start from the pit lane. Interesting, the track, it's dried very, very quickly, Barry. It looks like we didn't have the rain that was there before. There's maybe 1 or 2 little segments, perhaps, of a little bit of grease, but otherwise, riders have taken a decision to go on slicks.
Yeah, I haven't seen the tyre list yet. I just know from interviewing that Andy's on slicks. Yeah. Okay.
Kota Arakawa is the man in pole position. The shot we had there was Maiki Abe. This is a 15-lap race. 3.62 kilometers. Number 27, Andy Farid Izdahar, wants to get away to a good start. Helmi Asman will be starting from the pit lane, so he is immediately at a disadvantage. Red lights are out, we are go. A solid start from Kota Arakawa, but look at that from Andy Farid. Andy Farid's burst through into the lead. That is a really good start from the Indonesian, and he will be in P1 as Helmi Asman, the championship leader, is allowed to go, but he has immediately got ground to make up. But Arakawa just beaten into the corner number 1 by Russell by a terrific start from Andy Farid.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good move from Andy Farid. He did what he really needed to do, because you don't want Arakawa to get away from you early on. And you also saw an aggressive start there from Chip Nakarin. I think for Helmi Asman, what he needs to do now, while the track still is a little bit wet, is to really go all out to catch up.
Well, at least he knows there's no hindrances ahead of him. We are on board with Andy Farid. So, well, Well, we saw then that Kota Arakawa managed to get ahead of him, but Andy Farid leans into that corner and retakes the lead. So that looks like Andy Farid is saying, I'm going to have a real go here. A little bit of grease on the circuit still there. There's still some drying out for it to do.
Yeah, hopefully nobody gets caught out. But you can see what a clever racer Andy Farid is. He was really good the way he found his way around this circuit initially, and better than anybody else in this class. But Mccarren is on a roll here too.
Certainly is, and Kiko Abe is up there as well. Kiko Abe in P4. He's from the 1XOX TKR racing team, bike number 51. We're seeing Kota Arakawa, though, is not having things his own way. Now that's interesting, because Arakawa was so much ahead of everybody else in qualification and in practice, Barry, that he might be thinking, what the heck's going on here? That's not meant to happen.
And you can see how full of himself he was on the grid. It was funny. Didn't need any translation for that.
Well, that's fascinating. Andy Farid is the heart. Astra Honda Racing, they need a bit of good luck after what happened in the rain in the 250s. So they're enjoying themselves. The sun is coming out to play at Sugo. So we've had rain, we've had torrential rain, and now we've got the sunshine once again. And Andy Farid with Chip Mccarren just behind him. And then Arakawa still cannot make that move. Kito Abe is doing a decent amount there. Ajray Hakim Anwar. Helmi is still a long way behind, but he has made a chunk of progress, Helmi Asman.
Let's see, what are his lap times, Des? Looking at...
Well, 151, 153 from the starting position. So we really need to look at the next lap, really, to judge Helmi. He's just done splits of 23.5 and 24.5 and 19.3, which is as quick as the people up in the front.
Yeah, Raphael's got away well as well, Turpan also. And Mccarren in 8th place.
We're focusing though on Andy Farid as he leads from Kota Arakawa, Chip Mccarren, Abe, Ajray Hakim, Irfan Ardiansa. Mclarda's got herself up into P7. Ratapong in the blue Yamaha. Tough season for Ratapong, but he's down in P8 just at the moment. There he is in the blue, working very hard, trying to get on the back of Mclarda, bike number 44.
Yeah, and I don't know if I couldn't hear what was happening just before the start, but did you get the message about Ibrahim?
Yes, yes. Good. We saw
Ibrahim out just as a precaution, following a bump on the head.
Yeah, the bike was shown in splendid isolation, and a good luck, Ibrahim. But we did have a chance to get an interview with him, or with his team manager earlier on, so the reports are good, and he should be back. There's Mclarda Sarapech. Welcome back, Mclarda. Wildcard maybe, wildcard you always were. But here she is in 7th position at the moment. Working hard to be ahead of her old sparring partner, Ratapong. Oh, into the pits, TKR Racing. It is Ramdan Rosley, who's had a really, really tough time of it so far this weekend.
Yeah, it's difficult to come in as a reserve rider and just jump on. Everybody's used to it, and a new circuit as well. But this is convincing stuff from Andy Farid. Coach has definitely got him in his sights, but we're a few laps in now, and Andy looks solid.
Arakawa uses the pull.
That's a fast bike, isn't it?
It is a fast bike. The Honda CBR 600 flies past Andy Farid is the hard, and Andy has just got to hang on in there. Andy Gilang, as he is popularly known. But look at that, immediately, once it made the overtaking manoeuvre, Arakawa's been able to pull away, and the other one is Kito Abe. Abe's got past Andy Farid, so Farid's gone from P1 to P3 within 4 corners, Barry Russell.
Let's see if he has an answer. He may not have an answer to Arakawa. Will he have an answer to Kito Abe? Kito, of course, is a regular as from today in this championship. He's not a wild card. But the man at the front certainly is.
Chip Mccarren is the man in P4 who's still trying to put the pressure on the man who's on the bike of Andy Farid Isdar from Astra Honda Racing. Great action shot there. Yeah. Those guys are getting there.
with the rain just gone, the trust that you put in your tyres is absolutely everything.
Yeah, those Dunlop tyres, they really are super sticky, and you can see how confident the riders are, because those lean angles are, yeah, a bit special, as you say, Des.
As they come up at the end of lap number 3 and before into lap number 4. And the lead, well, I tell you what, Arakawa has burst a .692 lead now over Kito Abe. Andy Farid has got some work to do. Mccarren, Azri Hakim, Irfan. How's Helmi doing? Helmi has got himself up into P14. 13 seconds down. Just chip away at that, get yourself into the top 10. Try to get some points, Helmi. With no Ibrahim Noureddin. Andy Farid is looking to make hay while he can.
He's lapping in, Helmi's lapping in the mid-132s. That will take him a while to get through the field. It's so close, so competitive. Andy Farid hasn't given up this fight, not by any means.
One of the races Helmi Asman has gone past is Caroline Powie, who's struggling. Ramdan we saw going out. Galan Hendra is also in there. Ratapong's dropped down to number 9. Nakahara's got the better of Ratapong. We're focusing on this front 3, and those conditions now look glorious. What rain did we have, Barry? Where has that rain gone?
I don't know, I think I'm still wet, but the track's dry.
Yeah, it is, it's looking bone dry, and looking really, really quick on it is Kota Arakawa, the young Japanese, who maybe that pre-race confidence was fully justified.
Yeah, he just took his time a little bit, circumspect for a couple of laps till he made sure he knew where the wet patches were. But yeah, here he goes now, and he will take some stopping. Andy Farid is Dihar as he comes across the line, just getting back at Kito Abe, so he's back into P2.
So for Andy Farid, in terms of the overall championship, he's 23 points down on Helmi Asman. So he needs to finish, and he needs to finish as high as he possibly can, just to chip into that lead. There's no Ibrahim Noureddin, of course. We've mentioned him. He had a crash in qualification, quite a nasty one, but he's back. Or we hope will be back racing tomorrow. Missing today for a precaution. But for Andy Farid, he may not be able to get the win here. In fact, almost certainly, unless Arakawa makes an error. But it's really important for him to get a P2 and as many points on the board as possible, Barry.
Especially with his championship rival back, Helmi Asman back in 14th position currently. So that would be a big, make a big difference.
23 points currently the gap. Arakawa leading the way is established a lead. It's over a second now as Ramdan Rosley looks, gosh, if looks could kill, he's not a happy chappy.
No, he's not. Unfortunate for him. He will live to fight another day for race 2.
Arakawa around the chicane, which is beautifully situated on this side. Let's say, just as you're expecting, he's come in, swoop up the hill to the finish line and throw in a little chicane just to mess with the mind.
Yeah, I've watched it on TV before, but when I actually went round the track, it was like, you get to the chicane, you think, oh, you're kidding, really? It's like this? Okay.
And then a hill.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Wonderful circuit.
We have seen it dealt with superbly in the Underbone 150 that went on earlier. We've seen it cause problems in the wet, in the AP 250 that we had in the race before this, and now in the dry. We're seeing some really good racing, but Andy Farid is under pressure from Kito Abe. Abe is going to be a contributor to the rest of this series, isn't he? He may only have 3 rounds to race. You can see if, with this pace, with the support of the team, he could become a competitor.
Yeah, I think he'll make a difference. And you can see the gap there to Mccarren and Tirapuvapat behind them. That's opening out. That's currently 2 seconds between Kito and Mccarren. Mccarren running together with Azroy on another Honda, and on another Honda, Irfan Ardiansian just behind them. Muqtadar in 8th, running with Motohiro, who's the...
This is the battle for P4. This is the Chip Mccarren, Azroy Hakim and Irfan Ardiansia battle. Irfan is another who's had a couple of P4s. Again, maybe Irfan Ardiansia, who's in rank number 16, maybe doesn't get the results that his performances merit. As they swoop up the hill.
drag up the hill. Is anyone able to get the better of Chip Nakarin? The answer is no, and Urfanard, the answer, can't even get the better of Azrai Hakim.
No, he can't find a way through there, and the fastest lap, no surprise, by 0.4 of a second is with Arakawa, our race leader.
And he said it's on the last lap. Yeah, he's pulling away. That's why our focus is on this battle for P4.
Yeah, as ever, Nakarin was modest about his prospects on the grid, but he has found his way around this circuit now.
Who's that pulling out? Oh, it's not one of the leaders. He was worried just a little bit. Behind them, Motoharu. That's one of the XOX racers. That can only be. So Ramdan is already out. Oh, we'll worry on that. Let's look at Helmi Asman just for now. Helmi has got himself up into P12. He's got 7 seconds to make up on Mikey Abe and Ratapong Guilarat.
Yeah, he's doing what he can here, Helmi. It's a new track. He had that huge disadvantage of starting from pit lane, but he does have a healthy championship lead, so what he needs is points today.
Yeah.
He can come back and fight for top place tomorrow.
And again, it's a good recovery from him mentally, just to, when you're ready to go on the grid and something goes wrong that late, you've just got to put it behind you. And, race as fast as you can. What's his lap times for Helmi? He's getting up in the 1:32.4s, which is not quite that of the race leaders, but not far off them. But he is in traffic, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He's having to work.
So Abe is still chasing Andy Farid Izdahar. There is the gap. Lap 7, it was 0.5. Lap 6, it was 0.1. Lap 5, so that suggests Andy is maybe just pulling, not away, but he's riding nice and cleanly. He's not worried about the man behind him. He's more focused on getting up onto the back wheel of the man in front of him, but he's 2.19 seconds down.
This really is great work by Andy Farid on an unfamiliar circuit, with just mixing it with those two riders who do know their way around. I called him as my rider of the day yesterday, free practice day, with good justification. It's impressive. He just puts the work in. He did more laps than anyone else, and you can see the benefit now.
It's not a done deal though. Abe is hanging on grimly, and Abe is lapping 1:31.6s, so it's just 1/10 of a difference. It's 1/10 that has enabled Andy Farid Izdahar to just pull, what, 7/10 clear of Keito.
Yeah, it looks safe at the moment, but this is the point in the race where tyre wear will make a difference. Andy is more experienced when it comes to managing tyre wear than Keito, who's, I'm assuming Keito, because he is just 20 years old.
Just over 2/3 of the way through this race now. There's the battle for P2, and coming up the hill, the battle for P3, where Azrai Hakim Anwar has barged his way into the front, and he has taken Irfan with him. And Chip Nakarin, who at one stage was vying for P2, is now down in P6 and looking behind him, because closing up is Motoharu.
Yeah, I think he's going to get hauled in by Motoharu.
There's still plenty of time to go in this race, so Chip Nakarin is going backwards.
And it could be that Motoharu gets himself in touch with this battle for P4.
That'd be quite an achievement for Ito, Motoharu Ito. There's still, what is he? He's still a second down, but he's closing that in, isn't he? Quite rapidly. It's under a second now, and when the chicane comes in, he's able just to ease himself away a little bit closer. There is the battle for P4. It's a 4-man race.
Yeah, it is now. Because I think as they get into the braking zone, Motoharu will get a little bit closer. And Nakarin's gone back through on Irfan.
There's our race leader.
3.3 seconds clear now. As soon as he went past Andy Farage, you knew that this was a possibility. And he's actually performed it wonderfully well. Haven't seen him make a mistake. He's hit every camber. Just look there, he's just easing that in absolutely perfectly down this back straight.
Yeah, another impressive young rider comes out of the All Japan Series. That's some production line. And we'll see more of the results of that production line after this race.
Indeed, we certainly will, a lot more. Andy Farad in P2, just to mention, Mccarren Sarapwek is in P8 at the moment, 15 seconds down. She's having another battle royale with Ratapong Gorillarot and Maiki Abe. Maybe later on, we might just have a little glimpse of that. It's great, Mccarren is back. She's on the All Japan circuit as well, so it was a wild card for today. This now is getting to be a problem for Andy Farad now. He hasn't been able to break the spirit of Kito Abe. He's going to have to ride very, very well over the remaining one-third of this race. But there's the leader, Arakawa. And the lead is 3.7 and growing.
Yeah, that last lap, 131.2. I mean, the pace of Arakawa is consistent, and it's so much faster than everybody else. It's a few tenths faster every lap. Andy Farid, impressive performance from him.
That's two huge laps from Kota Arakawa. A 131.2 on the back of a 131.1. It's broken the back of Andy Farid. Now Andy is looking behind him to Kita Abe. They're both lapping at 131.5, 131.6-ish. They're the only riders inside that lap time. How about our pal Helmi Asman? His next option is Galang Hendra, and he's not been able to claw in the gap. It's still 7 seconds, so Helmi will still be struggling.
Yeah.
Meantime, Azri Hakim Anwar in P4. And indeed, the Mutaharu Ito has joined on the back of that. And Irfan Ardiansa is under pressure. Irfan in the pink helmet, feeling the hot breath on his neck from Ito.
Yeah, Ito has been eclipsed by his teammate so far. Of course, Arakawa, who's
moved through
leading
into
the race.
P6.
There he goes, yep.
So Irfan Ardiansa drops down one. And
it's impressive. He caught that group, and then he's right amongst it now.
that chicane has proven to be a profitable overtaking area for many of the classes that we've had racing today. Now, is he good enough to catch up with Azri Hakim and Chip Nakarin? Almost certainly the answer is yes. Azri Hakim, he's been nice and steady today, Azri.
Yeah, this is good from Azri. He's got two high-quality teammates, but Howie is struggling, and Helmi, of course, had that disadvantage at the start, so he's just on a rescue mission.
Terrific battle for P4. Arakawa, Andy Farid and Abe are ahead.
Yeah,
this is Azri Hakim, Chip Nakarin. And I tell you what, Notoharu Ito is having a close look there at the back wheel of Chip Nakarin. He's closed in and looks poised to make a move, and Fanardi Answer is struggling to hold on to the end of this little group of, he's the fourth in the group, but he is just being dropped a little bit by the other three.
Yeah, tyres are going off now, Des. There's just 3 laps left. So this is what will make the difference. Looking down, there's, we've got Pritchapon in 15th, 34.5 seconds down on the leader.
Ito up to P3, just gets on the inside of Chip Nakarin. Once again, he's taken a tight old line going into that chicane and has benefited from it. So from P5 and a long wait distance, now he's got from P7 and a long wait distance, now he's got P4 in his sights. Oh, and then he loses it. Loses it completely.
Yeah, he hit the barrier there. He's okay, but he just got a little overcooked. Left it too late. Chip Nakarin was breathing down his neck then.
Mutaharu Ito, having worked so hard to get there. He didn't hit a wet patch, did he? It was just a case of rider error.
Yeah, it was rider error. And some pressure from Nakarin. Let's take another look at it.
And this was his earlier overtaking maneuver, and then just leans into the corner.
Yeah, tuck the front, left it all too late. When you lock the front, that's it.
So his aggression doesn't pay off. Local knowledge isn't all, after all.
You have to get everything together. Remember the level we're racing at here, Des. These are really accomplished professional riders. Like his teammate, Ito is, you know, a pretty young racer.
We're focusing on this battle for P4 because P1 looks done and dusted as they go into their final lap. And there's a second difference between Andy Farid Izdahar and Keito Abe for P2.
Yeah, so we haven't seen it, but Andy Farid really has dug in, looking at the timesheet there to hold that. He is, mentally, he is really strong, Andy Farid.
He's got lots of experience now then. Chip Nakarin is really putting the pressure on Azroy Hakim Anwar. Bunshu Honda have got to defend well. Azroy is an experienced racer, but doesn't matter how experienced you are, if the pressure is on your back wheel like that, it can cause a mistake. Yeah. Here though is our winner, Arakawa, and he's been wonderful. We expected him to be good, and he has been, Barry Russell.
He has no disappointment at all. He's continued. He dominated right from the start of free practice yesterday, qualifying this morning, and he has converted it beautifully in this race.
So a slight procession, but the pole sitter will come through and complete this lap and take the victory, a comfortable one ahead of Andy Farid, but Andy Farid will pick up 20 points because he has been able to pull away from Keito Abe. Nice little debut for Abe though in the for the 1X OXTKR racing team, but here is our winner, and it is a fine performance from Kota Arakawa, who takes it in a canter to take victory in the Supersport 600cc.
Yeah, he did make that look easy. Andy Farid fought hard for that second place, but that was well earned, and what a debut from Keito Abe too.
Battle for P4, and look at that, Chip Nakarin gets the better of Azroy Hakim Anwar. So a little bit of a grin from my Thai supporting co-commentator Nakarin ahead of Azroy Hakim.
Just trying to catch the battle behind them. So we're going to have to look at the timesheet to see how that played out.
Helmi Azman got ahead of Karolidin Pawi and Mohamed Fairoti and Kritchapon. Helmi Azman will pick up a useful 6 points, you know.
Yeah, that's good. That's good work by Helmi. Good rescue operation. And Ratapong 8th, Gang Hendra 7th, Ratapong 8th, Aiki Abe 9th, and Mukladar in 10th.
So another tough day for Karolidin Pawi.
And a well
for him.
Yeah, well-deserved celebration wheelie there by Andy Farid. Great performance from him.
Confirmation of the results. Kota Arakawa takes it 4.4 seconds clear of Andy Farid Izdahar on the Honda. Keito Abe on debut, 3rd place, a good result for him. Nakarin just edging out Azroy Hakim Anwar on the last lap. Great result for the Thai. Great battle between those two. Irfan Ardianta trailing behind in 6th. Galanhandra in 7th. Ratapong in 8th, just getting the better of Muklada, who lost out to Mikey Abe as well. 4-bike race for that. Muklada coming in P10. A good rescue from Helmi Azman in P11. He'll pick up 6 points ahead of Karolidin Pawi. Fairozi in 13th. Kritchapon 14th. Kondanai picking up points. We saw Ito crash out spectacularly, and Randam Rosley, he was an early retirement. So they are the results of race 1 of the weekend, race 5 of the season in the ARC Supersport 600cc from the Sugo International Racing Circuit. Barry will now disappear to the Parc Fermé to get some words of wisdom from Kota Arakawa. And he'll also be looking to maybe talk to Keito Abe and Andy Farid. So into the Parc Fermé, really good day's work from Andy Farid Izdahar. Yeah, deserves those congratulations. And what he does is he closes in the points gap on Helmi Azman.
and Ibrahim Noruddin, who was an injured absentee today. Decent performance once again from Irfan Ardiyansa. But there is our race winner. Najroy Hakim will be furious that he wasn't able to hold on. 11 points for him. It's been an awkward season, missed one round because of quarantine issues in Buriram. Matapong Guilarat, another who is just having to make do with picking up points here and there at the moment. 8 points for him today. To the Park Ferme. They'll just be, I think, relieved, number one, that the rain didn't come. Arakawa raced the circuit beautifully. You can see why he's such a hot prospect. Race on the All Japan Series. Andy Farid is the heart, showing that he is going to be a challenger at the season's end. He's picked up 14 points there on Helmi Asman. Helmi had those problems, had to start from the pit lane, but in the end managed to eke out 4 points from today. 6 points, I should say, from today. The lead at the top of the standings will be just 9 points. Let's go down to Barry Russell, Park Ferme.
Thank you. Thank you, Des. Thank you, Des. We're down here in Park Ferme with debutant to the Asia Road Racing Championship, come in third place today. Kito Abe, congratulations. How was that race for you?
Japanese okay? 本当に苦しかったですけど、ただ耐えて、ただ最後2番手の選手を逃がしてしまったの本当に悔しいんで、まあ明日もレースあるんで、しっかり明日に備えて頑張ります。ありがとうございます。
Kito Abe, congratulations. And we're going to talk now to our second place man from Indonesia, Andy Farid Istihar, who brought his Astra Honda into a hard-fought second position. Andy, congratulations. You rode a really strong race there.
Yes.
How was it for you?
Yeah, beginning was not easy. I feel I don't get my feeling, especially in qualifying and FP3, because it was I feel good. But beginning of the race, I was very struggling to find the feeling, because after the rain, the grip also was different, I feel. So I need more lap to understand the condition, the grip level, and yeah, we have some lap fight in the top 3, but finally I couldn't stay with him. But tomorrow is another chance. Do my best.
It's another chance, and it was a fantastic performance. What would you like to say to your Indonesian fans?
Can I say in Indonesia? Halo teman-teman di Indonesia dan semua keluarga saya. Terima kasih atas doa dan dukungannya. Hari ini saya bisa mengibarkan bendera Indonesia di posisi kedua. Tapi besok masih ada race 2. Dan saya harap doa teman-teman dan semua keluarga saya bisa membantu saya agar bisa mengibarkan di podium tertinggi besok. Terima kasih.
Andy, congratulations. Thank you. And now we'll go over to our race winner, Kota Arakawa. Congratulations. You just won a race in the Asia Road Racing Championship. How does it feel for you?
今、2019年以来に、ARRC に出場して、全日本でも力をつけて、ここに挑めたことに感謝します。まあ明日もレースがあるので、そこに向けてしっかり、マシン作り上げて、人間のコンディションも整えて、明日に向けて頑張りたいと思います。
So since 2019, he was racing his ARC, so he's very happy that he can race again here. And tomorrow there is also a race, so he will try his best to be ready for tomorrow's race and try to win again. Yeah.
That was a fantastic performance. Congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. That completes our interviews with the first three. We're going to go to the podium ceremony now, but just back to Des in the studio.
Good work, Barry. Yes, all three racers there. Very much looking forward to tomorrow, and I think really very much on the cards. Here's the overall championship standing. Helmi Asman, he rescued 5 points, so maintains an 8-point lead over Andy Farid Izdihar. Ibrahim Noruddin was a non-starter today. Fingers crossed he's fit enough to race tomorrow for SIC Racing. That means Mccarren was able to cut his deficit to just 2 points there. And what looked to be a clear-cut championship is now anything but that. Helmi's lead is being whittled away. Kariladin Pari on 62 points, Irfan Ardianta 52, Galang Hendra 46. Not really got going so far this season. Azroy Hakim pipped at the last lap. He is in 8th place. Ratapong Guillerot, another 8 points for him on 30 points. Kota Arakawa, one race, one win. Kondanai and Krichipon, 23 and 20. Keito Abe on debut, a good 16 points for the Yamaha racer. Katanat and Izam Ikmal not here today. Fairozi now moves into double digits. Now on to the presentation. And Russell once again.
なお、表彰式をご覧の皆様もソーシャルディスタンスに配慮してご観覧いただきますようお願いいたします。表彰式をお手伝いいたしますのはリレミスガールスポーツ&スローレースインでございます。And let's call the first three riders to the podium, beginning with the third place finisher, Keito Abe.
Keito Abe being introduced on his debut.
Second place, Andy Farid Izdihar.
Andy Farid Izdihar. Andy Gillan. Good to see him back in the genuine championship running. 20 points for him. That's 3 podiums out of 5 so far this season. This really was a very, very impressive performance from Kota Arakawa. The bike was always in good working order. He was in great nick throughout.
Congratulations. Now, please stand for the national anthem of the winning riders' country, Japanese anthem. それでは優勝ライダー、ブロックの国歌をお聴きください。皆様ご起立をお願いいたします。And now we would like to present each rider with a trophy and helmet, and to make the presentation, let's welcome the FIM Asia President, Mr. Stefan Karapriat.
Prizes once again being handed out by FIM Asia President Stefan Karapier. Great result for Abe. He will be a good addition to that team. Andy Farid bringing all his world level experience back to Asia. Astra Honda have got a fine rider there. Arakawa, interestingly, Barry was saying he looked confident beforehand. He rode with that confidence, winning it by a comfortable 4.4 seconds in the end. Mr. Endo, the general manager of Sugo International Racing Course. Really is a fine course. Like Barry, I've been able to watch it when watching the All Japan, but being here is very, very different. It's a fine, fine course. Lots of undulations, lots of little spots that can catch the riders out. A genuine challenge for the riders, but glorious, particularly the chicane going into the hill onto the finish line. So Kota Arakawa takes it for Motorbahn Honda, and the Astra Honda racing teams, Andy Farid Izdahar and Kito Abe for the 1XOX TKKR racing team.
And finally, a special opportunity for the riders only.
Photo opportunity. I'll have the highlights for you of the race that we've just seen in a second. I'm looking just above us to see if there's any rain clouds. It looks to be pretty clear. Highlights of the Supersport 600cc race number 1 at Sugo, and an early shock for Kota Arakawa, an even bigger shock for Helmi Asman, the championship leader. He had to start from the pit lane, and so came onto the track behind everybody. He would recover to pick up 11th place and 5 points. Ramdan Rosley not so lucky though, because he was forced out. And then Arakawa, once he took the lead from Andy Farid Izdahar, was only ever really going to be one winner. He's been fastest in all 3 practice sessions, fastest in qualification. He's got a good package, local knowledge, confidence, great set of tyres, and he was able to pull away to what in the end will prove to be a comfortable victory of 4.4 seconds. Behind him, Andy Farid made a really important move to get ahead of Kita Abe. And they had a really good battle ongoing for 4 or 5 laps before eventually Andy Farid managed his tyres just a little bit better. You can see as Arakawa goes through, then Abe's got himself ahead of Andy Farid once again. And they were like that for 3 or 4 laps until Andy Farid was able to make that move stick with 9 laps to go. Behind them, Chip Nakarin and Irfan Ardiancia and Azroy Hakim were involved in a battle for P4. But behind them, Ito was making a move to join them, and eventually Ito would get in amongst them. But then have a look at this for Ito, as he had done all the hard work, managed to get through as he moves into a position to really challenge Chip Nakarin. He just loses his front end, and having worked his way from a long way back, Ito would crash out, and as you can see, luckily he got more stung by it than anything else. But Arakawa, no problems for him. Comfortable victory, 4.745 seconds. It was the lead, 4.4 it finished. And that's the battle for P4. Chip Nakarin getting in ahead of Azroy Hakim Anwar. But there's your race winner, and he did it in some style. So, with an eye very much on the clouds, we await the big boys, the superbikes, the 1000 cc's. It is something Japan takes immense pride in their races, so we've got wild cards in support of the regulars on the ARRC. We'll see what they can make of this Sugo International Circuit in the Miyagi Prefecture after this short break. You're watching the Asia Road Racing Championships coming to you from Sugo in Japan. Very warm welcome back to Sugo in Japan. We've got one more race coming to you from the International Racing Circuit here in the Miyagi Prefecture, and that is the 1000cc Superbikes. And Japan takes its 1000cc's very, very seriously. They've got 5 wildcard entrants in for today's race. Let's see how they fared as we look back at the best of the qualification highlights that took place earlier on today. Qualification highlights from the 1000cc's. The wildcards could cause a problem or two for the likes of Zakwan Zaidi, the championship leader, and Haruki Naguchi, who's just 4 points behind him in the standings. Apiwat and Anupab also looking to make their move as well. We talk of the wildcards, and here's one of them, Rei Tashima. Naguchi, who has got local knowledge as well. He made a big move as well. Naguchi would put in a very, very fast lap time of 1:28.369. This circuit is only 3.62 kilometers. And Naguchi was soon being joined by the likes of Tanimoto. Aslan Shah Kamuzama, who had a nasty incident when his chain snapped yesterday. I was surprised to see him out riding today, but he did, but he struggled. Wasn't able to get any better than 1:29.980, 9:41. That BMW has struggled most of the time. Somebody who hasn't struggled, Daniel Kazmayuddin, he'd come through here to take P2 for Yamaha Racing Team Asian with a 1:28.4 lap time. Naguchi was the only man who'd be able to better that. SDG Motor Racing Sports Park Pro team, who's picked up his first win of the season at Sepang last time out. He would post the fastest lap of 1:28.369. That piled the pressure on Zakwan Zaidi, the championship leader. Zakwan had to respond, and he left it late to respond. There he goes into the pits. It wasn't looking good. He did eventually manage to get back out, and very, very late in the qualification session, he was able to move himself up into P3. So Zakwan rescued it late on. But it's Haruki Naguchi, the local, who is the man who will be on pole for the first race of the weekend. And local support for Haruki Naguchi, who's impressed us all in his 4 races so far today. He's had a first, a second, a third, and a fourth. The first coming in the last race out. And some local fans for Haruki Naguchi. And he will be on pole position as well. This is the circuit of the Sugo International Racing Circuit. It's 3.62 kilometers, 14 circuits. What that doesn't show is the elevation levels. It reaches its high point on turns 6 and 7. But the real fun is around 11, 12, 13 and 14, where there's an upward facing chicane, and then you go upwards onto the finishing line. Right, amidst all the chaos down there, I can spy Barry Russell in his yellow shoes, and hopefully he has got 1 or 2 people to be talking to us about.
Thank you, Des. There's a fantastic atmosphere down on the grid for the final race of the day, the ASB 1000 race. We're going to talk to the first 3 riders on the grid, and we're going to start with number 1, if we can just get a word in, with the man on pole position, Haruki Naguchi. Haruki, excuse me. You've been very fast all the way through, as we expected. How do you think your race pace will be over 15 laps? Yeah, how do you see your race pace?
I think I don't know this race pace because of before this track has a lane. Also, maybe condition is not so bad, but you feel also windy this condition. Also, sometimes maybe some coming go fast. So we will try to keep the pace like qualifying.
Haruki, good luck in the race. Thank you. And next we're going to talk to the man in second position. Kazma Daniel, you've had an impressive showing here at Sugo Circuit, the first visit by ARRC. How do you see this race going? The conditions are a little bit different. How do you see it?
For the race, for sure we have some difficult moment because Haruki was fast here and Zakwan also coming now. I can expect I can win or lose, but anything we will try for the best result. And I also hoping for get the podium, and I will try my best for sure.
Kazma, thank you and good luck for the race. And last but not least, let's go over here and talk to the championship leader, Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan, you had a tough weekend last weekend in Suzuka 8 hours. Now you're at Sugo and you found your way around this circuit now. That was a great performance in qualifying. How are you feeling for the race?
Actually, I feel struggle in the practice, the overall, but finally we found something in the qualifying, and sure in the race, I must be follow with the front group, and then I try to manage the how can we beat the fast rider, because this is 18 lap, so long lap, so I will try my best.
Yeah, and what do you think of this Sugo circuit?
Yeah, it's the track is very technical. For me, it's quite difficult because I have never tried with this bike, and then yeah, surely we can fight with the front group.
Zakwan, thank you and good luck for the race. And that's it from the grid, so we will go back to you, Des, in the studio, and I will see you in just a few minutes.
Good work again, Barry. Yeah, interesting words from Zakwan. He always gives good interviews, Zakwan Zaidi. He doesn't hide much of what he's worried about. Just get close as you possibly can to the leading group. Rei Tashima, P4. For one team, the Dogfight Racing team racer, looked like he was going to take pole. Rei is a wild card for today, as is Kaisuke Mayoda from Team GYTR on the Yamaha, as was Tashima. Looking pretty happy with life is Maeda. Alongside them, Apiwat Wangtanam for the Yamaha tyre racing team. Won't be too thrilled to be pushed down to P6. You can see Barry is just fist pumping with Apiwat Wangtanam. Apiwat is third in the overall championship standings and looks pretty serious there, doesn't he? There's no interview with him, but he's looking very, very focused. He and Anupab are normally very, very well matched. But they're split today by Otajiro Tanimoto from Dogfight Racing, the second Dogfight Racing team. That's a wild card once again. It's a team that race in the All Japan Championships, taking the opportunity to mix it with the ARRC boys and girls. And then we have Anupab Samu, bike number 500, Yamaha Tyre Racing, a 1:29.113 for Anupab. He's in fourth place. His results this season have got steadily worse. A P2, a P3, a P5, a P6. So I'll be hoping to get back close to the podium, but with Haruki Naguchi around and so many very, very good local wildcards, it's going to be difficult. Yuki Ito, Yamaha Gen Blue Racing Team. Yuki in P9, 1:29.190. His best result of the season this season at a P9. He's not had the best of fortunes, Yuki Ito. And Shinichi Nakadomi from Hirostek Team Tomy, also on the Yamahas. Not Yamahas today. The BMWs have struggled. We'll have a look at Adam Norodin next. He's on the best of the BMWs for 1XX BMW TKR Racing Team. And he's down in P11, Adam. He hasn't really been able to make a massive impression, although we got P3 last time out. Hasn't made a massive impression. Get well soon, Ibrahim, his brother, who had a crash earlier on today and is in hospital. And then you've got a third wild card, Kosuke Akiyoshi for KW Racing. He's on the Honda CBR 1000. And Gary Salim, he's had a P7, a P8, a P9 and a P10 finish so far this season. So P13 on the qualification isn't overly unexpected. Pasawit on P14 and Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, who's had a really tough time of it on the BMW. He is in P15. Just getting information on who's gone on medium and who's gone on hard, and interestingly Kazma Daniel has decided to go on a hard medium selection. Kazma in P2 as we look at Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. Aslan Shah's medium. Most of the race has gone for medium, but Kazma's gone for hard medium. Zakwan has gone for soft back tyres. Adam Noradin, hard medium. Let's have a look at the current standing just to give us a feel of what's going on. Zakwan Zaidi is leading the way with 78 points. Haruki Naguchi has got 74. But it's pretty close. A decent result for Apiwata Anupab, and that blows the situation open. Kazma Daniel's in P2 on the grid, so a win for him today, and he could get back into reckoning. Adam Noradin, it'd be tough to see the BMW get up, or Pasawit or Jerry Salim, but they're capable enough of picking up points. But that's how the title looks at the moment, and the complication today is we've got Tanimoto, Nakitomi, Akiyoshi and Maeda and Rei Toshima all there as wildcards. No TJ Alberto or Titibong Warakon, no Ducati Panigales, as the Access Plus Racing Okada team not on site for this weekend. Nonetheless, it's a 15-man starting grid. Plenty of talent out there. Zakwan versus Haruki is obviously the one we're most keen to look at. Kazma Daniel more than capable of interjecting into that argument. This is race number 5 of 10 in the season. First of 2 this weekend. Gucci in the white is still ride, even with the best of them. Here are the 15 starters in grid order. First row, Haruki Naguchi, second in the race for their title, but with 25 points to his name last time out. Kazma Daniel and Zakwan Zaidi completing the first row of the grid. Rei Toshima, Maeda and Apiwat Wangtanan, who look very serious on the grid, completing the second row.
And on the third row, we've got Otojiro Tanimoto, Anupab Samun, Apiwat's teammate, and Yuki Ito.
As you can hear, Barry Russell's back with us. Shinichi Nakatomi alongside Adam Noradin and Kosuke Akiyoshi complete the fourth row of the grid. 2 wildcards in that group.
And row 5, we have Gary Salim in 13th position, then Pasawit Titiwararak, and the injured Aslan Shah Kamruzaman bringing up the rear.
I was going to ask you about Aslan Shah. I mentioned when we saw the highlights and qualification that we were surprised to actually see him out because he took such a whack on his ankle yesterday. Did you have a chance to catch up with him beforehand?
No, I haven't. I haven't seen any other interview with him other than on the official Instagram page.
Okay.
But I think it just shows you the toughness of Aslan Shah.
Craziness, perhaps, but toughness, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone's ever experienced being whacked on the inside of your leg by a broken chain. That's something like 200 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, you have to say, and if you're listening at home, boys and girls, there is another reason not to wear flip-flops while you're riding a motorbike.
Safe riding from Barry Russell. Fantastic.
Riding tips, yes.
Dead right. Okay, so Haruki Naguchi. We've been impressed with him. He has improved race on race on race. You can't go better than P1 though, or can you? Can you absolutely obliterate a world-class field?
It's really difficult to say. There is a question mark that we've been holding over his head about the injury to his left shoulder. It's not that significant. He did refer to the conditions being difficult when we spoke to him on the grid. Let's see what he can do, but Kazma's determined.
Red lights are out. We are underway. What a start from Naguchi. He has flown away from the start line.
and he takes a huge lead into the first corner. Gosh, I've seen some good starts, but very few as good as that. We're on board with Kazma Daniel.
Yeah, that was perfect, Des. And yeah, riding on with Kazma Daniel just behind Zakwan Zaidi, who also got away really well. Be good to see Zakwan defending his championship. He will have that in mind because they start this race with Haruki Naguchi just 4 points behind him.
Kazma had another wheelie on the start line. He's making a little bit of a habit of doing that now, Kazma.
Yeah, he's got some time to make up, but well, he's currently in 3rd place. He's going to challenge Zakwan now.
Naguchi is off to an absolute flyer as Kazma has a look on the inside of Zakwan Zaidi. Can't squeeze it through there. Behind them, well, the wildcard guys of Reitashima and Kaisuke Maeda are there. How about the Yamahas? Oh, Apiwat and Anupar getting on. They need decent finishes there. They are. Speak of the devil. Well, there's one of them anyway. Let's have a look at the start once again, Barry, and Kazma Daniel in the middle of the screen.
Yeah, it contrasted, didn't it, with Naguchi's start. Somewhat boing, boing, boing. Yeah, popped the wheel up and bounced it down about 4 times. So that won't have helped him off the line. He is in 3rd place, but he's got some time to make up now. And the race leader, the early race leader, Haruki Naguchi, is getting away.
And it was quite some lead. It's nearly a second in the first lap. Behind them, Apiwat has got himself up into P4, so that's okay. Anupar in P5. So I was looking at how serious, in particular, I saw Apiwat Wangtan. I saw you fist pump him, but he didn't smile, which is very unlike him.
No, he wouldn't. But he knows we do that. He's very focused before the race. He won't talk, but he does enjoy the encouragement.
Well, he's there in the group there in P4, 5 and 6. Kazma Daniel is still on the tail of Zakwan Zaidi, and again Kazma has a look on the inside, and this time Kazma is able to hold it, and the 2 Yamahas are closing in behind them. Reitashima and Kotsuke Akiyoshi are behind them in 6 and 7, but I like those two. They are like peas in a pod, Anupar and Apiwat. They go together.
Yeah, they are going together, and they've got Zakwan Zaidi in their sights currently.
Who went wide? Was that Zakwan going wide? It was.
Yeah, and Apiwat didn't need a second invitation. He is through into 3rd.
So Apiwat Wangtanan into P3. Zakwan, who he gave you a very good interview beforehand. I've just got to stick close with the leaders, was what he said, but he's not sticking close because Haruki Naguchi has flown into a 2.5 lead after just 2 laps.
Yeah, he's got his work to do. Unless something goes wrong with Naguchi's machine at the front, Zakwan won't finish this race as the championship leader.
Kazma Daniel in P2, 1.5 seconds down. Apiwat 4/10 down on him. Zakwan pretty close, so it's a 4-man train. The best of the wild cards is Kosuke Akiyoshi, because Reitashima has lost a place there. There is the impressive lead. There is the impressive sight of Kazma Daniel chasing a distant Haruki Naguchi.
That was almost a discouraging view from the camera there. How do you catch up with that?
Well, there is time left.
There is time. These conditions are, as more than one of those riders said, they are variable. It is pretty windy out there. It's not impossible that you could get a sprinkle of rain again. I felt a drop of rain on my hand as I was talking to Haruki, actually.
I think we've discovered how quickly the rain can come in here, so Haruki Naguchi is deciding he's going to try to beat the weather. He's in P1 at the moment, flies through the chicane, superb style. Leads Kazma Daniel up the brow of the hill, up over the top of the hill, and over the start-finish line for the 3rd time. Kazma Daniel ahead of Apiwat Wangtan and Zakwan, Anupar, Akiyoshi, Reitashima. Adam Norodin has got him. Ooh, Adam Norodin dropped down. Yuki Ito and Gary Salem's made some progress. But the BMWs are struggling, and that is one of the wild cards. It's Otojiro. So Otojiro, there's 2 of them actually.
2 of them, yep. 2 wild cards down.
And that will be a stopping, almost certainly going to stop the race. Oh, yellow flag at the very least.
Yeah, the red flag's out.
Yeah, red flag. Not surprised.
There's a rider pinned under one of the bikes there.
That's inconvenient for Kazma because before it all we went to that crash, he was catching. He was starting to make a dent in Haruki Naguchi's lead.
It's two of the wild cards, Otajiro and Shinichi, who came together. Otajiro looked like he was all right, but Shinichi was caught under his bike on the ground, so I'm hoping he's okay. As soon as we can get a report, we'll get it out to the wider public, but we're reliant obviously on information from the ground. So a red flag, 15 laps to go.
It shouldn't take too long to clear that up, provided that there was nothing spilled, and I didn't see anything. Nice day in the mountains for these spectators.
It is. I wouldn't trust just a t-shirt though. No, I know it's warmish, but the chill can come in very quickly.
Yeah.
We're waiting for information on that incident, a red flag interruption on the first race of the ASB Superbikes 1000cc round in Sugo. We've had rain, we've had a thrilling exhibition in 150s, we had rain in the 250s. Riders obviously coming in. It's clearly a potentially hazardous situation.
Yeah, frustrating for the other riders. Well, frustrating for those that were doing well, frustrating for Haruki, frustrating for Kazma too, because Kazma was making an impression. And there's the TVS squad. That's the consultant for the project there on the right, Ewarapong, still celebrating his second place and extended championship lead.
So Kazma Daniel maybe going in just to freshen up. Zakon will be, I suspect, the most relieved of all of this break.
Yes, he will. It wasn't going so well from him.
So we are under red flag, an incident involving two of the local racers, Shinichi Nakatomi and Otajiro Tanimoto. For obvious reasons, we're not focusing on the incident itself. As for the racers, well, they just get on with things, and this boy has been top draw.
Yeah, completely focused. He does just enough for the media.
However, interestingly, ice pack on that left shoulder, instantly there once again.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's another rider that will be frustrated at the stoppage. Apiwat, he was showing well. That focus you noticed on the grid, that was serious. We know that those of us that have known it for a while, we know what that means. It means nothing will be left in the garage.
Well, the clearing off the debris, lights are off, so I mean, relief on that is that they've been able to ferry the riders off to safety.
Yeah, it seems like there's nothing spilled there. Just a couple of big gouge marks in the asphalt. It's the Honda of Pasuit, Tisiwararak. He hasn't really found his way. He hasn't found the key, I should say, to this circuit yet. He's working. He's putting the work in. Hasn't quite cracked it, I don't think. He qualified towards the back of the grid.
He's had a couple of fifth place finishes in Buriram, but it was a small field there, in which Aslan Shah and TJ Alberto didn't finish.
Yeah, and we're
still waiting an update on the incident. As soon as we hear, we will advise. But the red flag was called because of an incident on the track where one rider was left under his bike, but the bikes have now been cleared. Clearly, there's no way you could race with the track the way it was.
No, especially in that place on the chicane.
We're going to have a restart, and we're going to be down to a 12-lap race. It was originally 18, so the restart will be a 12-lap race. Kazma Daniel will say, let's hope I can start a little bit better next time, or this coming time. He's making a habit of these jump starts, not jump starts, sorry.
Yeah, he is. He's going so well that we perhaps forget that he's new to this class, this superbike class. But he does need to get that start sorted out.
He had a win in Sepang and a P4.
Yeah, the win was widely celebrated. Of course, that was home race. He's a very popular rider. As we look there at the thoughtful Zakwan.
We're going to be starting with the same grid.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
I wouldn't have expected anything else, to be honest. Zakwan trying to figure it out. I have to say, Des, he looked tired to me. Tired. I think Suzuka 8 hours, you do need a few days of R&R to recover from it, but yes. That fatigue won't affect his performance. He's far too seasoned, far too professional, and far too protective of his championship lead to fall for that. But there is the happy Haruki.
Even gets people to do his waving for him. It's all focus, it's all what did we do wrong earlier on, what can we do to make amends. We've seen Kazma, we've seen Zakwan, we've seen a very, very cheerful looking Haruki Naguchi.
Yeah, happy riders usually go fast, don't they, Des? And that's Gary Salim.
Who got off to a poor start, didn't have a good qualification.
No, he needs to take a step in this class now. 5 races into the season. He's getting a lot of support from the team and from his teammate. Helping him along there.
So we're on a red flag on the ASB 1000.
We haven't heard yet when pit lane was open, but I'm guessing it's going to be very soon, because they've already decided that the new race will be 12 laps. And remember, the program was already pushed back by the wet race we had in the 250s, which was very, very slow.
How to stop this kid? He really, Haruki Naguchi, he really has. We were impressed with him right the way from day one, how aggressive he was. He was maybe unlucky not to pick up a podium in the first race of the season. And the way he started out today was mighty impressive. Okay, we're at the Sugo International Circuit. It's looking splendid, but the way the rain came earlier on, I'm looking at the clouds above, but it's pretty good at the moment. In the distance, there's some glorious forests and hills and mountains. We're on a break as we wait for the track to be cleared after an incident on lap 4 of the race. That means we're going to be starting with 12 laps to go. We're still waiting for official confirmation on when the pit lane will be open. But when we do go, it'll be a 12-lap race. Just in the meantime, we're going to go to a commercial break. We'll be back in just a short while. You're watching the Asia Road Racing Championships. Don't go too far away. When we come back, we've got a 12-lap sprint. Welcome back to the Asia Road Racing Championships from Sugo in Japan. We've got a slight break at the moment because a red flag was called on lap 4 of the ASB 1000. The pit exit opens at 16:23, which is about 60 seconds away, if my watch is right. And then we will have a 12-lap race when we resume. Barry Russell alongside Des Corkle in the commentary box. And Barry, we've had a little bit of everything today. We've had 5 races. Starts off with the TVS 1 make, in which we had a local winner. We had a fabulous performance in the Underbone 150. The rain affected the AP 250, another local winner with tears on the podium. And then the 600s went largely to plan. This one, well, a red flag, so we've had a little bit of everything today.
Yeah, we have indeed, and a frustrating stop, I think, especially for Kazma, as we just leave pit lane with him. And just looking at the riders in the pits can tell you something. Haruki Naguchi, as we were saying off air, was calm, relaxed, and I'm quite sure in his mind has already won this race. Kazma, though, doesn't believe that. And he actually put in the fastest lap of the race. He did a 1:28 when he was on that, was it the 2nd lap or 3rd lap, and when he started to catch him.
For the likes of Kazma and Zakwan, who was being swallowed up, and Apiwat and Anupar, this is a second chance, isn't it? Because Haruki Naguchi looked like he was so far clear. It looked like he was going to romp away. But now they've got a second chance to close him in.
Yeah, Kazma was getting the measure of him. We don't know how that would have played out, but we'll have to see, and we'll also have to see whether Kazma can keep the front of his bike down this time.
Yes, yes. It was such a fabulous start last time by Haruki Naguchi. If he can replicate that, it's danger signs for everybody else, because it's down to a 12-lap sprint.
Yeah, and Zakwan Zaidi was being pushed back, and if you were looking at a real-time championship standings, that would have been that would have not looked very very happy for him.
Yeah, Naguchi would be going to the top of the standings. As it stands, Zakwan holds a tentative 4-point lead over Haruki Naguchi in the standings, but Naguchi has had a 4th in race 1 of the season, followed by 3rd, followed by 2nd, followed by P1. There is the man of the moment, Haruki Naguchi. He talks a good game, he looks confident, looks the part, starts well, produces results. What's not to love about him?
He is really the complete package as a racer. He's got the speed, he's got the confidence. Quite a lot of swagger about him, actually.
Great word, swagger. So obviously we will be restarting without the 2 who were responsible for the red flag. We haven't had an update on them. Otojiro Tanimoto.
So there will be some gaps on the grid, but the front row remains the same.
Correct. Shinichi Nakatomi was the other racer. My apologies, I was searching for him.
Yeah, so a slightly depleted grid. This is the quick start procedure.
Lots of tension.
Yeah. So they'll just come round, they'll stop very briefly and then go again.
Will they practice this? Will the racers practice these scenarios? Will they? I know they're not in the racing, but the mental aspect of it. How do they prepare for something like this?
I think as they get better and better, they focus more and more on psychology, because that is what makes the difference. You know, there are some really talented riders here, but when you look at Haruki with all that talent, and then you look at his confidence, and I'm going to use the word again, swagger that he carries, that's the difference. He knows he can win. Kazma being nice enough to carry the onboard camera for us.
Carbon Apiwat, of course, they will want to make their statements. Ray Kashima had made a decent start. Ray Toshima, sorry, had made a decent start. That's bike number 67. He's on P4 on the grid. Maeda as well. So the wild cards make it quite interesting, because Japan, they love their superbikes. They go really in for them. And 5 wild cards coming in, down to 3 for the restart.
Yeah, and they do have real depth in the Japanese championship as well. That's why there's so many riders that here that are capable of really getting amongst it in this international field of ARRC. So a little wiggle at the front there as he goes over the hill for.
That is a spectacular shot. That really is a wonderful shot. Coming up over the hill. So Kazma, see if he can get a better start this time.
Yeah, you can see he's running a hard front there and medium rear. Oh, okay, let's take a look. Yeah, okay.
He's one of the few who's doing it.
Yeah, he was experimenting yesterday.
Zakwan's soft rear.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Okay, we are under a quick start review. A 12-lap restart. Ooh, somebody's got a problem. There's a yellow flag up there. Still the yellow flags being raised.
What is that for? Now 3 yellow flags being raised, so waved. So
and the red flag is out once again. Is that because Apiwat, 27, that's Kazma. Kazma looks okay.
They were looking at Apiwat's bike.
Yeah, there's the problem. Apiwat, Wang Tanan.
Oh.
Into the pit lane. Oh.
Disappointment for him.
Devastating for him.
So we don't know what's wrong with that bike, and we don't know why. Perhaps he couldn't start it. Hopefully it's just a problem starting, and the team will sort it out, and he'll be able to start from pit lane. But that was a blow, because he was really going well in P3 before the red flag came out.
There's another problem. A couple of engineers. Everyone's coming out now.
Yeah. There's something
stopping
leaked
on
from
it.
his bike, yeah.
Okay.
The question is, of course, how far down the track does it go?
Yes.
Oh, that's a big puddle there.
That's the leakage. There's the problem.
But what is it? Is it water? Is it oil? It's not clear. But they will come running in with the absorbent material any second. Frustrating for these riders.
This is when the engineers really earn their corn, when they...
And he's not on the bike, Apiwat. He's having the tyres put back on, shaking his head, and there's a lot of fluid coming out of there. Look.
Yes.
That's bad news. So, Wee getting involved there. Quite a lot of celebrities here. We've seen Taddy Okada, former GP riders, and Yukio Kuyama we saw earlier on. Quite a lot of big names here.
Well, it's frantic stuff out on the grid, though.
Yeah. And the team's coming out to cool the bikes with those blowers. So
okay, more drama. New race will be 10 laps.
That's a huge disappointment for Apiwat. He's clearly not going to start.
Especially as he got himself into a decent position in the original race.
Yeah,
for that then to be red flagged and for them to have this situation here.
Yeah, he will be livid. He'll hold it in because he's a big grown-up boy, but he will be absolutely livid. So now we're missing 3 from this grid.
And he'll lose chances of clawing in either Marucci or Zakwan. In terms of the overall championship standings, it hurts him enormously.
Yeah, he is consistent, Apiwat. But if he can't start, or if he can't finish, It's no good. A little frustration there even for Haruki Naguchi. This is the second time he got psyched up and have to turn it all down again. Sitting on the grid, hoping for a quick start. Looks like, what are they bringing out there? 3-minute board?
3-minute board, but you can also see that they're working there, yes, to clear up. It must have been, if it's oil, it's mighty, mighty dangerous. Problems under the bike also.
Oh, that's strange.
Sukiyaki Yoshi.
It gets stranger and stranger.
This is very much worth 10 questions. The real aficionados have a guess what's going on here.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of absorbent tissue. It's being cleared off there. But we don't know what the spillage was. He's still on the grid, so we have to assume that it wasn't oil. And hopefully that was the same for Apiwat. They haven't come out with the absorbent materials, so perhaps it's just a bust radiator pipe or something as prosaic as that.
And they're working to get him back out. Surely not. They're racing against the clock.
Well, they've got a delay working in their favour on the grid, so let's see. Keep those tyres warm.
So formation lap.
I didn't time that stop, but just thinking about tyre warmers.
So we can confirm Apiwat Wangtanan is not allowed to start. Will not be joining in from the pit lane because it's under red flag.
Yeah, that's a sensible decision from race control. It's absolutely gutting for Apiwat and for those of us that wanted to see a good race, but safety first every time.
Well, we'll remember Sugo.
Yeah, it all kicked off on the first day. And we've got another day to go. And boy, we're looking forward to that. Look at that, there's another one of those standing camera shots that's just gorgeous.
Oh, no. He was so focused before, now he just looks so life.
Crestfallen.
Good word.
I knew there was one in there somewhere. Anyway.
The full arc of emotions.
Yes, it is indeed. He's gone from yeah, the elation of a good performance yesterday and this morning to total disappointment now.
Well, he's just got to get it out of his system, sort himself out tomorrow. Right, take 3. We had an original red flag incident after a crash on turn 7, I think it was. No, it was on the chicane, wasn't it? On the chicane. And then we had a 12-lap race not started because of a problem for Apiwat. Now we've got a 10-lap race coming.
And they're going to need to be a little bit careful, Des, because they were sitting on the grid for a long time with no tyre warmers. Just a note of caution there.
Red lights. Take 2. We are underway, and another dream start for Haruki Naguchi. Wow, 2 in a row. That is just fabulous. And he dominated the earlier part of the race, and he's straight back into that groove.
And a repeat also from Kazma, who's left himself in a worse position than last time. I think he's 4th or 5th.
This is Kazma. He's behind Anupap, and he's certainly behind Zakwan Zaidi. I think he's behind one of the wildcards as well.
So he's left himself a lot of work to do over these 10 laps, but let's see how that goes as they all get through the first few turns safely.
But what a fabulous start once again from Haruki Naguchi. This young Japanese really is taking ARRC by storm. He's not leading the championship at the moment. He soon will be if he carries on like this. Bike 75, Keisuke Maeda. He's put himself ahead of Kazma Daniel. Kazma down in P5.
Yeah, Kazma's got a lot of work to do now, whereas he was looking really good. He did clock the fastest lap in that brief stint we had before. Let's see now, Zakwan.
Yeah, he's not let Haruki get away from him this time, although it will probably be a second or so. This time he's looking a little bit more competitive as they come over the brow of the hill. Let's look at the differential. It is 0.7.
So good getaway there for Zakwan, and he's only got 10 laps to get through, given the fatigue that he's undoubtedly carrying from Suzuka. Haruki Naguchi was told by his team not to race at Suzuka because they wanted to keep him fresh for this ARRC race. So
you can see how it makes sense. Your comments about Zakwan, it does ring true. Zakwan's in there in P2, but under pressure from Anupab.
This will favour Anupab too, because he's carrying an injury of sorts. He's got an arm pump problem in his right arm. And also, if this race is 10 rather than 15 laps, that will favour him too.
Anupab putting the pressure on the back of Zakwan Zaidi. The Yamaha on the back of the Honda. Kazma Daniel's got himself back into P4. So he's beginning to redress some of the problems or some of the issues that resulted from his poor start. Once again, he did an almost wheelie. Haruki Naguchi this time, not completely away. Zakwan is looking a little bit more at the races. Soft compound tyre for Zakwan.
At the rear, and that will work well over the shorter race distance too. What was the gap? It was the same.
0.79. It's gone up just... Yeah, no, it's about the same, isn't it? 0.7. So Zakwan is able to hold on. Lap times 1:29.3 to 1:29.4. Anupab 1:29.3. So Anupab is really turning up the heat. Kazma Daniel lapping quickly as well. He's just posted a 1:29.4.
Yeah, Anupab looks like he's seen an opportunity here. He's the remaining Thai Yamaha. They're a strong team, very tight-knit. And so he'll probably be feeling this responsibility. He knows he's only got a short distance, so hopefully that problem with his right arm won't bother him. Meanwhile, Kazma Daniel.
There's a lot of work to do, though. It is a sprint. These are the 1000cc. They lap this 3.6 kilometer circuit very, very quickly.
And the other factor here, of course, is that now Anupab is bothering Zakwan in P2. That could give Haruki Naguchi the time to stretch it, the chance to stretch his lead.
Which looks almost exactly what he is doing. You can see the two bikes from the early incident parked by the chicane. It was 0.7 at the end of lap 1, 0.74 at the end of lap 2, at the end of lap 3, 1.0. Wow, a wonderful performance this weekend from Haruki Naguchi.
Yeah, isn't it? But Zakwan hasn't given up. Anupab hasn't given up. They're not holding each other, slowing each other down at the moment, I don't think.
And Kazma Daniel is managing to get a little bit closer. He's getting on the back of Anupab. All the while that is going on behind them. Not that they're exactly racing, but Haruki Naguchi is indeed extending his lead. Further down, Pasowit is having a problem. He's down in P12. Aslan Shah's overtaken him. Gary Salim is up to P7. Adam Noradin is up to P6. So the BMW might pick up some bonus points today.
Yeah, that's good to see.
Zakwan working hard to withstand the pressure from number 500, Anupab.
Yeah, but the man at the front is in a world of his own at the moment.
He is. Everyone else is relying on him making a mistake, and he just hasn't looked as though he's going to flinging the bike around. Big bikes, these. That shoulder injury that we've spoken about, that might come into play later on.
Could do, but that injury, along with Zakwan's fatigue and Anupam's injury, that might not be such a factor in this shortened race. And those are the injuries they're carrying that we know about, because of course they don't show a whole lot of pain, these guys.
Kasma Daniel still trying to get on the back of Anupam. He has closed though completely up to the back of him, so it's now a three-way battle for P2 as they come up the hill. That little shift left, shift right. Round the corner onto the long back straight.
Yeah, another 3/10 stretched out by Haruki Naguchi on that previous lap, as Anupam takes a look up the inside, and yeah, that's three-bike contest now for P2, and that is sure to play into the hands of the race leader.
Indeed, for Zakwan, he's probably looking at a P2, forget about P1 now, unless there's a big mistake, to protect as many points as he possibly can get. He's had two P2s already this season, plus a win and a P4. If I recall, one was in a similar situation where we were expecting him to lose his P2 last time out at Sepang, but he was able to cling on and hold on, but he is under immense pressure. Kasma in the Yamaha, on the tail of the Yamaha of Anupam Samu, Yamaha Tyre Racing. The gap between 1 and 2 is nearly 2 seconds now. The gap between 2 and 4 is, well, razor sharp. Kasma, Yamaha Gem Blue Racing Team ASEAN, P4. Behind them, we've got Kazuki Maeda, Rei Tashima, Gary Salem, Yuki Ito.
Aslan Shah, as expected, some way adrift, but at least he's out there and he will pick up some points.
And he's lapping reasonably, 1:33, a second slower than the race leader, Haruki Naguchi.
Yeah, it's good for him to be getting some laps in, especially some race laps. There's his teammate coming into shot now, Adam Noureddin, in, where is he now? Oh, he's out. Oh, so that was Aslan. Adam Noureddin has crashed out. We didn't see that. So there is one BMW left.
Okay, the lead though for Haruki Naguchi is extended in this three-way battle between Zakwan, Anupam and Kasma Daniel. Oh, there's Adam Noureddin who crashed out. Oh, it doesn't look good for the legs, does it?
No, that's another leg injury for another 1XOX BMW rider. That's really looks really nasty.
What a great day for the Noureddin brothers. Thoughts go with them.
Yeah, this is racing, and how far back are we to Kazuki? So I think he might have his eyes on this battle.
1 second. So there he is, just coming into the shot now, Kazuki, P5. But that 1 second is closing. In the meantime, Haruki Naguchi has extended his lead to 2.5 seconds. 4 laps to go. We're over halfway of the restarted race.
So Zakwan holding on. He's looking with these two riders behind him a little bit like a cork in a bottle.
But he has been able to hold on. Nobody's really made a move on him at any stage. He hasn't had to defend. He's just been clean. Those soft compound tyres though, that rear tyre. What's the degradation like? 10 laps, you'd hope it'd hold on. I'm certainly hoping it'd hold on for 15 laps.
Yeah.
Needs a P2, needs some points.
Yeah, and he hasn't really been torturing that bike. I think he's playing it pretty clever, Zakwan.
Naguchi leads, 3 laps to go for him. Zakwan, Anupam, Kasma, as it has been for the last 4 laps. 2, 3, 4, Kasma has a look on the inside of Anupam Samoon. Yamaha and Yamaha, Kasma Daniel, P2 in terms of qualification. He won't be too chuffed if he comes out of the top 2. You worked so hard in qualification to give yourself a chance, and his poor starts have twice cost him.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, last time in Sepang after that race win, race 2, poor start. Didn't really get a look in, but and finished 4th, which is where he is at the moment. But I think the order is going to change in this group as we get into the final stages of this shortened race.
These three have pulled away from Kaisuke as Anupab looks on the inside once again. Zakwan holds his nerve, holds his line. Again, Anupab tries to accelerate through. Again, Zakwan, that's my line. I've got the racing line. You've got to go either inside or outside of me. That seems to be the message.
Yeah, and Kazma trying to sweep in wide and come out fast, but that didn't work. Let's look at the lines they take through the chicane.
Through the chicane, nice and tight from Zakwan. And accelerating up the hill. With the underbone to get a bit of a toe. It doesn't quite seem to be the case here, although he is close enough on the back to maybe make a move. There is Anupab Samu, front wheel up in the air, but Zakwan able to hold on. Gosh, they're big beasts, these 1000s.
Yeah, and these riders are really going for it now. All three of them have got a lot to gain.
2 laps to go. Well, 1.5 laps to go for the race leader, Haruki Naguchi. We've hardly watched him because he's been so far out in front. He's not even in the shot. He's disappeared through the next corner.
Yeah, he's more than 3 seconds away, so we probably wouldn't even see him if we looked up the back straight.
Oh, there he is.
Thank you.
And there's the race behind him. Trying to join in off the back of that is Keisuke Mayuda, probably not able to get there, and that looks a little bit better for Zakwan. It looks like he's been able to just ease a little bit of space, unless Anupab's just saving it all up for the last lap.
And Kazma is through.
Indeed.
So he's on Zakwan's tail now, so for all his pressure and aggression, Anupab didn't make it and got himself overtaken, and it's just dropping back a little bit.
Kazma tries to go around the outside, looks for a different angle up the chicane. This is the penultimate time. It's the last chance, the only chance for Kazma Daniel to have a rehearsal. Anupab in P4 under pressure from Maeda. They zip up the hill once again. This time onto the last lap. Our race leader is already through. Zakwan Zaidi and Kazma Daniel. Malaysians both, but highly competitive. Anupab Samu behind them.
We often see Anupab sitting behind riders in the late stages, waiting to snap up any little morsels that come his way. But I think he'd really like to be in front of this group.
Zakwan, a little hint of an error, but he's managed to hold on to that. Kazma putting him under fearsome pressure. Zakwan is a cool customer. Just does he have the power? Is the back tyre going to hold out? Okay, so here is the race leader, Haruki Naguchi, but Zakwan is able to hold on. Kazma Daniel needs to make a move now, or he's going to miss his opportunity. Zakwan again, another tight little line. Fascinating battle. Zakwan has been under pressure for nearly all 10 of these laps, but he's still been able to hold on to P2. And now they're coming into the chicane for the final time. Zakwan holds on, Kazma is there. This will be the big moment. Zakwan accelerates up the hill. Has Kazma Daniel got the opportunity? Kazma is looking for a drag. There's the race winner. Naguchi wins it. Behind them, up over the brow of the hill, Zakwan brilliantly holds on against Kazma Daniel. Naguchi was in a league of his own, but the bravery of Zakwan to hold off Kazma and Anupab really is noteworthy, Barry Russell.
That's why Zakwan has collected so many championships in his career. It's easy to forget that he's still in his I think he's in his mid-20s, maybe 26, 27.
Yeah.
A lot of experience, a lot of championships under his belt, and that is the kind of mental strength that he demonstrated then that has got him those championships. Haruki Naguchi, what a fantastic job by him. He's just having a look around. Does anybody want to congratulate me? Yes?
Absolutely, he did a brilliant job.
And Zakwan is going to be pleased with that. He has lost the championship lead.
But only by a point. This is going right the way down to the final race of the season, I feel. Hope so.
Yeah, we do hope so. And there could be some more players coming through too, but it definitely looks like these two. Kazma didn't make it, but he did make the podium. And he could have done better, perhaps, if he had got his start under control. So that's work in progress. And there is the man who finished the wild card, best finisher, Kisuki. He's going to be happy with that, waving to the handful of home fans that have turned out to watch. There goes Haruki. Onopab just cruising past him. No fist bump there. I wouldn't read anything into that.
Well, they've made the trek out to the Sugo Sportsland, and I think they've been rewarded with some excellent racing, some excellent Japanese racing, definitely. Haruki Naguchi, as Ryan Russell says, with this victory will take the championship lead, and he's won it by close to 4 seconds over Zakwan Zaidi, who's won it by less than 1/10 of a second over Kazma Daniel. But he really held on grimly, did Zakwan. Kazma in P3, Anupar frustrating 4 for him, Kazuki Maeda, Rei Tashima in 5 and 6, and Yuki Ito in 7. Gary Salem completing in lane 8. Hasan Shah Kamuzam and the BMW, P9 is as good as he can possibly hope for. Pasawit, Kosuke Akiyoshi, Adam Norodin, we do hope he's okay. We'll give you an update as soon as we can. Apiwat out, Tanimoto and Nakatomi crash, causing the red flag. Highlights of the ASB 1000 restarted race. Fabulous start from Haruki Naguchi. Kazma Daniel was left in P3, and then he got himself up into P2. This is the original race, which was meant to be an 18-lap race, and Kazma Daniel really made some good progress in that situation. Zakwan was struggling, but Naguchi, his flying start meant that he was in really, really good nick before there was a red flag that would cause the race to be stopped. Naguchi absolutely flying away. You can see Anupab Samoon, and then a double crash. It saw 2 of the local racers involved, so a red flag produced a restart originally for 12 laps, and then a problem for Apiwat Wangtanam. That meant a further delay, and eventually we were down to a 10-lap sprint. And the start once again from Haruki Naguchi meant that there really was no doubt that he was going to win this. It was all a case of who was going to come second, and Zakwan Zaidi was under such pressure, first from Anupab Samoon, and then from Kazma Daniel. But the Malaysian really was able to hold on. He just kept his line as true as he possibly could. He'd taken a gamble by using a soft compound rear tyre. That's the only time he really looked to be under any pressure, but he really focused on getting into the corner first, looking and protecting the correct racing line. So if anyone was going to get the better of him, they were going to have to really take a gamble. Anupab, with 2 laps to go, would eventually lose that P2 to Kazma Daniel. Kazma goes through there as Anupab went just a little bit wide. Haruki Naguchi was way clear at this stage. Zakwan was able to hold on for P2, and Kazma was waiting for a gamble. But going over the line, Naguchi nearly 4 seconds clear of Zakwan, who flies through ahead of Kazma into P2. But there is your race winner, back-to-back race wins for Hiroki Naguchi, and also the new championship leader. And straight onto the podium, where Hiroki Naguchi will once again be the recipient of the Japanese national anthem. Satoshi Matsunaga, the general manager of motorcycle tire department, and Sumitomo Rubber is the man handing out the awards, along with Stefan Carapier.
I'd like to call the three riders.
The FIM Asia president.
To the podium, please. Beginning with the rider in third place. Kazma Daniel, Kazmayuddin.
And the 3-2-1. Sees Kazma Daniel on the podium once again. But he doesn't look too thrilled to be there, more resigned. It was a good performance. It's his second podium. He had a race win in Sepang and now a P3. Zakwan worked terrifically hard to hold on to P2. But there is your race winner and new championship leader, Haruki Naguchi. Second win in a row. And clearly so full of confidence.
Now please stand for the national anthem of the winning riders' country.
それではご起立いただきまして、優勝ライダーの母国の国歌をお聴きいただきます。
And now we'll present trophies and a helmet to each of the riders. The presenter for this is Mr. Satoshi Matsunaga, the General Manager of Motorcycles Department for Sumitomo Rubber Industries Limited.
では、観戦するトロフィーとヘルメットが贈られます。プレゼンターは住友ポップコーンの
To the third place finisher, Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin.
ジェネラルマネージャー松永聡様です。まずはカスマダニエル・カスマヨリ選手に贈られます。
Kazma Daniel, a little bit more experienced on where the cameras are.
Next to the second place rider, Zakwan Zaidi.
Zakwan Zaidi really deserves credit. He was able to hold on under real pressure, first from Anupam and then from Kazma.
Our winner, ASB 1000, race 1. Haruki Naguchi.
But it was a comprehensive victory. His fast starts are very much becoming a feature of Hiroki Naguchi, putting him in advantageous positions from the very start. Fastest on pole, first away in both the 18-lap race and the restarted 10-lap race.
I told you I'd see you, so you will be up here.
Team award to SDG Motorsports Hot Pro. Confirmation result of the SB 1000. Race 1 of 2 of the weekend. In third place, Kazma Daniel. Kazmayuddin from Yamaha Gem Blue. Zakwan Zaidi from Honda Asia Dream Racing. And your winner, Haruki Naguchi, for the SDG Motorsports Hot Pro team. That just about wraps up a day that's been punctuated by rain and red flags. Championship standings, Naguchi leads Zakwan by a point. He's 18 player of Anupam Samun, Apiwat 5 points down on him. Kazma Daniel moves up to within a point of Apiwat in P5. Adam Noridin, our thoughts with him. I hope he's okay. We'll have an update as soon as we can. He's on 44 points. Pasawid 42, Gary Salim from Indonesia on 38. And so we end our transmission for the day. We are back at this beautifully appointed arena in Sugo. We are in the northeast of Japan, in the Miyagi Prefecture. It is the first time the RRC has been to the Sugo International Racing Circuit. It really has done us a fine
job on race day number 1. We'll join you tomorrow around about the same time. For now, though, I'm Des Corkill on behalf of the whole team, including Barry Russell and the producers and directors behind the scenes. Wishing you bon voyage. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. This is the Asia Road Racing Championship.